Ready, my friend. Less than a minute. I got a poll question up today as well. I'm going to start doing that every day. Oh, of course.
Oh, it's good to be back.
And good morning, everybody, and welcome to another edition of the Pete Sheppard Show here live from the Naples Well Plating Studio on the Riptide Media Network. How's everybody doing today? I can tell you this: I'm busting, Jerry. I'm busting, as George Costanza once said to Jerry Seinfeld. I'm busting. What a weekend for me, and I hope you had a great weekend as well, because I was out and about over the weekend on Fort Myers Beach, sunning myself and exposing tan lines and having a great time with some great friends and some old friends as well. But mostly because all my teams just kicked the living crap out of everybody else. My beloved Red Sox sweep the Pirates in Pittsburgh. The Celtics blow out Miami. Should have won by 40. They held them. They took their foot off the gas in the fourth quarter. They won by 20. And the Bruins kick ass against Toronto. We're going to run down everything for you today. Got a gigantic show lined up for you today. I cannot wait. We're going to recap all things Stanley Cup playoff action, NBA playoff action, MLB rundown. My guests today include Phil Yates from ESPN. He will join me for a good segment at 8:45 as we look ahead to the NFL draft coming up at 9:30. Yes, Glenn Big O Ordway. I did talk to him on Friday. He had forgot. He said it is different out there. I'll give him this. He told me because they don't have daylight savings times out there, so the difference was 3 hours instead of 2, and he wasn't feeling well the night before. Regardless, Big O will join me today at 9:30, the recent inductee into the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame. So we got NBA, NHL recap, MLB rundown, NFL draft coming up. Howie Schaub unfortunately passed away over the weekend. That was very sad. The great guy from Stump the Shaw back in the day on ESPN and then on Fox. The Everblades round here. They even up their semifinal series in the ECHL Stanley Cup, the Kelly Cup playoffs, with a nice 2-1 overtime win in Jacksonville yesterday. Matt Wedman got the goal there. Got a lot of highlights from TNT, NBA on TNT yesterday that are hysterical, in case you missed it. We'll have them. The videos will be up for you. Over at Hilton Head, South Carolina, the RBC Heritage, Scotty Scheffler. Of course, he came storming back. He's way ahead now. Leads by 5 through 15, leads by 5 shots through 15 holes at minus 20. Wyndham Clark, minus 15. He's in the clubhouse. Patrick Cantlay at minus 15 through 17. JT Poston is at minus 15 through 17. And Sahith Tagala is minus 15 through 15. All these guys, because of that massive storm that happened yesterday, the 2.5-hour delay. But it was brutal weather out there at the RBC Heritage in Hilton Head. But they'll finish up this morning in about 57 minutes. But unless Scotty Scheffler absolutely bombs here, he's going to win it again. And he becomes the first guy since Bernard Langer, golfer since Bernard Langer back in the day to win the Masters and then win the following week in the tournament. Meanwhile, on the ladies' side, LPGA star Nelly Korda. Holy Toledo. She's won 4 LPGA events in a row. She's the first women's major, by the way, goes this week at the Chevron Championship, the Woodlands in Texas. Only Nancy Lopez back in 1978 and Annika Sorenstam in 2004-05 have won 5 straight tournaments. So Nelly Korda is looking to accomplish that as well. Man, oh man, it was just an unbelievably incredible weekend. Beautiful weather-wise here in Southwest Florida. Hope it was wherever you are. And with that, we say good morning to the one and only executive producer, host, co-host, and debuting today with Jeff Depot DeForest. With Martinez and Defoe Unscripted is the one and only Angel Martinez. Good morning, Angel.
Good morning, Pete. How are you, sir? It is Monday. It was a beautiful weekend out here in our neck of the woods. There was snow in Denver. There were cold temperatures all across the north, the northwest, and the northeast. And as Anchorman once said, even in the Middle East, as anybody remembers that part of the movie, made that reference. But, good morning, and man, weekend went by too quick. Too much work, a little bit of fun, but more work than it was fun this weekend.
Absolutely. And I mean, you're kicking ass and taking names. There's no question about it. And I can't wait for the debut of your show right after this today. It's going to be a fantastic. I'm sure you have a sparkling new open. I cannot wait to see that. And also, I do want to say, coming up on the network today, all the shows, obviously after this one, it is Martinez and Defoe Unscripted. At 12 o'clock, back to the dugout, MLB Roundup on 102.9. The Game, streaming to all Bleacher Brothers social media sites as well. Great stuff there. 4 o'clock, Talk Spicy with Coach Gene, also on 102.9 and Gene Clemens' social media accounts. At 6 o'clock, the Bleacher Brothers Show with A.J. Johnson on 102.9 The Game and all Bleacher Brothers social media accounts. And then at 9 p.m., it is the La Stella Report as well here. I 102.9 and all the Bleacher Brothers social media with Robbie doing a great job. So that is one hell of a lineup today, Angel Martinez. And so glad that I mean, you've been part of this from the beginning, obviously, and now you finally and Defoe get your show going today from 10 to noon. Now, there's not a lot to talk about because there certainly is, but it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I can't wait. I got to pick up the more energy by the time 10 o'clock rolls around because O Dark 30 starts very early, especially even last night, which is a funny story, but thankfully it came out okay. So we end up, I don't know, I think we went to bed, I want to say about 11:30-ish by the time I got done working.
Wow.
And Debbie says to me, hey, by the way, there's a knock on the door. So now listen, people, you guys got to understand my humor here, right? For those who don't know me, I like to goof around all the time. So you guys know in the movies, obviously the Spanish guy or the black guy gets it when as soon as he answers the door. So she hears a knock. I'm like, listen, you're white. You answer the door. And she's like, what? I'm like, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go get the shotgun. She goes, what shotgun? Listen, pay attention. So we start walking to the living room. I said, all right, you ready? Did you get the shotgun? She goes, no, let's get into shotgun formation. We're going to open the door on 911 on 3. Ready? Just answer the door, will you? So I go to answer the door. It's my neighbor next door. And his daughter and son-in-law went overseas to go visit his other daughter who lives overseas. And so I was kind of surprised because the last time, it was maybe about 6 months ago, I'm hearing something outside and I thought it was a cat and it was actually him. He fell over and he can't get up under his own weight. So I ended up bringing him to the house. Well, last night he knocks on the door and says, can you call 911? I said, sure. Is everything okay? And his wife apparently had not felt well for 3 days and she was in the recliner for 3 days. And so I called and we went next door and he's like, just let the cats out. I'm like, I am definitely allergic to cats. And he has 2 of them. So of course the cat, as always, no matter what house I go to, cat comes up, starts, on my leg. I'm like, oh, this is terrific. So, but the good thing is, as I said to him, when I called 911, by the time we walked over to the house, he says, how long do you think they'll get here? I said, are you kidding me? Have you not watched the movie? White people, it'll be here in about 30 seconds. No lie. here's the knock on the door. See, I told you, there they are. You're right. And he just gave me this look like kind of weird. So towards the end of it, I tell him, I said, listen, you guys got to understand my humor here. I know you feel bad because your wife is going to the hospital right now. I said, but if you ever watch the movies, it's anything that happens in relation to white people, it's either the cops or whatever else is around. And then he finally starts to laugh because I was trying to make him, he was upset and I'm trying to make him laugh. He goes, oh yeah, I've seen movies like that. He goes, you know what? I've never thought about that. I'm like, see? So it's all in good humor.
I love it. I love it. Now that's unscripted, baby. That's why it's called unscripted. Even at your own house and everything. Now you guys have a peephole too, right? You can look out the peephole.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We have one. And I at first I couldn't make out the silhouette and I'm like, it looks like the neighbor next door. The walker kind of gave it away unless, some stranger likes to walk up in the middle of the night to somebody's door. But now he's such a good guy. I felt bad for his wife. Last night she probably looked all about 80 pounds. And
oh my God.
Yeah, she's 90, 91. He's 90 and been married for 44 years. Yeah. So she looked at me. She goes, you're the neighbor next door? And I said, yeah. She goes, oh, maybe I need to look sometime a little bit more. And I laughed because even as much as she was hurting.
What does that mean?
Because around here, we're the youngest couple around here.
Okay.
So her daughter-in-law, Pat, every time she rides around, she goes, I always look for the handsome fellas here in the neighborhood. And there's not too many, but at least there's you. So she's put that in her head. And that's what she was trying to get out last night. And I just laughed because I knew where she was trying to go with the conversation. But even as much pain she was in last night, she was just trying to have fun.
Wow. Good stuff. Absolutely. All right. Good stuff. Hey, I also have a poll question out this week for me. I'm going to start doing this every day at pshep326. And I said, what are you looking forward to most this week in sports? And there's three answers, A, B, or C. You can only vote once, or you can, Stanley Cup playoffs, NBA playoffs, NFL draft. So far, put this out about a half hour ago, 112 votes already. 53.6% say the NFL draft, 28.6% say the Stanley Cup playoffs, and 17.9% say the NBA playoffs. So good stuff. Poll will be up for 24 hours. Going to do it every day. A little bit something different. Thanks, everybody, watching the show on the Riptide Media Network video platform. Follow me, as I said, at pshep326 on Twitter X, on my Facebook page, and on the Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Spotify, Rumble, LinkedIn, and on Sports Radio 102.9. Great show lined up for you today. As I said, Field Yates from ESPN will join me at 8:45. We'll get some draft preview stuff. Love this week. The big O Glenn Ordway, recently inducted into the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame, will join me as well, coming up at 9:30. Before I forget, I do want to say a shout out on Fort Myers Beach. And I'll tell you, it's the first time I've been down there. I only live 25 minutes away, not even. I've been down there. I haven't been down there about 4 months. And Diamond Head was already open with the pool and everything, big resort on Fort Myers Beach. But now the new Cabanas has opened up. And those of you who live down here know what an awesome place that was. Well, now it's more awesome the way what they did over there. Marcel, the GM, outstanding stuff. My friends Patrick, Derek, who had the day off. Rachel also had the day off. But I saw Patrick, Leah, and a whole bunch of other people there. Josh did a great job. It is an incredible resort, and what they have done and the cleanup that has been done on Fort Myers Beach in the last 4 months, it's night and day. It's night and day. So there's so much going on Fort Myers Beach. This is why I support it so much, because so many friends work there, so many servers and wonderful people. They're just getting back on their feet, but it is blossoming again between Cabanas and Diamond Head and what's going on, down the street at Margaritaville and everything else. It is just fantastic. Fort Myers Beach really has been cleaned up. It's freaking awesome. I had a ball on a Saturday meeting some new friends. Wanted to say a shout out, if she's listening, to my new friend Jen, who my buddy and I, Jim, were talking about sports or whatever in college basketball. And she's like, Providence? I said, yeah. She ends up growing up in the city that my sister lives in now. And her husband went to the same high school I did. It turns out he was 3 years ahead of me in high school at Bishop Hendrick. And so it's just funny how it's such a small world. We had a great conversation. So Jen and your hubby, if you're listening, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. It was a great meeting you over the weekend. So, anywho,
how's that mini boardwalk coming along? Because that thing was completely devastated.
Yeah, well, the
pier,
the pier, yeah, the pier is back just about. It's just about, yeah. It's still. I didn't head that far down because that's not that it's that far, but I didn't head down that way to look at it. But it's absolutely all coming along, as is Sanibel and that whole area too. So. It's a call or text this show, 727-858-6650. We've made it very simple. Call or text, 727-858-6650. That is the number to call or text. All right. Meanwhile, Angel, you ready? Let's get this rundown going. I am going to begin at the Stanley Cup playoffs, my friend. Yesterday, while you were probably working vigorously at so many different things. There was a game at 12:30 in the afternoon at Sunrise Arena. Sam Reinhart got it going early for the Panthers.
Yeah, his pedigree is pretty impressive and where he's come from. He was originally at law school, decided he wanted to start coaching and got into junior hockey and worked his way right on up.
Forsling, wrist shot. Score! May have been deflected in front by Reinhart. An innocent flip from the point by Forsling. And it found its way past Vasilevsky.
Like it's going to be Reinhart, and he's going to park himself right in the front of the net. Another great play from Barkov in the middle to win that puck battle. And Reinhart's so good in front, just deflects this, changes directions on Vasilevsky, thinks it's going high, tips it down low, squeaks through Vasilevsky, and right where Reinhart does all of his damage. Good hand-eye coordination. 1-0 Florida.
Thanks to ESPN with a call. Later on in the first period, though, the lightning strike.
That Asimov bank attempt from the goal line before we went to break. The first official shot on net. There's the second. Snapped. And the third. Cirelli. The rebound. Score! Hagel! After being erased offensively for the first 16 minutes, just like that, the Lightning have tied it.
They did that. We remained 1-1 heading into the third period. Early on, the Panthers.
Over to Tkachuk in the right wing corner. Wraps it back to Verhaeghe, right point. Tkachuk down low. Backdoor. Score! Verhaeghe off the feed from Tkachuk. Tape to tape. Panthers have the lead.
Yes, they did. Thanks to ESPN. And later on, Matthew Tkachuk.
2 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
For Tampa, that's the opportunity you wanted. Stamkos from his office, but what a save by Bobrovsky to get over and get his pad on it.
Tkachuk through center to the empty net. Scores!
Sunrise Arena was rocking. Steve Stamkos actually with the goalie pulled, and the Lightning on a power play actually scored about 8.4 seconds left to make it 3-2, but they could not get another shot off on net. So the Panthers take a 1-0 lead on the Tampa Bay Lightning, and that series is, I thought from the beginning, is going to go 7 anyway. And Tampa Bay overall has had Florida's number in the regular season and the postseason, but that was a hell of a place. Sunrise Arena, 12:35, 19,000 people, standing room only, going crazy. It was a scene, man. It was a scene. Meanwhile, Rangers and Washington went at it yesterday as well, of all people.
And now the 21-year-old rookie, Matt Rempe. Feel the energy on the crowd, in the crowd when he's on the ice. Vesey played it back. Out in front. They score! And it's Matt Rempe.
It's the big boy on the tail end of it. This place is on its feet and celebrating Matt Rempe's first playoff goal.
Tell you, there were a lot of fourth-line scorers yesterday around and over the weekend in general in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Credit ESPN there, my good friend Sean McDonough with the call. 33 seconds later, the Rangers strike again.
General manager here now in Montreal for one of many terrific draft choices and acquisitions to build this team.
Panarin scores.
They were physical on the forecheck, turn the puck over, and just like that, it's 2-0 New York.
Yep, and then in the third period, the Rangers seal it.
McMichael, Van Riemsdyk came up from the point. LaPierre tried to sweep it out in front. Wasn't anybody there in white. Here's Kreider trying to break in. Chris Kreider scores!
Yeah, they do. The Rangers go on to win, beat the Capitals by a score of 4-1. Highest scoring playoff game of the weekend. Winnipeg and Colorado went at it as well. Let's see. Let's go to the second period.
He had 1 point in the 5 games that returned, but then scored 2 in the last game of the season, and I think that helped him coming into the playoff series. Been excellent tonight.
Like we said, career high, 28 goals. 2-on-1. Here comes Lowry.
Yeah, that was Adam Lowry gave the Jets at the time of the second period a 4-3 lead. Earlier in the first period, Miles Wood and Nathan McKinnon went back-to-back within 18 seconds and put Colorado up 3-2. Lowry puts them ahead in the second at 4-3. And then in the third period, the Jets out of power play.
Connor again. Down to Velarde. Watch out. Here comes Dorsey. One-timer. Connor does it.
Yes, they do. Winnipeg goes on and holds off Colorado 7-6. The Jets lead 1-0. And finally, yesterday, Vancouver and Nashville. Nashville led for a bunch of this game right up until the third period.
So he said, we've got to find that normalcy.
Besser speeding ahead with Suter. Besser shot. It's the net. Back around toward Besser, the 40-goal scorer this year. Hughes from the line. What time? The 24-year-old captain leading the Pacific Division champions. Now work that front. They score! Dakota Joshua in the back lane.
Yeah, a couple of goals, 12 seconds apart there, thanks to ESPN with the call, and Vancouver goes on to win by a score of 4-2. So games coming up tonight. My Bruins are at home looking to take a commanding 2-game-to-none lead on the Maple Leafs. A big question in that one, will Jeremy Swayman remain in net, which I think he should because he's never lost to the Leafs. I think he's 5-0 with a microscopic 1.25 goals against average. And the big question for the Toronto Blue Jays, still don't know where the hell is William Nylander? Nobody knows where he is. The guy scored 40 goals this year, had 98 points. He played in every single game, and all of a sudden is out. So everybody's speculating, was it a disciplinary thing? Did something happen? There was no injury. He had played the previous regular season finale against Tampa Bay. So that is a big question because that's 98 points you leave out of a lineup. So that game's tonight at 7 on ESPN. Also at 7:30 on ESPN2. Hurricanes and Islanders go at it in the 6-3 matchup with the Canes leading there, 1-0. At 9:30, also on ESPN, Vegas Golden Knights at the Dallas Stars, Game 1 at the American Airlines Center, Dallas in Texas. And at 10 o'clock, the Kings and Oilers also Game 1 at the Rogers Place in Edmonton. So there's all your NHL news, Angel. There's some good stuff that happened over the weekend.
There was a lot of good stuff happening over the weekend. The games are, I tell you what, I think this might be, well, I don't know, because last year's NHL season was exciting, but I think with the teams that are lined up this year, especially with Nashville, I think it's going to be a must watch for from here to obviously to the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, it's I didn't make any final prediction. In the West, I like the Edmonton Oilers to reach the Stanley Cup final. In the East, I don't know who to pick. Obviously, I'm rooting for my Bruins, but it could be the Rangers. It could be Carolina. Carolina is actually the favorite in Vegas, the 3 seed at plus 550. But certainly you can make a case for the Bruins, the Hurricanes. I know the Maple Leafs won't make it, so I didn't have to bother with that. They're one and done all the time, and they should have been one and done last year. Had Tampa not been so banged up, they would have been. So I'm not worried about that. The big thing is with Toronto tonight is Nylander. Where the hell is he? What is wrong? Is it a disciplinary thing? And here's all you need to know about the Stanley Cup playoffs, Angel. It was so different. The Bruins and the Maple Leafs on Saturday night. I was watching the Islanders Hurricanes earlier in the day. There were in the entire game, which is a lot, 40 hits between the Islanders and the Hurricanes in that game. The first period between the Bruins and the Maple Leafs, 43 hits. 43. There was a different level of hockey as it's been. You just watch the Stanley Cup playoffs and you cannot help it. Even if you're a casual hockey fan or not even a hockey fan, it is so different than the NBA and a lot of other sports. It just is. Not that a lot of arenas weren't rocking yesterday in the NBA, because they were, no question about it. And we'll get to that recap after the break and at the bottom of the hour, because to me, Angel, yesterday in the NBA, there were some I went back and forth a little bit with A.J. Johnson, and I had the Clippers. A lot of people did not think they were going to win the game without Kawhi Leonard, but, they have other talented players on that team too that did a good job yesterday, including James Harden. People forget about him. 28 points, 2 rebounds, and 8 assists. Doncic had 33, 13, and 6. But once again, I thought it was amazing in the pregame on ESPN, which is so inferior to what happens on TNT. It's just not even – it's so commercial driven. And you just don't get a lot of stuff. But pregame – you would have thought, why did the Clippers even show up to play at home? Everything was Mavericks, and they can't win without Kawhi Leonard, this, that, and the other thing, which goes to tell you that all these NBA supposedly insiders don't know sometimes their ass from their elbows. It doesn't really matter. Clippers led from start to finish in that one, dominated the game without Kawhi Leonard, and whipped up. Maverick scored 8 points in the second quarter. Maverick scored 8. It wasn't Tom Cruise. They needed Tom Cruise. 109-97 was the final there, as I said earlier. But it's just amazing to me. Celtics were favored by 14.5. I knew, you never know in the first game. Backdoor covers. You're up by 20. What happens? They take their foot up the gas. But they were up by 32 in this one. They could have won by 40. I think the Celtics are going to sweep the Heat. There's just no – Heat will be competitive in a couple of games like they were in the third quarter. They were okay. For a little bit, but the Celtics still outscored them by 17. And then in the fourth quarter, when they were up by 32, the Heat outscored them by 12. But the Celtics still held them to 94 points. They're the second best defense, or third best defense in the NBA, which nobody ever really talks about. And the big question was, because all the starters hadn't played in 10 days, what they were going to be like chemistry-wise. They jumped out to a 14-0 lead. Game was over. And Miami had no significant answer. They did cut it to 5 at one point, and then the Celtics went on like another, 14-2 run or something like that. Whatever it was, they dominated. I think the Thunder later on, the last game of the night, Thunder beating the Pelicans 94-92, and the Pelicans continued to play well without Zion Williamson. They nearly pulled that off. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander last night, 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists. Again, we'll get to the NBA recap after the bottom of the hour. But the team that surprised me the most that was awful was the Indiana Pacers. A 1-point favorite in this game, and Milwaukee just took it to them. To their credit, Angel, 109-94. Dame Lillard was unstoppable. They just had him off screens. He was driving to the basket early in the game. Then they just came off screens. He's hitting threes. He's doing everything else. 35-6. And 3 assists. Siakam did have 36, 14, and 2 for Indiana. But what a dominating performance. And unexpected, I think, Angel, by the Milwaukee Bucks.
Well, the Pacers kind of surprised me. So did Doc. Doc and James Harden, both of those are now kind of irking my nerves there a little bit in the morning. But no, Doc, Doc finds ways to win, as long, I guess it isn't with the Sixers, 1 or 2. But yeah, I was kind of surprised. Even with the Greek Freak being out, I thought it was going to be a hindrance for him, but not even the case. But Pacers did surprise me. I thought it would play a lot more even matchup, because they're almost evenly matched up when you have the Greek Freak on. Well, let me take that back. With the Greek Freak on the floor, then the Bucks have a slight advantage. With the Greek Freak off the floor, they're evenly matched. And so I thought the Pacers would take a complete advantage of it, but he didn't.
They didn't. They didn't get their asses whipped. And I expect them to come back. A lot of people, including myself, like the Pacers in the series, even with Antetokounmpo in the lineup. But not being there and getting your butts kicked like that, it just goes to show you, again, playoff basketball. Teams care. It's a different ball game. The Dallas Mavericks. All you heard yesterday was, how Kyrie Irving has kept his mouth shut this year. He's been the ultimate teammate, blah, 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 blah. I get it. And maybe he has, because he's kind of been out of the spotlight this year, as opposed to whining and crying and everything else. But once again, When he has to step up, he doesn't step up, and the Mavericks get humiliated. Clippers lead that one start to finish, and 109-97 doesn't give it justice of how dominant the Clippers were for much of this game, including holding the Mavericks to 8 points in the second quarter. All right, we'll do an NBA recap with some sound and some play-by-play stuff when we come back. It is the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him in the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Night of my life, and wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling
welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show. We're live from the Naples Planning Studio, the Riptide Media Network. Huge lineup today on the network, on the Riptide Media Network. Defoe, Martinez and Defoe Unfiltered come your way right after this show today. They make their debut. It's going to be outstanding. And then a little bit later on today as well here on the Riptide Media Network. All sorts of great stuff coming your way at noontime. Right after Martinez and Defoe Unscripted is back to the dugout. MLB Roundup on 102.9. The game streaming to all the Bleacher Brothers social media sites. Also at 4 o'clock, Talk Spicy with Coach Gene. 102.9 in the Gene Clements social media accounts. At 6 o'clock, AJ Johnson, the Bleacher Brothers Show at 102.9 The Game on all Bleacher Brothers social media accounts. And at 9 p.m., the Stella Report with Robbie at 102.9 and all Bleacher Brothers social media accounts as well. So what an exciting day here. Exciting day here on the Riptide Media Network. Now, I know I'm getting worried. Some of the sound that I play sort of fades. And we're working to correct that, I promise. It's mostly the play-by-play cuts that I'm hearing, Angel, that they fade, and that's on my end over here. So we have to have super engineer Ron come in and tweak our electronic equalizer here, whatever it is, whatever you call it. So I apologize for that. So trying to get everything going. Yep, back again.
Two things. One is Coach Gene's show is so good.
Yes.
So freaking good. And he's at Fred's from 4 to 6 p.m. Always very topics. He writes for The Athletic as well, and he brings great opinions all the time. So you guys are listening to that one. And by the way, for us, for Martinez and Defoe, for the first time here, this will be a live crossover and also will remain live on this particular show, but switch over to Martinez and Defoe. But the folks who are watching over on LinkedIn, we appreciate everybody who watched there in the morning. If you lose the feed, because LinkedIn only allows it for 4 hours at a time, just go over to broadstsouth.com and you guys can watch the live show from there so you won't miss a thing throughout the day. And you can hear all these shows, as Pete said, over on the website, broadstsouth.com. Go on their live shows. You'll be able to watch it there. And, of course, download the Sports Radio 102.9, the digital radio app, so you guys can keep up with the shows all the time. Plus, over the weekend, there's music. So you guys want to party, dance like I do on a weekend, act like a fool, do it over the weekend. You guys can have fun with it.
Nice. And a quick question, Angel. When I'm done here, do I hit a little behind the scene? Do I hit end broadcast on this end or do I not?
No, senor. We are going to keep the party going.
All right. So I just let it go here. Don't even worry about it. You will hit end broadcast when you're done with your show.
Yep.
This end. Okay. Awesome. Sweet. Another thing I don't have to do. Because it takes a lot at the end for me to with this thing to click over to end broadcast.
It is
a lot of effort.
Yeah, you don't have to hit it anymore.
All right, let's do a little NBA rundown. Let's start back on Saturday with the Celtics over the Heat, 114-94. But this, besides all the great scoring from the Celtics, here is, and no Jimmy Butler again for the Miami Heat. They got no shot in this series. But this was a very significant play.
4 of 12 from the field, just 11 points. Adebayo, the leading scorer for the Heat. He's still hoping that they can. Tatum goes down hard, bounces right back up. Jaylen Brown gets into Caleb Martin's face. He thought there was something wrong there. On these type of things, you always watch the benches, make sure. And a double technical on both. They were told to stop it. Boy, that's. You saw Martin go to reach him for him right away.
Hey, that doesn't look like me. Yeah, and look, JD Drew. Drew was kind of shoved him into it. There's no question about it. It's unfortunately, I thought he broke his. I'm slanted right in his coccyx on his tailbone. But anyway, some of you out there who have tweeted in and get a freaking grip. Your team's not going to win. You're not going to win even with Jimmy Butler. This is not the same Celtics team as last year. People act like Miami's beating them. I mean, okay, they've split the last 4 series of 2. The numbers have been almost identical. I tip my hat to Miami Heat, as I said. They're the one team when for anybody, it doesn't matter. We saw what they did to the Milwaukee Bucks last year, then what they did to the Knicks last year, and then getting out to a 3-game lead and then winning Game 7 handily in Boston. So I tip my hat to them. But last year is last year, and your team has no shot, 0, to beat the Celtics this year. They're going to go down in 4. They're going to go down in 4. They'll get 1 in Miami if the Celtics shoot 1 of 52 from 3. If they're lucky. It ain't going to happen. The Celtics are the best team for a reason. They're the deepest team for the reason. They are well coached. Missoula is, I won't say night and day from last year. He's just a more seasoned because they did so well last year. He got to the NBA Finals his first year as a head coach, and he was thrust into the action, early on in the season. They're going to be tough to beat. They're going to be tough to beat.
Especially you guys end up picking up Drew Holiday, which ended up being a major pickup for Boston at damn near almost a steal for that matter. But this is truthfully for the Celtics. Listen, we mentioned before the end of the regular season here, before we got into the playoffs, that it is for them to lose the entire thing, not just on the East, the entire thing. So the Celtics right now they're on a mission.
They're on a mission, and obviously Drew Holiday, but Porzingis too. You got those 2 guys on this team, and then you look at the other. I mean, it's just you got Pritchard coming off the bench. It's amazing. You got Hauser. They are so deep, and they are so good at finding the open man. Yes, they shoot a lot of threes. They also make a lot of threes. They're making like 40% as a team. You're not going to beat them, and they can also beat you down low. So you start doubling this person or that person. Somebody's always open on this team. They just have too many weapons. Yeah. They just have too many weapons. So it's going to be theirs to lose. I wanted to ask you though too, Angel, being the 76er fan, that was a tough game the other night for you guys, an opening day too as well. Thought you might have had it down the stretch. But Embiid went down again. Yeah, and it was like, oh God, and that was right same leg. Yeah, it went up, made an unbelievable play. He bounced up. You saw the when he got hurt, threw an unbelievable circus shot off the backboard, then dunked it. It's like something you'd see in a horse game. For those of you who can dunk and do that, but he went down again, and the Knicks ends up hanging on and winning 111 and 104. The Sixers could only score 12 points in the second quarter. That was their downfall.
Yeah, it was, because you can see once Joel Embiid went down, I mean, you're letting the air out of the building, even though they were still at Madison Square Garden. But even back home, everybody in Philly, I'm pretty sure, just took a big, gasp of air, because it's tough to watch the big man go back down again. And he mentioned before the playoffs started that he felt only 80% confident on his knee. And then later on in the second half, we saw Kurt Schilling with the bloody socks. Bloody sock with the red
knee pad. Yeah.
And so Joel Embiid had the same thing, but with a knee sleeve. You can see the blood through there. So I am not super confident that he's going to be able to make it throughout the entire series, because he only ran about 30% the rest of the game. And that's tough to do when it's a massive knee injury and you're trying to come back for it in the same season.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about on Friday. What kind of is he, going up and down the floor. He did finish with 29 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. So they've got to. Bogdanovich came off the bench at 13 points. Mitchell Robinson, who was the Knicks' former starter at center, had been in reserve since returning from the ankle injury. He had 8 points and 12 rebounds. He played 30 minutes and did a good job against Embiid. So the Knicks outscored the 76ers by 37 when McBride was in the game, 27 when Bogdanovich was in, and 20 with Robinson. But we shall see what happens with them coming up. And that will be game 2 is game 2 is, let me see, tonight in the NBA. Today in the NBA, Magic Cavaliers, 76ers and Knicks tonight. That's right, 7:30 on TNT. We'll get to some funny cuts, by the way, from TNT over the weekend. Magic at Cavaliers with the Cavs leading that one 1-0. And Donovan Mitchell, man, he showed up the other day big time. And the Lakers will lose their 10th straight to Denver coming up tonight at 10 o'clock on TNT. I mean, the Lakers will never have a better chance than, I think they're up by 13. Not that they were cruising, but you just knew the Denver Nuggets, they just came back and they blew them out of the water, late in that game. It wasn't even close. Wasn't even close.
Nope. It makes me happy, because I don't care for the Lakers to win another one. Because listen, everybody knows that even though I will say I'm also not a huge Celtics fan, but I prefer for the Celtics to raise another one up to the rafters than I would for the freaking goofy LA Lakers. And I know, listen, folks, we have folks that listen in Los Angeles. Thank you. We appreciate for you guys tuning in here to the Riptide Media Network and the Pete Sheppard Show on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game. But I can't. I want Boston. I want my Sixers. Don't get me wrong. We need one. We definitely need one. But I want to see the Celtics. Please, baby Jesus, whatever you do, with the Lakers.
Well, it's the Lakers aren't going to get there. They're done in this. They're not getting out of this round. They're going to get swept by Denver. They're not getting out of this round. Unless Denver has a major break. So you have to worry about that. I mean, most people think it's going to be the Celtics and Denver in the finals again. Denver back-to-back finals and the defending world champions. But look, it's going to be difficult, and it's not going to be. It's not like the Celtics are going to win every game by 20. It's not like they're going to waltz into it. It's going to be tough. They're going to have some barn burners. They're going to lose some games. I say for the record, yes, the Celtics will lose a couple of playoff games. It will happen, but they have the most talent. They are the deepest team. Denver's close, but not quite as much. But we'll cross that bridge when you come to it. Yep. Let's take it one game at a time, and everybody remain reasonably healthy. Meanwhile, the Clippers, a team. If you watched ESPN's pregame show yesterday, you would have said to yourself, "Why are the Clippers even showing up?" It was horrible analysis. None of it came to fruition from anybody on that panel. None of it. And James Harden. I guess people forget that Kyrie Irving is on the other team, even though he had a good regular season again and kept his mouth shut for most of the time. But he's still Kyrie Irving, which means he's going to lose.
See Cleveland trying to force him to his right hand. They're clearing that out, clearing Westbrook out so he has more space to get to the left. Harden, you bet!
Three by Harden that put him up 34-22 in the first quarter. Clippers cruised to a 109-97 win. Later on, it was Russell Westbrook.
Heavily in the favor of the Clippers, an 18-7 edge. Mavericks have missed their last 7 shots. They're 2 for 15 in the quarter. Westbrook soaring in on the delivery from Harden.
And then the last Clipper bucket, James Harden. You got to know that Russell Westbrook might not be a threat from 3 consistently.
109-97 the final. Thanks again there to ESPN. Milwaukee and Indiana, maybe the most disappointing performance of the day was by the Indiana Pacers, but a big reason why, because Dame Lillard was outstanding.
And that's been his shot. He can shoot 3-pointers, but like the team today, just unable to convert those opportunities.
They are 0 of 9 from downtown. Lillard, step back. A 19-point opening quarter for the 8-time All-Star.
He was absolutely unbelievable. That put Milwaukee up 30-21 in the first quarter. Later on, though, tempers flared.
I thought maybe a charge there on Patrick Beverley, but Indiana getting a little chippy down there under the basket.
They were just trying to separate, and Miles Turner,
looks like Lillard and Nembhard
created some space, and the chatter continues. The officials did get in between. Well, here's what happened between Nembhard and Lillard. Technical fouls assessed on both sides. Lillard turned, Nembhard didn't back down, smiled back at him. And this is just before resuming play with Zach Zarba and Tyler Ford monitor.
All right, thanks to ESPN there. Let's move on to Oklahoma City. Again, the final was 109-94, Milwaukee cruising to an easy victory over the Pacers in Milwaukee. Oklahoma City and New Orleans played a barn burner. Let's go right to the fourth quarter.
McCollum looking for some day late, gets it to Jones. He'll fire, splash, and we are tied. Gilgeous-Alexander pulled away, and he coughs it up. Here comes Ingram, full head of steam, extends, and he's put the Pelicans back in front.
Thanks to TNT, Pelicans were up that period of time, 90-88. But here comes OKC.
And here we go. It's McCollum. Pick and roll action, Nance. Inside, extends, Holmgren turns him back. Gilgeous-Alexander, guarded by McCollum. Chisels into the paint, flicks it up and in, and contact.
Yeah, final. It's a final. OKC 94, New Orleans 92. Without Zion Williamson, got to give the Pelicans a lot of credit in the play-in series. Beating Sacramento, a team they always beat, but still, without your best player, you never know, what's going to happen. But OKC 94 to 92. So that completes the action from yesterday. Meanwhile, and the Sixers say they don't plan on shutting down Joel Embiid. He is questionable for tonight. But I will be stunned if he does not play in that game. Stunned if he doesn't play, or at least try to. At least try to warm-ups.
Yeah, he may try to, but that knee injury, I mean, it didn't look good at all. It didn't look good. Matter of fact, I was planning on flying out to New York, but unfortunately, they grounded me down here in Tampa. So I was going to go repair it real quick, give him some what's that, the Gorilla Tape? I was going to put around his knee.
Gorilla Glue? Oh, Gorilla, yeah, there was a Gorilla Glue too.
That's good. I can put some Gorilla Glue on the wound to make sure the blood stays inside and not come out, and then some Gorilla Tape and put the sleeve up there, and we'll be good to go.
Angel, I want to get that cut ready. NBA on TNT about the guarantee button is back, so we can show the video of it.
Alrighty.
Before we get time, and then I'm going to do an MLB run, and I'm going to do an MLB rundown. But it's always hysterical. The TNT show is just far superior to ESPN's, even though there's a lot of people on ESPN there that I like. It's not even absolutely remotely debatable. There's a few things that happened yesterday on TNT during the halftime show. Well, this is during the guaranteed button. You know how Charles is. He's like 1 for 47.
Yeah.
And here it is. The guaranteed button is back yesterday. This is before OKC and the New Orleans Pelicans from TNT. Here we go.
Yeah. It's playoff time. Run.
Been a while since we've done that here on the show, and we appreciate you doing it, Chuck.
I hate y'all, man. You like balls on your head.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Y'all got to sit ball in my Diet Coke. I knew it was coming. Ready?
Yeah.
I always say when he picks this. I hate it when he picks the Celtics as a guarantee. Can we scroll up and a little? I want to play this one too for Ken Angel, putting Chuck on the hot seat, and I'll set it up. Yesterday, Ernie Johnson and was Charles Barkley doing a little replay of what would have been a "Who Wants to Be a Millionaire" question. So Ernie's going to give Chuck 5 questions. Now, if he gets the first one wrong, that's it. But we shall see. So this is kind of funny yesterday. I forget when this happened on TNT, but always funny. Ernie and Chuck doing a role play like on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
First person in the hot seat, and we'll do this a few different times. Charles Barkley, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, he's
please.
gonna lose.
Charles,
come on, look, dude.
Make your way.
Watch this step. I'm not just a pretty face. I know sports. You're gonna lose.
I bet you get less than 3.
It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Hey, Ernie Johnson.
Get one wrong, you're done.
Thank you.
Charles Barkley?
Yes.
Our contestant.
From Leeds, Alabama.
From Leeds, Alabama.
Birmingham's a suburb of Leeds.
Yes, very good. So,
I get 2 seconds.
No, you'll be happy to know, Chuckster, that these are multiple choice questions.
Okay.
Multiple choice questions. I wouldn't be real concerned about the time it takes.
Well, we do, and we are a half-hour show, right?
We're cutting it down.
Stop giving them the remedial version. Can you call me Mr. Barkley? I feel better about it.
But if you miss one, Cletus, the game is over.
I didn't say Cletus. I said Mr. Barkley.
Are you
button
ready?
That bottom button, Chuck, if you can.
Are you ready?
Yes. Chuck, button that bottom button.
Here's question number 1. How many games did you play in?
Ooh.
Cletus?
976.
And the game is over. It was 10-73.
That's hard. That ain't hard. That's easy. That's
no,
easy.
You should have 2. You should have been 2.
That's
hard.
Stop being a wimp. No, the rules are what they are.
Charles didn't know how many games he played in.
Sure didn't. But he was quick on the 976.
Oh my God. And yeah, it's absolutely funny. And then right below that, might as well finish it off. Ernie trying to get Shaq for some awards here. And Shaq always a scholar, trying to come up with the names.
Is that the DeMar Rosen one?
Yes. So this is, again, on TNT yesterday with Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley, and Kenny the Jet Smith. Okay, here, let's roll this one.
All right.
Player of the year. The three final year for Clutch Player of the Year.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Sound it out, big fella. Stephen Curry, Golden State Warriors. DeMar DeRozan, Chicago Bulls.
Bulls.
And Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Oh, the Buffalo Bills. Shea Gilgeous.
Shout out to the Buffalo Bills, too.
There you go.
I'm a Buffalo Bills.
So for what it's worth.
Oh, too funny. There are your TNT highlights for yesterday as well. Absolutely hysterical. The phone number here to call or text, 727-858-6650. Remember, either me or Angel will be able to read all the text on the video platform. Follow us. You can text it on all the video platforms. We'll get it. X, Twitter. Follow me at pshep326 on my Facebook page and the Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages. Also, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, and Sports Radio 102.9. Man, oh man. Big show again coming up for you today. We've got Field Yates coming up from ESPN at 8:45 this morning. And then the Big O, Glenn Ordway, recently inducted into the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame, my old partner in crime, working at WEI for many, many years. The great Glenn Ordway going to join me coming up at 9:30. He had a little timing issue last Friday. We apologize. So thank God Jason Wolf, my former program director, called in and saved the day.
That was a good conversation too. He needs to, as we said, he needs to come back on the show. But that was good because there was so much behind the stuff that you get talked about, which made it even better. But yeah, that was a great segment.
Yeah, well, the big rumor from Miles, not a big rumor, right? I mean, they got clobbered in the ratings by Sports Hub. The worst ratings that WEI's ever had. It would satisfy a lot of other sports radio stations. If you're getting like a 1.5 to 2 share on most sports radio stations, they're doing well. But in Boston, they were used to, our show, Big Show, and the whole station itself was number one at the time, and only on AM. And we were getting 14 and 15 shares every book for a long, long time. But they got clobbered by the Sports Hub. Again, they've been getting clobbered for the last few years, but this one was particularly bad. So my gut feeling is, as I've been saying for a couple of years, they will not have that format very much longer. Plus, the company's going bankrupt. $2 billion a year. $2 billion they're in debt, and they're trying to I don't know how long you can stay with that format much longer. Unfortunately, a lot of good people over there are probably going to lose their jobs. I hope it doesn't happen, but it's inevitable. I've seen it too many times before. I've seen the writing on the wall. They're probably going to change the format sooner rather than later.
Right.
I don't see it surviving over there. But we digress. All right. The phone number again to call or text, 727-858-6650. I will have an MLB rundown coming up for you next. A little NFL news as well as the Pete Sheppard Show continues on this Monday, April 22nd, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Sheppard Show here live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. How's everybody doing? Hope you had a great weekend. Angel Martinez, exec producer, co-host extraordinaire in the house. His new show, Martinez and Defoe Unfiltered, coming up.
Unscripted, but you're so close.
I'm not scripted. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Why the fuck can I not remember that goddamn name?
It's okay. It's getting there. By the way, we do have a poll update.
Yes, we do on my Twitter account.
Yes. So right now, leading the way is the NFL draft at 61.6.
Let's read the question read the question first.
Okay. I'm sorry. It says, Pete put up a poll question earlier today. It says, what are you looking forward to the most this week? Your choices were the NFL draft, NBA playoffs, and the Stanley Cup playoffs. 62, well, now that changed. 62.3% say the NFL draft, followed by the Stanley Cup playoffs at 23.8%, and then the NBA playoffs at 13.8%. Over 600 votes.
600 votes already. You guys are awesome. More than 3,700 impressions, Angel. We love impressions. We love impressions.
If I put so do I. But if I would put a poll question up there, guess how many people will answer back?
Oh, you'd have a lot.
At -20.
No, that's not true. That's not true. You know, most of the stuff that you put out, I'm going to retweet anyway because you're my brother. You're my brother from Tampa. You know. Meanwhile, I can't wait to talk to Deandra Lou this week as well. I'm sure she had a ball down in Sunrise Arena with some of her friends. She had some great pictures up in the press box, by the way.
Yeah,
for them. But so the rundown went through the NHL, went through the NBA. I'm glad you brought up the poll question. I also want to remind everybody too, all the great sound that we have, including all the great baseball cuts you're about to hear, play-by-play cuts for the best articles and audio. There's only one source that provides everything you need, 365 days a year to satisfy your sports crave. It's Total Sports Prep. The staff combines and combs through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. The sports and non-sports kicker stories will leave you laughing all day long. So to get your free trial of a Total Sports Prep, contact them. You can see it on the screen as well. info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Total Sports Prep, name says it all, baby. Says it all.
By the way, one quick story here. So everybody knows, right? Earth Day was yesterday. And so normally what people like to do is, do something like plant a tree or a bush or something else, correct?
Beach. Yes, that's why I cleaned up the beach.
Okay. So now the big thing, of course, that everybody talks about today is the carbon footprint. What can we do with a carbon footprint? Okay. So here's one. Now we're offering free public transportation services for Earth Day 2024. Coming from the same state that says to turn off your engine, folks, you're welcome. How much sense does that make for Earth Day?
Carpool, Angel, carpool. I love all these. The hypocrisy when people start talking about the environment is absolutely hysterical. There's these same rich a-holes that are out there condemning everything and a lot of times giving out false information. Sometimes the information is correct. But then the bottom line is these same mucky mucks, after they make their claim, get on a private jet and fly around the world, Hey, you want to impress me? Take a fucking hot air balloon. That'll impress me.
Exactly. Well, I did hear Debbie was telling me over the weekend, which I had no idea. But so I think the most bizarre thing is, listen, I'm not going to mock Taylor Swift because she does a lot for her fans.
Remind me to tell you my Taylor Swift story when you're done. I'm sorry. Otherwise, I'll forget.
No worries. So apparently she bought, which I didn't even know there was such a thing. She bought, carbon footprint credits. So what happens is because she's, she flies her jet all over the place. So apparently it's okay for her to fly her jet everywhere because she bought carbon footprint credits. So as long as you put money towards burning your fuel back to the government, well, then you're excused from not having to worry about all this global warming nonsense. So I found that funny. I didn't even know it was such a thing.
Well, yeah, it's probably available only to people like her that have millions of dollars.
Yeah.
That are going to actually use it. You want to hear that? Now, this is how warped my mind can be, my subconscious. I don't know what goes on in here. I don't know what happens. I don't know if it's something I ate or whatever, but I have the craziest, goofiest, sometimes premonition dreams that you have no idea. I used to talk to them about all the time with my mom, God rest her soul. I don't know what it is. I had a dream, not to sound like MLK, which I never would. He's the best, about Taylor Swift the other night.
Right.
Before you pervs start acting out. No, this is insane. The only version, here's what I know. All of a sudden, I was at, what?
Is there, darn it, hang on, I'm trying to find something.
Okay. So, is that an instrument? What's the name of that song?
It's supposed to be background music, but unfortunately, when I played it, it cut you off. So I want to make sure I cut it back off.
Okay. Yeah, this we have a hard time. We're going to fix this. We have some last little glitch here is about playing music and talking over it, but we'll fix that. So I dreamt that I was at like a down here, like a Robert B. Mann Center, someplace that holds like 3,000 people. Not Ray J, not a huge arena like Amalie or in Sunrise in Florida or wherever you are around. You know what I'm talking about? One of those places you go see a comedian or somebody that has like 2,000 or 3,000 seats. So whatever it was, I'm walking through, and all of a sudden I realized I am at a Taylor Swift. I'm backstage. and somebody said to me, whoever it was, could have been you, Angel. So one of my friends was with me, and I couldn't make him out. Somebody said to me in my dream, Pete, yeah, let's get this done, and then we'll meet with Taylor in a few minutes and go over the production. I said, okay, great. So this person says to me, let's make sure the props are ready. This is how my brain. I don't. Tell me if I have no idea. Maybe this is part of a song I didn't even know about. So the guy says there's a part in her show where she goes to a dinner table and sings. We have to make sure the food props are there. I'm like, okay. So I walk over to the dinner table. When people say you don't dream in color, I always dream in color, or a lot of it. There were green placemat settings, and everything was a nice, nice wooden oak dining room table. And everything was set up for 4. Placemats, the napkins were green, the placemats are green, the silverware was silverware, and everything else. So I said, now, this is the food that was on it. Chocolate sticks like this that look like big Twix bars, popcorn, and I don't know what else was supposed to be there, but I guess it was supposed to be a fun type of thing. So I said, yes, that's what she wants. Make sure they're there. So then the guy says, okay, well, let's go backstage and tell her. We go back, peek around the curtain. Now I could see the crowd starting to come in. She is sitting, not scantily clothed or anything, laying on a piano with her elbow down, legs crossed like a lady, and with a nice black dress on, really nice. And she starts telling, okay, she's like, thank you guys. You put the props up nicely, this, that, and the other thing. I forget what she said, but I wanted this, that, if that's okay. And we're going to start with this particular song and go into this one, which I had no idea. I don't even know. I don't know what songs that she sings. And then I woke up. Now, how bizarre is that? I was like a Taylor Swift lackey in my dream. Nothing sexual or anything like that. Strictly helping her produce the show.
That is nuts.
Does she ever sing at a dining room table about food or whatever? I mean, I don't. I mean, does that happen? If that does happen, and I swear to God, I've never seen. I have no idea. Then it's mic drop. I'm done. I'm just on my own 900 Miss Cleo service.
No, I'm quite sure she has, because you can figure. She's been out with fans in different places. Lord knows she used to have the ones that used to come to her house, and then she had to stop that when a couple of them obviously became too fandom crazy. But you got to think.
Really, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, she used to have. That's why. Listen, and I know there's a lot of people that don't like to talk about her, but she used to have I don't know if it was the Taylor Swift crazies, whatever it was, but she would open up her home. And then I think the first time was in Tennessee, and then she did it in LA. But LA, she started having this crazy stalker that used to then jump over the fence and try to come in while she was home. But yeah, she used to have the fans. She would give them gifts, all kinds of stuff. I mean, I swear she's probably the only artist right now. I don't know if anybody else has done it before, but she welcomed her fans in her house, had like a private concert. They had fun. She had gifts. I mean, she's almost like the Derek Jeter to her fans, except for, Derek Jeter, everybody knows that he used to go on a date, and if he didn't personally go any further, he would give you like a parting gift, which I don't think it was a bad thing. I mean, it could have been worse. He could have, just showed you the door and told you, here, see you later. But you could ask him a parting gift. It might have been a tissue or something with his name, maybe a souvenir bat. I don't know what it was, but no one ever complained. So, and he's happily married now with kids. So take that for what that's worth.
Hey, Joni, I hate your guts. We had a bad first date, but here's a brand new Chrysler Cordova and a free trip to Hawaii.
It could happen. Must be nice though to do something like that. I mean, could you imagine if you're a radio host and people, oh yeah, Pete Sheppard. Yeah, I remember back in the day when, if he personally didn't like you, would invite you down to the studio, but he would give you a party gift. What was it? It's a brand new Yugo. I mean, it'll take you 100 miles, but you get a Yugo.
Used.
Yeah, exactly.
And then that crazy dream happened. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what. I'm full of a lot of stuff, but I don't know what that is. But tapping into the inner Pete Sheppard subconsciousness from my dreams. That's crazy. All right, let's get out of this. As my freshman English teacher, Brother Padwick at Bishop Hendricken, once said, Peter, please extricate us from this quagmire. So I shall do that. All right, MLB rundown, Miami and the Cubs. Nothing like Jesus, Angel. Jesus.
He's giving up a whopping 7 home runs already this year and 24 RBIs. Here's a fly ball way out towards center field. That's another one. My goodness. Got every last bit of it.
Oh, Jesus, that chip.
I never saw it come down. I'm assuming he did.
460 feet. I was just saying he's given up a whopping 7 home runs. Make that a whopping 8 home runs.
Wow, that is absolutely unbelievable. When you think about it.
Holy Jesus.
And it was. And you know what, Angel? Jesus was not done.
And this one out toward right center and down for a base hit. Jazz will score. Bell goes to third. And Sanchez with a homer and an RBI single. Marlins retake the lead.
Holy Jesus.
Jazz Chisholm had an RBI single also, and Miami doubled up the Cubs by a score of 6-3. Milwaukee and St. Louis. Here's the only offense in the game.
Line drive base hit, Owen Miller. That'll score 2. The local kid, Owen Miller, delivers for the Brewers. Went back to the sweeper, and Miller, with his first hit of the season, drives in a pair.
Didn't sweep far enough away. Owen Miller, big moment in his first start of the season for the Brewers. Is not fooled, hangs out over the dish, shoots it to left.
Milwaukee wins 2-0. Sonny Gray was outstanding yesterday for the Cardinals, though. Pitched 6 1/3 innings, struck out 10 during that time in a losing effort. No offense. Arizona and San Fran went at it. Mike Yastrzemski, the grandson of Carl Yastrzemski.
Very high to right. And out of here.
Yeah, he has to come in a 3-1 count. He lays a cookie up there out in the middle of the plate above the belt. And Yastrzemski backspins. As we said, this ballpark's got carried today. And there's an example of it. And it lights up the guys on the bench.
Gotta love the cookie, Angel. You gotta love the cookie.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. Arizona goes on to win by a score of 5-3. Dodgers with the Bo Derek over the Mets yesterday. Shohei Ohtani got it going early.
Smashes this ball. Forget about it. Marte doesn't even move. It's gone. 2-0 LA.
The 176th of Ohtani's career. He stands alone for Japanese-born sluggers. He's passing Hideki Matsui.
Yeah, everyone that he hits is significant because he's the one that hit it, but some of them carry a little bit of extra sparkle.
And later on, that put the Dodgers up 2-0 in that one. Later on in the bottom of the 5th, they add to it.
Fly to deep center field. Bader's going back. Track, wall, big league home run. Andy Pajes. On the day where Shohei Ohtani breaks Matsui's record by hitting his 176th, Andy Pajes hits his first.
Andy Pajes, that was a 10-0 Dodgers in the 5th, and that's how it would end. 10-0, the Bo Derek over the Mets, the big freaking goose egg. Yankees in Tampa Bay in another barn burner.
Line drive, it's a base hit to right field. Stanton scores. Here comes Rizzo. He'll score. Torres goes to third. It's a big 2-run single for Verdugo. And the Yankees lead 3-1.
Later on in the ball game, that was in the bottom of the 5th, but later on the top of the 8th, Rays making a run.
And a base hit punch through the middle. Here comes Rosario. He will score. And the Rays make it a 1-run game. Curtis Mead comes through, picking up his first run batted into the year.
By the way, all these cuts want to credit MLB.com, NBC Sports Bay Area, also Spectrum, Sportsnet LA, and right there, the Yes Network and Bally Sports Florida. There you have it. The Yankees hang on to win by a score of 5-4. Cleveland and Oakland.
Chill Will Brennan. Right field. Back. Butler. He's out of room. It's out of here. How do you like them apples? That's Will Brennan's first hit at home this year. Oh, boy. And it gives the Guardians a 1-0 lead.
370-foot solo shot there. Bottom of the second, 1-0 Guardians, thanks to Bally Sports Great Lakes. Later on, Brett Rooker would tie it.
And that might be the noise he's looking for. Out towards left field and into the seats. Falls back onto the field. But that is indeed a home run for Brett Rooker. He is fast.
No, can't do it. Just it's nails
Wait,
on the chalk.
was she home?
2-1 Cleveland. That wasn't 2-1 Cleveland there. Go ahead.
Was she home? She sounded like she was home and listened to the game via like the TV.
Yeah, no, and that's how many people were not at the game.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think. Rick says, how bad are the White Sox? Poor fielding and a record to Matt. Yeah, with a 3-18. We'll get to them in a second. Absolutely. Later on in the game, though. Oh, no, the Cleveland goes on to beat Oakland 6-2. Baltimore and Kansas City. All the offense they would need came at the top of the third.
Cowser drives one out to right center field. Hit high, hit deep. Colton Cowser into the fountains. He threw one there last night. He hit one there today. Colton Cowser. That's the definition of yeeting a baseball, and it's 1-0 Baltimore.
That was in the top of the third, thanks to Mid-Atlantic Sports Network there. Then Jordan Westbrook with a big bomb later on in the inning.
Jordan Westbrook on the next pitch. That's a tank out to left center. Westbrook splashes down just in front of the fountains. And Cowser and Westbrook go back-to-back in the third.
Seth Lugo had not given up a home run this season. And now back-to-back jacks by the Orioles, Cowser and Westbrook.
Back-to-back jacks. Baltimore blanks the Kansas City Royals 5-0. Detroit and Minnesota went at it as well. Buddy Kennedy.
I told Jason Benetti that I would take the run.
Well, you'll take these runs. This is way, way out of here. Guess what? Buddy Kennedy, welcome to the Tigers. That ball was absolutely detonated, his second career home run.
Yeah, thanks to Bally Sports right there. Minnesota, though, did get something.
Martin sends one to left field and deep. Back it goes and gone. First big league home run for Austin Martin. And finally something to smile about today here at Target Field. And it's Windsor down 5.
Congratulations. That's one he'll never forget. The Target Field crowd recognizing that as well.
Thanks to Bally Sports North right there. 6-1 final, though, Detroit over Minnesota. The aforementioned pathetic White Sox who were 3-18. They are absolutely abysmal. They went at it yesterday with the Philadelphia Phillies. And this right here sums up the entire pathetic start, somewhat of a start, to the White Sox season.
In this first inning, Harper goes. Pitch is swung on a miss. Throw to second base. A bit high. They're going to get Harper in a rundown. Turner's thinking about going. Turner's coming home. The throw, it gets away. The Phillies have tied the game. Harper to second. He's in sliding.
The old Little League trickery.
Love it.
Yep. Trey Turner steals home, right?
Stolen base.
He gets an SB.
And there was some defense in this game. That tied the game at 2 in the bottom of the first inning. That was Bad News Bears-esque.
8-9-1 due up in the Phillies lineup here in this bottom of the second. Fly to left and in no. Oh! What a catch by Shoemake. Over his shoulder, sliding in left field. How about it?
Well, this should be the play of the day defensively. Straight over his head, he's the only one that can get there because of the defense. I mean, this is an unbelievable play.
That was in the bottom of the second. Philadelphia led at that time 3-2, and then they tacked on more.
Baseball, softball, kickball game. Kyle Schwarber launches one to deep right field toward the pole. It is gone! Second deck home run for Schwarber. Oh, it's a Schwarbomb on the Fanatic's birthday. And the Phillies are on top 7-2.
I was talking with Smitty earlier about the great swings that Kyle Schwarber had last night, just nothing to show for it.
Again, there was Sterling S, but that was NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Before that, NBC Sports Chicago. I know. Cincinnati and the Angels. Here's everything here's all the runs Cincinnati would need came in the bottom of the sixth.
Well hit. Left center. Off the wall. De La Cruz clapping. He scores. Furious windmill. Martini to the plate. The play. Save. 2-run double. Encarnacion Strand. And a 2-0 Reds lead.
This ball was just inches away from going out of the ballpark. And Nick Martini with the speed from first base scoring.
Valley Sports Ohio with the call. The Reds would tack on one more.
Well hit center field. Trout flying back. Misses the ball. He crashes down. Encarnacion Strand scores. Candelario gallops for third. He takes it on a slide. 3-0.
Another ball blistered right here. Jamer Candelario. It's a bullet. Mike Trout looks like he has a beat on it. It just runs out of real estate.
That was 107 off the bat. That's a triple.
Yes, it was. Thanks to credit Valley Sports Ohio right there. The Reds blanked the Angels 3-0. Mike Trout was an abysmal 1 for 12 in that series. Meanwhile, my Red Sox sweep the Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday 6-1. Household names getting it done.
Lifted into left along the line. Reynolds will not get there. It dunks down. That's going to score 2 runs. Abreu is in and Wong is in. May have broken his bat too.
Who the hell is Reese McGuire? William Abreu in the top
the
of the
bats
sixth.
early on, and that's a hard thing to do coming out of spring training where you're getting a lot of consistent at bats.
Shattered bat hits that one toward the gap. That's going to drop down for a base hit. Here comes Ref Snyder rounding. The throw home will not be in time. And into second base goes Abreu with his 3rd hit today.
Red Sox are coming off that awful 3-7 homestand where every time they made an error, they lost, and every time they didn't, they won. They sweep the Pirates in Pittsburgh by a score of 6-3. Washington blanked Houston 6-0 last night. Texas and Atlanta went at it.
Hit a rocket, but he was out. This ball is lifted to right. It is deep. Evan Carter. The deke job by Acuna. It's gone. Carter's got his 3rd. And the Rangers are on the board.
That made it 3-1. Atlanta, thanks to ESPN, that was the top of the 4th inning. But later on in the game, also in the top of the 4th, Texas comes on strong.
Runners do move up, 2nd and 3rd. Here's Kisner. He singled his first time up. Can tie it with a single. Instead, he launches one to left. It is deep, and it is out of here. Andrew Kisner's first of the year. He can touch them all, and the Rangers have gone back on top.
Yes, they do. And in the 8th inning, they add to it.
He did an unbelievable job.
Forget this
That's
one,
nice.
Michael. That is smashed. Adolis Garcia and his brand new shoes. He goes to right, and he is continuing to roll. A double and a homer. His 6th that he picks up RBIs 21 and 22. No doubt about it.
Texas over Atlanta 6-4 thanks to ESPN. Colorado and Seattle split a day-night doubleheader. Colorado winning 2-1 in Game 1. Seattle comes back and wins 10-2 in Game 2. Padres and Toronto, another interleague matchup.
And now Clement hits one to deep left, and he has homered. Hit it right into the lower deck of the Western Metal Supply Company warehouse, and Clement rounding the bases as he has given the Blue Jays the lead.
Yeah, at that time they were up 2-1, I think, thanks to Sportsnet right there. But how about Fernando Tatis in the field?
High fly ball down the right field line. Fernando makes his way over to foul ground into a slide. Fernando makes the catch. Nando into foul ground, the sliding catch.
Yeah, but he wasn't done in the field.
Top spot in the Jays order, a 1-for-3 day. Singled his last time up, sends one towards right center field. Fernando up into the air to make the catch. That's not Superman. That's Fernando Tatis Jr.
Dun, 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 dun. And then later on in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Ball 4, Padres take the lead 3-2. Bases loaded walk for Luis Campusano.
And the Padres go on to double up the Blue Jays by a score of 6-3. So there it is, your Major League Baseball rundown. So we're going to take a quick break. Coming up in about 17 minutes, Field Yates from ESPN is going to join us. Lots of NFL draft. We're going to break it all down. I think he and Mel over the weekend had their last one. They're 4.0 together. They're going to be doing a great job coming up on the ESPN show coming up on Thursday with all the boys, with Field Yates, Mel Kiper, Adam Schefter, and a whole lot of other people are going to be there as well. And we'll get the scoop.
There's after break, if you want to get into it as well, Mia O'Brien put on her own mock trade, and it was released this morning by 1010XL 92.5 FM.
Okay, yeah, we can talk about that. Absolutely. Love it. Love it. All right, it's the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. Text me or call at 727-858-6650. This is the Riptide Media Network.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless, and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Yes, I don't know what I'm chewing. And back here on the Pete Sheppard Show, it's a Monday, and it is indeed April 22nd. How is everybody doing? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. I'm live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio, as I always am, Monday through Friday, from 7 to 10 a.m. on the Riptide Media Network. Field Yates going to join us in about 12 minutes here via video, and we'll get his thoughts on the upcoming NFL draft. I'm so excited for him because it's his first year. He's been all over ESPN, but this is his first year being involved directly with the NFL draft with Mel Kiper and the boys, and it's going to be, they've been doing a great job breaking everything down. All right, our good friend Mira O'Brien, right, you said had some interesting stuff on her Twitter page, Angel, right?
She did. We'll bring that up because she talked about Mia's mock draft Mondays, and obviously with the draft coming up here, she had put something together, and then 1010XL, of course, 92.5, where she works for as well, put it out there this morning. So this is courtesy of 1010XL.
Draft week is finally here, and in my final mock draft Monday, I have the Jaguars trading up once again, but this time to number 14, where they select cornerback Quinyon Mitchell Toledo. Are there question marks as far as how much press man corner he's actually played? Certainly, but there's no denying that 4.3 speed and how sticky he is in coverage. In the second round, the Jaguars trade back and they select with the 60th overall pick, Jalen McMillan, wide receiver, Washington. And why not? Let's do one more trade. After dealing away the 96th overall pick, the Jaguars trade back into the third round and they select with the 93rd overall pick, Jalix Hunt, edge rusher, Houston Christian. Why is he the pick? Who else do I have the Jaguars selecting? Be sure to head on over to 1010XL.com and check out Mia's Mock Draft Monday 4.0 and follow along for all of our 2024 NFL Draft coverage. Draft.
She is so
good job, Mia. Yeah, we'll definitely hear. We'll hear from her either Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday of this week. Not sure yet. Whatever she's available, because a lot of our NFL guys and girls are tied up this week, and even some of our NBA and NHL people are. They should be able to join us in the morning. Should have the regular crew this week talking about hockey and talking about basketball. But the NFL draft is coming up, and just to update again on my, I have a poll question out there at PShep326. 758 votes already. What are you looking forward to most this week? NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs, NFL draft, and by far and away, 62.4% NFL draft, 22.6% the Stanley Cup playoffs, and the NBA playoffs are 15%. Again, this is not just for my, this is a national thing. So we shall.
I felt sheepish by picking the NBA playoffs, but I don't know. I guess because I don't get into the NFL draft like a lot of people. To me, I could take it or leave it. It doesn't really matter. Detroit. By the way, hello, good morning. Is you guys listening in as well?
No.
Oh boy, you talk about being cold over the weekend. Good luck this week.
Yeah, they have to. I know the weather all over the country. I told you Friday there was a game on Thursday at Fenway that was 43 degrees, and people said it felt like 36. It was frigid rain, everything else, and it goes up in New England and the Midwest. It can be 75 one day at this time of year, and then 35. Not too much later in the week or the next day. Rick says Nick Foles, pickleball champion. Well, I know he's into it. Our friend Dave Benz did a great job on CBS Sports Network this week as well, doing it. Adam Schefter had some interesting stuff that actually Field Yates is going to join us in a few minutes here, tweeted out. And some interesting stuff. One of them is, could the Patriots trade down and then move back up? And Adam goes on to say the Patriots slated to pick number 3 also have been fielding calls from teams. And you heard last week their de facto GM talk about the market is open. We'll take a big offer for New England to move off that spot, knowing it needs to come out of round 1 with a quarterback, but the team has listened, and the Vikings, among others, have attempted to move up. So some around the league believe if the Vikings can get as high as 3, their preference would be quarterback Drake May out of North Carolina, who was coached in high school by Minnesota's new quarterbacks coach, Josh McCown, by the way. Many are waiting to see how the Patriots value May versus J.J. McCarthy and whether New England could make a play like the Cardinals, who made 2 trades in round 1 a year ago. At the NFL owners meeting last month, team owner Robert Kraft said this: one way or another, I'd like to see us get a top-rated young quarterback. So if the Patriots opt to trade out at number 3. They could follow a similar path as Arizona to get a quarterback they covet. And I'm just telling you this right now. If they do something to move down with the Vikings, or they end up with the 11th pick, whatever, the chart, whatever it is, I do not want J.J. McCarthy. If Michael Penix Jr. is there at 11, that's the guy I'm going for. I am not going with J.J. McCarthy. Maybe he ends up being the greatest thing since sliced bread. I don't know. But I also do not know if that guy can carry a team on his arm. We've never seen it. We haven't had the chance to see it. Has he made consistent throws when needed be? For Michigan, yeah, he has. But when has he had to lead that team with his arm in a major comeback or going, oh, my God, nobody said anything last year about how good J.J. McCarthy was throwing the football. Yep. That's a great running game with 2 backs that average over 6 yards a game. So it's a big unknown. I could be completely wrong. But if the Patriots trade out of that 3 and they're like at 11 and they take J.J. McCarthy, I'm going to be upset. I want Michael Penix Jr. That's what I want. He's going to be the best one in this draft. I know he maybe is the most risk because of the injuries, but he was fine at the combine this year in all aspects of it. That guy, to me, is a can't miss. I would take him over J.J. McCarthy every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Well, listen, I know you don't like to talk about this, and for those who don't know, you guys heard Pete talked about he went to Fort Myers Beach this weekend. What he didn't let you guys know was him and Belichick, you heard him on Friday, they were really good friends, and they were actually talking about the mock draft over a couple of, I think it was sangrias, if I remember correctly.
Vodka sodas. Vodka sodas. Bill had a sangria.
Okay. Well, I just, I want to make sure I get the drinks right. But yeah, how's he feel as far as Michael Penix Jr. as well?
Oh, it's he thinks he's a very solid quarterback, and didn't give me an exact answer, but reading between the lines, I would say he would take him, and maybe even Bo Nix over J.J. McCarthy because you know what those 2 guys can do.
Yeah,
you don't know what J.J. McCarthy is. I wish I knew what he was, but I don't know. Another thing, speaking of Michael Penix Jr., Adam went on to talk about, will the Seahawks draft a quarterback? Michael Penix Jr. right there, played at Washington. Could be. New coach Mike McDonald hired former Huskies offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb, so there's a possible connection there as his offensive line coach. And Scott Huff is his Scott Huff O-line coach means Seattle could have an intriguing decision to make if both are available with their picks coming at number 16 with Troy Fautanu, who also played at Washington. So you got 2 Washington Huskies that could end up in Seattle. Not a bad commute as well. The Chiefs are expected to be close eye, as we thought, about wide receivers. Rice's looming legal issues and potential NFL discipline could force the Chiefs to look even harder at wide receiver in this draft. He's facing 8 charges after he and another driver of a speeding car allegedly crashed involving a dozen vehicles on the Dallas highway last month. Idiots. Kansas City owns the number 32 pick. We've been expected to look for wide receiver even before Rice had troubles. The team had the most drops in the league, 38 last year, and it sounds like it's a right draft for a while. So it is a deep wide receiver draft. John Salona says, a great show, Pete. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. And you can check in as well on our Riptide Media video platform, wherever you are, on Twitter, X. Follow me at PShep326, at Facebook, my Facebook page, Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, and, of course, on Sports Radio 102.9. You just text in, or you can text the show on the text line or call in at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Field is asking for a link.
He should have received it. I sent it last night.
Yeah, apparently he didn't.
I was having my. Oh, you know what? Hold on. It may have come up as a draft.
Oh,
give me a second, because it showed it last night. So hang on. Let me see if I can do it this way.
And you have the email address that I sent you. So, okay. All right. So we'll talk to Field Yates from ESPN, getting ready to do his thing, the NFL draft, along with Mel Kiper and all the boys and girls coming up on Thursday. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a real interesting draft. I think we're going to see some major deals, and we'll see what happens. All good, Angel?
It's, like everything else, processing and sending, but yeah, I'll make sure he gets it.
Okay. All right. Again, the text line 727-858-6650. Coming up later on, bottom of next hour at 9:30, it is Glenn, the Big O Ordway, joining me, my former partner in crime at WEEI, recently inducted, 2024 inductee into Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame. So we'll chat with Glenn about everything. Also coming up today here on the network, on the Riptide Media Network, a plethora of shows starting at 10 a.m. Martinez and Defoe Unscripted. Also at noontime, Back to the Dugout, the MLB Roundup show on 102.9 The Game, streaming to all Bleacher Brothers social media sites. 4 o'clock, it's Talk Spicy with Coach Gene. Also on 102.9 and Gene Clement's social media accounts, and he is great, fantastic. Writes for The Athletic. At 6 o'clock tonight, the Bleacher Brothers Show with A.J. Johnson on 102.9 The Game and all Bleacher Brothers social media accounts. And at 9 o'clock after that, the Stellar Report with Robbie on 102.9 and all Bleacher Brothers social media accounts. Ready? Okay.
He should have hopefully received this, so he should be popping on here momentarily.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. And we thank Field for joining us. And before I forget, I'm going to read the intro now before I forget. So no great football coach, quarterback, or analyst as great as Field Yates builds a winning strategy without doing the research and building a solid game plan. It's no different for you when considering your financial future, starting your plan when the game is late into the second half or almost lost is too late. That's where the financial professionals at Naples Wealth Planning can help. Call Brian Bruno, president of Naples Wealth Planning, directly at 239-260-9386 today for a no-obligation consultation with an NWP advisor who's perfectly matched to build your winning plan. Or go to www.betterplantoday.com and tell us you are ready. Naples, that's Naples Wealth Planning, www.betterplantoday.com, 239-260-9386. John says, I agree. I don't want McCarthy. Yeah, I don't either. So Phil will join us in just a few minutes. Again, recapping yesterday, NHL Stanley Cup playoffs before we get to Field. Yesterday, or actually I should say, I got some NFL sound. We're waiting for Field to connect. Why not? Caleb Williams on his time with Oklahoma and why he got upset. Spencer Rattler was named the starter over him back in the day.
The most recent one was Oklahoma when I didn't start. That one was real tough for me because
when you made a decision to go to Oklahoma and Spencer Rattler was already there.
Yeah.
And that was just at the time when you made a decision to go to Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Spencer Rattler was a projected first-round pick the next year.
Yeah.
You had to pivot because they decided to start the guy that was supposed to be a first-round pick that year, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Why'd you choose to go there?
Development.
So you thought that...
I'd known that Lincoln was the best in the country.
All right, that's a long cut, but you get the idea. Meanwhile, Caleb Williams talked about playing in Chicago.
Chicago, another big city.
Another big city.
Another town that loves its sports teams.
Yeah.
What will you be looking forward to?
Love LA. LA was great. Now that I want to play at one place for 20 years and chase one guy, number 12, I want a place that loves ball. That's all I've heard about Chicago so far, which is exciting for me because LA was great, but there is probably double digits of teams here. And so, it's a big pool of so you have to be winning championships. You have to be playoffs every year to have, the fans and things like that show up. And so one thing, if Chicago was a place that I've heard that they love ball, which is really exciting for me. It's something that I'm looking forward to and embracing. like I said, the fans and community, because it's something that is huge for, you go to COVID year. The impact that they have when they're there and not there is huge. And so, having them there is going to be huge, making those home games, real home games and really away games and tough games for, other crowds and other teams and things like that. So, yeah, really excited if that's the place and that's the city to, light up and bring back and revive and make game days and everything really, really fun and enjoyable.
All right, that's from Pivot as well. And Phil is saying he doesn't have a link. I
just sent him a second one to this to the email that you had provided, because I even sent him a back one just now, and it said it's sent. I'm looking at my sent box here.
Let me just text him, see if his email is correct.
Okay.
Otherwise we're going to do it again.
See, because obviously I'm not going to say it over the air here, but yeah, it's the one that the one that excuse me, that you sent. And in the meantime, you have Gas Pump Guy says, Pete, so do you think that people should be worried about after the Panthers win yesterday? Excuse me. I think the Lightning will get it together. Cooper is great at adjusting. Gas Pump Guy, good morning.
Hey, Gas Pump Guy. No, I think absolutely. He said he says he hasn't received anything. He's not received one. But yeah, Gas Pump Guy, look, I get that series going 7 even before that. And I think Coop and the boys will. That was sort of a fluky goal that went in the first period for them. But I think they will. I think it's going 7, Gas Pump Guy. I think it's going 7. So expect a double overtime game coming up. I don't say that lightly. Expect something coming up. It's a huge game, obviously. Not that the Tampa Bay Lightning can't come back from a 2-game on deficit, especially with the next 2 being at home if they should lose their next game. But I think it's going 7 either way. And I do think they will come away and come away with a split when it's all said and done. He says he's got nothing, Angel, including nothing in the spam folder either. Yep. All right. All right. My poll question again, what are you looking forward to the most this week? 789 votes. Let me refresh. It might be more. 789 votes so far at PShep 326. 808 votes so far. What are you looking forward to the most this week? Stanley Cup playoffs, NBA playoffs, NFL draft. 808 votes so far. 62.5% say the NFL draft. 22.2% say the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the NBA playoffs are at 15.3%. So don't worry, we'll get Phil Yates on. I promise you. We're working on it via video. How about the Eagles? Talking about them, the history of first-round trades. Adam Sheppard had some great little nuggets today as well. GM Howie Roseman had a history of trading up in round 1 for the player he wants. He did it in 2019. Got offensive tackle Andre Dillard in 2021 to get wide receiver Devontae Smith in 2022 to get defensive lineman Jordan Davis, and again in 2023 to get defensive tackle Jalen Carter, Davis's teammate at Georgia. Yeah, he needs to be out of here by 9:05 as well because I have more hits starting then. Yeah, well, all right. I was hoping we'd have him more time than that. Hopefully, he'll be coming on shortly. So always great to have him on. If Roseman wants a cornerback at number 22, many people around the league believe he could, and he might move up again. Sources telling Adam Schefter he already has been calling around, gauging what a trade might look up to be prepared for what has become a near annual tradition. It's also worth noting Roseman has been the Philly GM since 2010, also has never drafted a corner, tight end, or running back or safety in round 1. How about that? Meanwhile, some other nuggets. The NFL's investigation to alleged tampering charges against the Falcons for their involvement when then free agent quarterback Eric Cousins and the Eagles for their involvement with the free agent running back Saquon Barkley is ongoing, could reach a conclusion as early as this week. Sources believe the discipline, which is likely to involve draft pick, is expected to be more severe for the Falcons. Meanwhile, finally we have him. He is well coiffed and ready to go. The one and only, I already read his intro from Naples Well Planning. The one and only Field Yates joining me this morning here on the Pete Sheppard Show, the Riptide Media Network. Good morning, my friend. Sorry about the little mix-up. How you doing?
Pete, I can't hear you, so I don't know what just happened there, but I can see you stop talking, but I can't hear you.
All right, Angel, can we, has that been correct? All right, we're refreshing. We are refreshing. As Field Yates is joining me here on the Pete Sheppard Show. It's just at his final 2024 mock draft, 7 rounds, 257 picks as well. I mean, all these guys, Jordan Reed, I mean, just these guys are ridiculous with the amount of time they put into this stuff. All right, Phil, can you hear me now?
No.
All right. Can you hear me now?
I can, Pete. Yes, indeed.
See? There you go. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. How have you slept at all the last 72 hours? Will you sleep before Thursday?
Not too much. Just trying to tidy things up. You know, the reality is at some point, as far as the draft goes, you have to turn the page from preparation to execution. It's like studying for a test. At some point, you've kind of done enough where you feel like you're just ready for the test to begin. And I think we're getting close to that phase right now with the draft. Certainly not going to nail all the picks in your mock drafts or your forecasts, but you know, a huge part of this exercise is the reactionary side of it. People get so hung up on who got the most first round picks correct or who had the first 5 picks correct to begin the draft, when the reality is hopefully most people understand that the reason why we prepare as much as we do for this big event is to react to whatever happens from 1 to 257, which of course will come on Saturday evening.
I saw Jordan Reed. He did all 7 drafts because he's crazy. Did you go through? Did you go through every single round and pick yourself? Or I know you and Mel did a great job going back and forth in a few of these things. But did you yourself, just for shits and giggles, go through the top all 7 rounds by yourself just to see what would happen?
No, I never got around to a full. I never got around to a full 7 rounder. Certainly considered it. It's a good exercise in some ways, Pete. But you know, I think the reality with a 7-round mock draft is you know, so much changes. I tell people this all the time, is that you know, as much as the first 20 to 25 picks, maybe even 30 picks, the league generally sees fairly comparably. Once you get to probably pick 50, 55, 60, the reality is that everybody's board shakes up so differently. So you might have a team who has a 4th round grade on one player and a 7th round grade on another player. And then you talk to a separate team and they might have those guys completely flipped. So I found that, you know, day 3 and beyond is so unpredictable. Those 7-round mock drafts are incredibly hard to do and very entertaining, but they're hard to really feel like you have a great grip on how things are going to go.
I think one of them, a couple of the big stories are, and not just because I'm from New England, but I mean, the Patriots at number 3, what they're going to do, all sorts of rumors that came about, especially the other day when Elliot Wolf opened up his mouth and said, we're open for business and yada, yada, yada. And I also was intrigued by 3 things. That, which I want to address individually because I know we only got about 8 minutes and you have a lot of hits to do today. You and Mel Kiper, with the trade that the Vikings had earlier last week with the Chargers, I think is fascinating. And why has let's start with this. Why has J.J. McCarthy become such a lightning rod the last couple of weeks?
Well, I think because if you go back to January when the season concluded, a lot of people thought maybe this is more of a 2nd-round pick as opposed to a top 5 overall pick. And you know, Pete, in life, the larger of a sample size you have, the more confident you feel in whatever you believe about that sample size. And while J.J. McCarthy had 2 really, really good seasons for Michigan, as we all know, he was asked to do different things than quarterback to the top of the board. Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels and Drake May had to put their teams on their respective shoulders these past couple of seasons. That applies to Mike Penix Jr. and I would say to a degree, Bo Nix as
Mm-hmm.
well. Meanwhile, J.J. McCarthy, if you go back and look just the pure number of throws over the past couple of seasons, it's just pales in comparison. I mean, this past season, Mel's used this stat. I mean, it was like nearly 3 times as many throws in the fourth quarter for Penix as it was J.J. McCarthy. Now, some of that is because Michigan ran the football so effectively. Some of it is also because Michigan had so many leads they were protecting. So I think part of it is just that we haven't had nearly as many identifiable moments for J.J. McCarthy to show he's a slam dunk NFL standout starter. And as a result of that, we all kind of wonder, is this too much of a projection? Because we know that every year there are quarterbacks who kind of get boosted during the draft because of the quarterback tax you must pay.
Yeah, and that's what I'm wondering. I mean, the lightning rod. I'm thinking, why is he a lightning rod? For everything you just said, I don't know if this guy can carry a team on his arm. I don't care what he did at the combine. That means nothing to me. What happened over there, it meant something to me about Michael Penix Jr. Because to me, I feel that's my guy. That to me, I think he's going to be the best of all of them when it's all said and done. I know the health issues. We all know the shoulder and the legs. I get it. I understand that. But he seemed pretty healthy to me at the combine where it mattered running and do that and running a great 40-yard play. That guy, I think, is being undersold. Now, if the Patriots should trade or somebody else, if the Patriots trade and they have the 11th pick and they take J.J. McCarthy over Michael Penix Jr., I will be upset. I will tell you that right now. I will be upset.
I'm not totally convinced that JJ would last all the way to 11 in that scenario, Pete. It's an interesting debate. I mean, JJ, so young. He's just turned 21 recently, only been in college for 3 seasons. Penix has been in college for 6 seasons. And you're right, he stayed healthy over the past 2 years, Pete. But this is about sort of medical tolerance, right? I mean, Leatu Latu, the excellent pass rusher from UCLA, has been healthy for the past 2 years as well. Peyton Wilson, the great linebacker from NC State, has been healthy for the past 2 years. But we're going to see players drop because teams are not worried about them day to day. They're worried about them if they have one more injury, how bad this could be for their future for the next 10 years. And so that's the fine line with Mike Penix Jr. is some teams are medically comfortable with it. He's got 2 ACL tears to his right knee that are already on the ledger. And, quarterbacks are not required to run around as much as wide receivers. But just to use one parallel, and not to say that this is the way that all people with multi-ACL tears wind up, but look at how much it's impacted Odell Beckham Jr., who obviously has not been the same player coming back from that second ACL tear, which was suffered during the Super Bowl a few years ago with the Rams, and he was older than Penix, of course. But the point is that you are fearful of what the next injury might mean, and if something happened to a player who has a clean slate so far injury-wise, you feel more confident in the rehab and the eventual prognosis to be closer to who he is right now. So it's a complicated web, Pete, but I would just say that's not something that I think myself, you, anybody listening to this show that isn't a doctor is totally capable of forecasting. So I try to do my best to gather as much information in terms of how a lot of different teams are seeing the medical reports on these players, but I certainly do not profess a significant amount of intimate knowledge on how these things are actually going to transpire at the next level because I am the furthest thing from a doctor.
And we know all the top names at quarterback. I get it. We all get it. They're all on the surface every year we do this field. Everybody's great. Everybody's going to do this and do that. Half of them are going to suck or be mediocre at best. That's just the way it is. We don't know which ones. It could be Caleb Williams. I don't know.
That's exactly right.
I mean, who the hell knows? I don't know. The one image with Caleb Williams, and I've said this all the time, Phil, that still sticks in my head, is when he climbed into the stands and was very emotional and got upset because UCLA beat them. And then, it's not his fault that the defense was terrible. But I don't know why that image sticks in my head. And I'm wondering what this guy is going to be like with the Bears, especially now. I'm not a fan of Matt Eberflus by any stretch, but certainly they've had a good defense, especially the second half of last year when the offense is much improved. The expectations for him are going to be gigantic in the Windy City, I think, right out of the gate. Is he going to be able to handle this? This is not Los Angeles. This is Chicago. Those people get pissed, not like we do in the Northeast, but they come close.
They're definitely a passionate fan base, Pete. But, and you said something a few minutes ago. Half these quarterbacks are, at least based off of the history of first-round quarterbacks, not going to live up to expectations. Maybe the number's a little bit more. Maybe it's a little bit less in this class. But, if I look at Caleb Williams and I combine the skill set and the surroundings. And I would argue going into their rookie situations that Caleb Williams might have it best, regardless of what takes place on Thursday night with potentially 5 other round 1 quarterbacks. I just think that Chicago's offensive horsepower and personnel is as good as any other team that is likely to take a round 1 quarterback, maybe other than Minnesota, and that's kind of nip and tuck right there. So I would just say that while you're right, there is a change from the college level to the pro level, and we are projecting with all of these players, Pete, you have to do your best to take the circumstances into account and, combine your forecast of what these players have been up to this point in their young football careers and what you think they might look like a couple of years from right now. And that's where I'm at right now with Caleb Williams, is that based off what I've seen and based off what I know Chicago has in place, I'm confident this will end up being a pretty good marriage.
Field Yates from ESPN joining us. You can see him on we can see him all the time on ESPN, but Thursday night with Mel Kiper and the boys and girls doing an awesome job. I can't wait. I'm so happy for you. I'll get to that in a second. Lastly, your impressions about the Minnesota Vikings. This is another one, and I'm surrounded by Minnesota Viking fans where I live in Fort Myers Field. And I can tell you, if that mock deal happens, which I thought was fascinating, I spent a half hour on it the other day, that you and Mel were going back and forth, that trade with the Chargers. I don't think Viking fans are going to be happy if J.J. McCarthy is their starting quarterback next year.
I think that's a good question, Pete. I haven't polled too many of them. There are not a lot of them up here in Connecticut.
I know.
Here's what I would say, though, from a Vikings fan, is that I actually feel like independent of which quarterback we take, we feel really good about the situation this player is walking into. I just talked about how it's right there with Chicago amongst being the best, and 2 very good offensive tackles and Brian O'Neill and also Christian Darrisaw, 2 great receivers and Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. I'm sorry. I was now mixing the two of them up. Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. So I would just say, Pete, that regardless of which quarterback it is, you do have to like the fact that this player is going to have some things to work with. And, we talked about the Patriots a little bit earlier, and at least as of right now, that quarterback is facing the most difficult challenge out of any of these rookies if he has to play early in his career, because, Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson is certainly a lot different than throwing to a wide receiver core led by Kendrick Bourne coming off of an ACL tear, and I would suppose Pop Douglas, and, I guess Juju Smith-Schuster, Hunter Henry. It's just a little bit different, right? So the Vikings and Bears right now, I think, are kind of catered for some early success for one of these young quarterbacks.
Field, great stuff. I know you get out of here. What is give me your day on Thursday real quick at a synopsis. You get up.
We hit the ground running starting around, I think it's noon, Pete, and we go all the way through until about 11 p.m. on the ABC broadcast. So we're looking forward to that one, and plenty of drama. Sounds like it should unfold come Thursday night.
I'm so excited for you, man. If we had this discussion, we've been talking like this for, 20 years. And what if I told you 20 years ago that you would be part of the NFL draft with all these,
grateful man,
well-deserved. You worked your tail off to get there. Well-deserved. So you and Mel, who's else? Greeny. Who else is going to be on with you?
Well, I'll be on the ABC broadcast with Reese Davis, Kirk Herbstreit, Desmond Howard, and a little guy named a little football mind known as Nick Saban, who many people, of course, prefer to refer to as the GOAT, and I will be joining them with Pete Thamel and also the great Laura Rutledge. So quite a crew we have over there on the ABC, awesome. And then moving over to ESPN on Saturday.
Great job, Field. Okay, go do one of your 1,000 hits today, and thank you so much for taking a few minutes. Thanks a lot. There it is. There you have it. Field Yates, again, brought to you by Naples Wealth Planning. Call Brian Bruno, president of Naples Wealth Planning, directly at 239-260-9386 today for a no-obligation consultation with an NWP advisor who's perfectly matched to build your winning plan, or go to www.betterplantoday.com and tell us you are ready. That's Naples Wealth Planning, www.betterplantoday.com, 239-260-9386. All right, Angel, a little late, but we're going to take a quick break here, if that's okay, and reset a little bit. When we come back, I'll do another mini NHL and NBA rundown from yesterday, and then get ready for the round mound of sound. Not Charles Barkley. He's a round mound of basketball, but the round mound of sound, my old partner, Glenn Ordway, going to join me, the Big O, Worked with him at WEI for many, many years, and then recently 2024 inductee into the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame. He's coming up in just a few minutes at the bottom of the hour as the Pete Sheppard Show continues here on a Monday, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Test your might. Test your might.
All right, see if that gets banned in certain countries. A little old school house/great video game stuff, even though I sucked at it, even with the cheat codes. But I love playing that stuff when I was DJing back in the clubs back in the day. That was a great stuff right there. Good morning. Back to the Pete Sheppard Show here live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. Text the show 727-858-6650. You can call us at that number as well. Forget the other number for that. We'll get to this. So we've Angel's done an amazing job. Great job. Thanks to Peel Yates for joining us right there. Big O coming up again at the bottom of the hour. Angel Martinez, exec producer. And coming up, not only has he been a co-host on this show, coming up, he is going to be co-hosting with Martinez and Defoe, unscripted, coming your way in about 47 minutes right after this program. You don't even have to log out of watching it when you go right into it. Right, Angel?
Straight on into it. And I'll probably play Mortal Kombat was my email later on. But yeah, straight into it. So we can go from one show directly into the next one. And for those who are watching on LinkedIn, unfortunately, the feed will stop at 10 o'clock because it only allows you 4 hours at a time. So rather than restarting, then we're just going to continue on. So those who are watching right now on LinkedIn, you guys can go over to broadstsouth.com on their live shows and watch the show that way.
Now, there'll be no Defoe nudity on your show, will there, especially in the first few minutes, whether it's frontal, full frontal, or plumber's crack, or nothing like that, right? We will not see anything like that. It's a family show.
Yeah, hopefully not. Maybe after 20 minutes, but hopefully not. Those can get if you still have your solar eclipse glasses, you can put them on and then you won't see anything.
The poll question to put out there earlier today: what are you looking forward to most this week? I gave you three options: the Stanley Cup playoffs, the NBA playoffs, and the NFL draft. 855 votes so far. 62.8% say the NFL draft. 22.2% say the Stanley Cup playoffs, and NBA playoffs got a measly 15%. Now, I wonder around, because that's a national poll, but I'm wondering if you are in a market that has Stanley Cup playoff action and NBA playoff action, one or the other, or both, like in my case you do. What's that like? New York, Boston. Technically, even though they're not the same arena, still Miami for now, and the Florida Panthers, even though it's the same market. So I'd love to know. Outside the market, I can understand that. It's outside the market. If you don't like any one of those teams in the NBA or the Stanley Cup playoffs, then you're absolutely going to pick the NFL draft. Well, NFL is king anyway. No matter what, there are fans in all of these markets. No matter what happens, they are going to be heading to the NFL draft. That's what they're looking forward to the most, at least because maybe this is the first round of the playoffs. Maybe some expectations aren't high, but they should be.
We should,
because it's the first. It's the first round is always the toughest to get out of. Always the toughest to get out of.
Yep,
doesn't matter.
Sixers have known that for a couple seasons now. We're hoping to get over that hump.
Big game for you guys tonight. Big game for my Bruins tonight. Celtics don't play again until Wednesday when the Bruins play as well. The Celtics will be playing at home at 7:30 while the Bruins play on the road in Toronto at 7 o'clock. I don't like that. I think it's a bad scheduling move. I know it's kind of, you got to do it. But yesterday at one point I had NBA on my, what was I watching? Oh yeah, the Celtics on the big screen. I had the hockey game on my laptop and I had the Red Sox on my phone. All three at once. Fantastic. Thanks to YouTube TV.
That usually during the NFL season, there'll be like 4 multiple windows up on the TV here in the studio. Then there's another side one to my left that I usually have that on before the games begin, and then there's a tablet so yeah, it's like I feel like Marty McFly in Back to the Future. Just give me channel 135, 1006, 244, and 487. We'll be just fine.
Well, it's great with YouTube TV because I do the quad box or the double box. Yesterday, I mean, I could have watched the Celtics and the hockey game on at the same time, double box, but I want the bigger screen. I messed up the robot again. R2, you two follow me. There you go. All right, quickly, before we do another NHL rundown and NBA rundown, AFC, we talked about Davis and Caleb Williams stuff. Here's Houston quarterback C.J. Stroud on the NFL Digest show talking about slander towards Brock Purdy.
Because I don't like how people do Purdy. I think Purdy's a good player. I think Purdy's a hell of a player. And I was watching a video today on the bus back. Great throw, basic throw, and like all wide receiver. And like half of the throws were like, no, most of them were great throws, but some of them were like basic. There's nothing basic about being an NFL quarterback. Nothing. Like let's get one thing clear. There's nothing easy about being like, I don't care if somebody seems wide open. Like there's a lot of operation, there's a lot of things that have to go great to get that person wide open, and you have almost everything to do with that. I don't think you can play at a high level like he is and just be average. Like that just doesn't happen, you know? Like, do I think he's on a great team? Heck yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, he has a team full of dogs. That team should be in the Super Bowl. They should be where they're at.
But you got to have somebody pull the trigger.
Exactly. You got to be somebody that's going to lead the locker room. It's a lot of things that people don't see that I know he's in there doing because they're winning football games.
Oh, there you have it. Stuff from C.J. Stroud. Meanwhile, before we get to run down one of the crazy stories I've seen all weekend, Angel, is this one. A 69-year-old retiree. This was 5 days ago. 69-year-old retiree visited 120 pubs to order drinks in 24 hours, breaking a Guinness World Record. David Clarkson, born in Britain but has lived in Australia for over 40 years, started his attempt with a drink at the Captain Cook Hotel in Sydney. Good day, mate. And Clarkson walked to 119 more establishments over the course of the following 24 hours, ordering a drink at each stop. Guinness World Records adjudicator Pete Fairbairn joined Clarkson for the first 4 and final 4 hours of his attempt. Other witnesses accompanied Clarkson during the middle period of the pub crawl, collecting evidence for Fairbairn to review at the end of the day. Clarkson's attempt came to an end at the Sussex Garden Bar, where Fairbairn certified his record. He took the title from Australians Harry Kouros and Jack Loiterton, who visited 99 pubs in 24 hours. So this guy broke the record. He shattered it, 120 pubs to order drinks in 24 hours. Wow. Round of applause. Round of applause right there.
Impressive. Most impressive.
Yes. Don't know what you get out of that. I really don't. Don't know what you get out of that at all. All right, let's do a little NHL. Let me see. Well, I'll do a quick NBA rundown for you, then I'll get to some NHL sound. So the Clippers over Dallas yesterday, routed them 109-97. They led all the way. What a surprise. Kyrie Irving, a team that he is on in the playoff, doesn't win. Milwaukee over Indiana. This was the stunner of the weekend, I thought. 109-94 without Giannis Antetokounmpo. Dame Lillard was absolutely a beast yesterday. They clobber Indiana. Oklahoma City hung on to beat New Orleans 94-92. And coming up tonight in the NBA, the Magic and Cavaliers go at it at 7 o'clock on NBA TV. That's a 5-4 matchup with Cleveland leading 1-0 there. 76ers and the Knicks go at it on TNT starting at 7:30 p.m. Knicks favored by 5 in that one. And then 10 o'clock on TNT, Lakers at the Nuggets trying to not lose their 10th straight to the defending world champions combined regular season. And the postseason from last year. All right. Meanwhile, in the NHL yesterday, few games. First off, Florida and Tampa Bay went at it, and the Panthers struck first.
Yeah, his pedigree is pretty impressive and where he's come from. He was originally in law school, decided he wanted to start coaching, and got into junior hockey and worked his way right on up.
Forsling, wrist shot. Score! May have been deflected in front by Reinhardt. An innocent flip from the point by Forsling. And it found its way past Vasilevsky.
Looks like it's going to be Reinhardt, and he's going to park himself right in the front of the net. Another great play from Barkov in the middle to win that puck battle. And Reinhardt's so good in front, just deflects this. Changes directions on Vasilevsky, thinks it's going high, tips it down low, squeaks through Vasilevsky, and right where Reinhardt does all of his damage. Good hand-eye coordination. 1-0 Florida.
Thanks to ESPN there. Brandon Hagel, though, later on in the period.
That Asimov bank attempt from the goal line before we went to break. The first official shot on net. There's the second.
Snapped. And the third, Cirelli. The rebound, score! Hagel! After being erased offensively for the first 16 minutes, just like that, the Lightning have tied it.
Yeah, they did. And then later on in the game, Matthew, before that, in the third period, the 58 seconds into it, Florida takes command.
Over to Tkachuk in the right wing corner. Wraps it back to Verhaeghe, right point. Tkachuk down low.
Backdoor, score! Verhaeghe off the feed from Tkachuk. Tape to tape. Panthers have the lead.
Thanks to ESPN. Matt Tkachuk had an empty netter later in the period, made it 3-1. Actually, Steve Stamkos scored, but the goalie pulled. Vass pulled, and they were on a power play. They did make it 3-2 on a power play, but only 8.4 seconds to go. And Florida hangs on, wins game one by a score of 3-2. And meanwhile, at Madison Square Garden, the Rangers and Washington went at it.
And now the 21-year-old rookie, Matt Rempe. Feel the energy on the crowd, in the crowd when he's on the ice. Vesey played it back. Out in front. They score! And it's Matt Rempe.
It's the big boy on the tail end of it. This place is on its feet and celebrating Matt Rempe's first playoff goal.
Matt Rempe known to kind of, tussle and rustle and muscle a little bit, but gets the goal. And 33 seconds later, the Rangers strike again. I say 33 seconds later, the Rangers strike again.
General manager here now in Montreal for one of many terrific draft choices and acquisitions to build this team. Panarin scores! They were physical on the forecheck. Turn the puck over, and just like that, it's 2-0 New York.
And the Rangers go on to win 4-1 elsewhere. Winnipeg in a wild one over Colorado 7-6. Vancouver doubled up Nashville 4-2. And the Canucks were down and 2-1 in the third period.
So he said, we've got to find that normalcy.
Besser speeding ahead with Suter. Besser shot! It's the net. Back around toward Besser, the 40-goal scorer this year. Hughes from the line. One time. The 24-year-old captain leading the Pacific Division champions. Now work net from the Dakota Joshua and the Canucks lead.
Yeah, Vancouver ends up coming from back, and they win. They tap it in an empty netter from Dakota Joshua, and there you have it. They win 4-2 over Nashville. All right, quick break. Here, once again, 727-858-6650. That is the number to text or call the show. But the round mound of sound, my old pal Glenn Wardway will join us from Phoenix, Arizona.
Hang on.
Live. And yes.
You get a text. Open the screen.
Oh, Big Lou, my buddy Luigi DeMarco. We all love the show up here in Boston land. Thanks, Luigi. Love you, buddy. He is the best. One of my dear friends who I haven't seen in so long, and hopefully I will when I get back up there, because Glenn's going to be inducted into the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame coming up in the middle of June. I promised Big Lou and my other friends in the North End that we would go out and have a good time. All right, quick break. It is the Pete Sheppard Show. Glenn Ordway coming up next. Around Mound of Sound is the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all.
Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back.
Welcome back. It is the final segment of the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. And joining me from Phoenix, Arizona, live. He is alive. It is the one and only my good friend and recently inducted into the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame, the one and only Big O Glenn Ordway. Good morning, Glenn. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning, Pete. First of all, I must apologize for stiffing you on Friday, okay? I had a little issue with math. As you know, math is not my strong suit.
No.
And we've switched over to 3 hours time difference now with you on daylight savings time, and I thought it was still 2. So I apologize.
That's okay. And Jason and I were reminiscing because Jason Wolf called in, and we were reminiscing. I brought it up when our first Super Bowl together in 2001 in New Orleans, when you and Freddie forgot to you forgot to reset your watch. So there I was all alone at Radio Row all by myself, waiting.
Oh, you were fine. You were fine.
Thinking something happened to you on Bourbon Street.
Yeah.
Other colleagues of ours got rolled on the other side.
Well, as Bill Belichick would say, I'm a repeat offender. Okay, I apologize. I'm a repeat offender. Yeah.
Let me ask you. We get so much to get into today.
Let's do it.
I want to start because I wanted to start last week, and I want to go back to this, and now it's kind of been poo-pooed. And it's a story that happened that Dan Van Natta and Seth Wickersham and Jeremy Fowler. Now, you know how I feel about Seth being involved in anything with the Patriots. They're all fine writers in their own way. But when Seth's name is attached to anything Patriots, I put up a big warning flag. What was your reaction about what was going on with Robert Kraft, Bill Belichick, Arthur Blank, and that whole scenario? Do you have any other inside information to add, or is this all hooey?
I have none to add to it, other than I would say this to you. Do you really believe that Bill Belichick was not even in the top 3 for selections for coach for the Atlanta Falcons? I mean, anything is possible. Did Kraft say something? I don't know. Maybe he was having a conversation and Blank said to him, well, is Bill tough to deal with? The answer for that, honestly, would be, yeah, he's tough to deal with. You know, as an owner, this is not easy. So maybe he said some of those things. I don't know how guilty Kraft was in all of this, but I think what people are doing is they're tagging this with what they saw with the Dynasty, the whole documentary, and they're looking at it and saying, man, somebody's out to make Bill Belichick look like shit. And the only one it could possibly be would be Bob Kraft, because he's the one in control of all of this, and he's in control of that dynasty, and his family cooperated to allow the cameras everywhere on the campus. So I think people are tying all of this together. You know Bob Kraft, and I know Bob Kraft. Kraft just loves to be loved, and this has got to be driving him crazy, Pete. And he's not going to have a good football team next year. They may be worse than last year's team, and that's going to make, I think, life very difficult for Bob Kraft. But the whole trying to beat up on Belichick after he's done, okay, didn't do a great job last few years, certainly in the personnel department. There's no reason to kick him on the way out. There's no reason. Based on all of the success, all of the championships, all of the money that he brought into the organization for 20 plus years.
No, I tend to agree with you, and that's why I don't. And if he did, Glenn, I would be extremely disappointed. I'm sorry, with all due respect to those guys, and especially I don't believe that part of the story. That bad on the other, but the part about, because it's always unreliable sources. A friend said this, a source close to me said that. Exactly. I mean, what does that mean? What does that mean? I do find it. So you don't believe that Bill Belichick was not in the top 3 of the Falcons, even because Arthur Blank was talking praises for Bill. We played the cut last week about, he loved it. He loved it. It seemed like the perfect fit. So I have a hard time believing he wasn't in the top 3.
See, I don't think necessarily it was the perfect fit, and I'll tell you why. Is that you already had established bodies there in Atlanta, in the personnel department, okay? And Arthur Blank may be the owner, but he still has people in place. So suppose he wanted to keep those people in place, and Bill came to him and said, hey, listen, if you're going to hire me as coach, I got to run everything. Well, those inside people are still in their position right now. They're fighting to save their job, Pete. So they're bad-mouthing Belichick probably to Arthur Blank and to other people, trying to muddy up the water. So I'm not sure, unless you cleared house, if that would have been a great situation for Bill Belichick. And I think people are going to be surprised. He's going to do media. You've seen the other side of Bill. Sure. You've seen him, away from the coach speak.
Yeah,
a different person. He's going to have a personality here on TV. You'll see him in the draft on Thursday night with Pat McAfee, and people will see a different side of Bill Belichick. And I think owners will warm up to him over the next year, and then somebody's going to end up hiring him.
Yeah, I'll get back to that in a second because I think the McAfee thing is really fascinating to me. But the part I totally agree with is that if he wanted total autonomy again, then I understand why they didn't want him. That's the one part of the story that I do believe.
You don't think he would want total autonomy?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. He's definitely
overall. He's
going to have to control. Bill, he's got to control. Yeah. He's a control freak. He's got to control the situation. So he might have said, oh, yeah, you can keep these people around. But those people would have, in Bill's mind, no authority unless Bill respected them, unless Bill thought they could be part of the plan going forward.
And I know the last couple of years have been tough, but let's also not forget 3 years ago, he was executive of the year as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, people don't ever want to mention that. I know the last 2 years and some of the personnel and coaching decisions for that matter. I get it. All right, let's move on to the NBA.
Great.
And we'll start with the Celtics and the Heat because I wanted them to win by 40. I want them to win by 400. I want this team to be eviscerated, meaning the Miami Heat. Yesterday, we'll get into the specifics of the game, but yesterday, specifically at the end, with Caleb Martin and Jason Tatum falling on his coccyx, his tailbone, and everything else. I was like, I could see it in slow motion. I was going, no. But when you look at the replay again, Drew Holiday did kind of shove him in there, Bill. A little bit. So
I think it's hard to distinguish whether that was done on purpose or not. So to me, that was one of those things. Well, maybe he didn't really mean it, but the fact that it came at the end of the game, after a blowout, after a Miami timeout with a minute and a half left in the game, you wonder. They get to the bench, and are they all pissed off? Isn't anybody going to put a body on anybody? Things like that happen in the NBA. Yeah. And then you go out there and somebody does something. But again, I think it's hard to pinpoint whether he did it or not. And by the way, the series is over.
Oh, I was over before it even started. Exactly. And I am one of those people that firmly believes the word culture is way, way overused, except with certain teams. And I do think it applies to the Miami Heat. And I think Eric Spoelstra is a good coach, and Pat Riley is Pat Riley. I do think it applies here, but not with Jimmy Butler. And this is just a different team than last year. I think if they don't win by 30, people are upset. It's ridiculous. Okay, they're up by 32. They gave it up in the fourth quarter. Big deal. They won by 20. What are they supposed to win, by 20? I think this team is under massive scrutiny because of the past history. I understand a little bit, but Mazzulla has developed as a coach. This is the deepest team I think they've had, Glenn. I don't know, maybe since '86, as far as I'm concerned, maybe 2008.
Certainly 08, they had guys coming off the bench, Eddie House, and they had guys coming off the bench that were pivotal to that team. No, I think you're right. This team is much different. And I have not been a big fan of the last few years. Not that I haven't enjoyed watching them, but I haven't fallen into the trap of people saying, they can win the championship this year. They can win the championship this year. They were too young, Pete. You're talking about 23, 24, 25-year-old kids. I think you're going to see it with Oklahoma City this year. They are extremely talented. They've frightened the hell out of me in the next 5 years. They're going to be really, really good. But this year, I think, in the playoffs against veteran teams, they're going to have difficulty. That's what happens to young teams in the playoffs. They can play during the regular season, 3 games in 4 nights, and they have fresh legs. The veterans are worn out and tired by game 3 or game 4 of that week. So it's a lot different. But this team right now is mature. Porzingis changes everything. You talk about the Miami culture. Miami culture is they're really well coached. They're extremely disciplined. They play great defense. They'll play zone, which in the NBA seems to confuse a lot of teams, including the Celtics. They get confused by it. I think Porzingis changes that. I saw yesterday on Twitter, people were ripping them, Celtics, for continuing to take threes. Well, Miami's in a zone. So the way you're going to beat the zone is you're going to spread out the floor, and they're not coming out to defend you. You're going to take wide open threes. Now, if you don't make them, I understand that, but you don't stop taking wide open 3-point shots. You just don't. Not in that league.
No, you don't, and not for them. And people also don't talk enough about their defense. And yesterday, by the way, the one stat that I love, they only had 5 turnovers yesterday. That's such a big difference. They turned the ball over the least amount of any team in the NBA. Yep. They got the 3rd or 4th best defense, which nobody gives a damn about, it seems.
Second best defense.
Second best defense. Number 1 in not turning the ball over.
Which to
me is the biggest number 1, but number 1 in turnovers compared to what we saw last year, particularly in the postseason. That's a huge stat.
Jaylen Brown, especially from him.
Yeah.
And I think what's happened is they've got other people to handle the ball right now. So they've taken the ball handling away from Jaylen Brown. He doesn't have to do nearly as much of that. Drew Holiday does a lot more of that now, handling the ball. And so you're right. It's a much cleaner game for them. Pete, they're the best team I've seen all year long. Yep. I'm not going to knock Denver. Denver worries me if you get Denver in a 7-game series in the NBA Finals because they have the best player on the planet. And in the NBA, if you've got the best player on the planet, you usually win the NBA championship. So they scare me. Nobody else scares me when it comes to the Celtics. None. Zero.
Yeah, and looking at all these games this weekend, and I hate to see
blowouts.
Like I say 8-0 for the home teams. Everybody at home won. And as you always used to point out, the series doesn't really start until you went on the road.
Thank you. There you go, Pete. You learned well.
Jedi mind trick me. Yep. But I'm going to say yesterday, and here in the Hard Rock Bet, I took the Clippers yesterday. A lot of people, if you watched ESPN, which I'm sure you did yesterday afternoon, you would have thought, why did Clippers even bother showing up? Why would they bother showing up? Stephen A. in that pink suit and all the rest of them sounded like idiot. Like I'm going to myself, hey, I took the Clippers plus 3.5. And now after all the praise of Kyrie Irving and this, that, and we kept his mouth shut this year and blah, 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 all that nonsense. And, he didn't whine or pout. What happens when Kyrie Irving steps on the floor in the playoffs? You lose.
Yeah, I wouldn't count him out for the entire series, but I agreed with you yesterday because they had no Leonard. And usually what happens in a first game in which you lose one of your key players, and we saw it yesterday with Milwaukee as well, and you're playing at home, you usually go out there and other players really contribute, and you end up winning that game. So I liked the Clippers in that game yesterday. I'm not sure I liked them in the entire series. I can't believe how bad Luka was in that game yesterday. He was out of it. And, Kyrie eventually, I think, will figure this out. He's been pretty good in playoffs in the past, Pete. So
yes, but they lose. Eventually they lose. Did it with He's done it so many times. But Doncic ended up with 33 and 13. I know, and Kyrie ended up at 31. I think the most disappointing team of the weekend, by far, was the Indiana Pacers. To get beat like that the way they did, I mean, I'll give the Bucks credit. I'll give Doc credit. And you knew you were wondering what Dame Lillard mentality was going to be for this game, knowing that he had to take over for Giannis Antetokounmpo not being there. I think there were some question marks there. I really thought Indiana would win the game. I still picked them to win the series, and I picked them to win the series before Giannis Antetokounmpo was ruled out for
a lot of people did
big chunk of it. But I got to tip your hat to Milwaukee yesterday. At least one game. That was outstanding. The way
when is Halliburton going to show up? I mean, he's got to show up. He's got to play big in these games if Indiana's going to win the series. I still think you're right. Still think Indiana may win the series in the end. And again, I'll go back to what I said before. First game, you're playing at home. You've lost your big gun. And usually those teams come up and everybody else, all the fringe players, play great. And you end up winning that game. Now, can you sustain it over 7 games? If Giannis doesn't play or he doesn't play anywhere close to 100%, I would say that's going to be difficult, but only if Halliburton shows up. First half of the season, he was tremendous, if you remember, Pete, and certainly in that playing game earlier in the season. And then he got hurt, and he hasn't been the same player since. So I agree with you. They're athletic. They fly up and down the floor. Their offense is terrific. Their defense lacks a lot, but their offense is terrific. But if Halliburton's not going to show up, the Pacers are not going to win.
I want to get to the 76ers and the Knicks too, and obviously Joel Embiid. I hate to see great players go down with injuries, and he threw that crazy highlight hoop off the backboard and then dunked it. Came down on his left knee, wrong way. Great highlight, looks great on ESPN
until the end.
Until not. Couple things in this series. He still ends up with some good numbers. I don't know if he's only at 80%, and now he might be less than that. He's still questionable for tonight. I don't even know if he's going to play tonight. But you and I both have a tremendous amount of respect for Thibodeau, their coach, who unbelievably is not up for Coach of the Year, which I think that's criminal almost that his name was not put up there. But anyway, 76ers Knicks right now. Glenn, what's your feeling towards that series?
So I go way back with Tom Thibodeau, back to his days at Salem State College. Okay. So he's a great defensive mind. There's no question about it. And I think what he's done this year with this team, and certainly they've now got a point guard, so that changes a lot because you can open up a lot of space on the floor for offense. But he's really created some offense. So they're a far more balanced team than what we've seen of the Knicks in the last few years. And they're doing it right now without Randall. So it's pretty impressive what they've done to this point. If Embiid is not Embiid, then I think the Knicks are going to win the series, Pete. I think Embiid is one of those, probably one of 2 or 3, 4 players in the league that when he's healthy, he can literally just take over a game, and you can have anything you want on your squad. He's just going to take over the game because, one, he'll own the middle, he'll own the lane, and then the only thing you can do is foul him, and you go to the free throw line 15 times a night. So I think it's going to be very, very difficult for the Sixers, even though, we saw them the other night try to do it. I think it's going to be very difficult if Embiid can't come out there and dominate. If he's just another piece out there in a body, the Knicks are going to win this series.
Yep. 31-8, the 76ers were when Embiid played in the regular season. Amazingly for Milwaukee, when Antetokounmpo missed 12 games this year, which that was a miracle. It was only 12, they were 7-5 still without him. But it's the playoffs. It's a whole different.
Sure
ball.
is.
It's also a whole different hockey game. The Bruins in Toronto and the Stanley Cup playoffs as a whole. I stayed in on Sunday. I was out Saturday partying on Fort Myers Beach. Got my fill of drinking, sun, and everything. And
Really?
Sunday I stayed in, watched everything.
Then they carried you home? Is that what happened? So you could watch the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs?
I'm a gentleman. Saturday,
Yeah.
I got home, took a nap, and was ready for the Bruins in Toronto. What was really interesting, the game before that with Carolina and the Islanders, there were 40 hits in that game, 40 in the Carolina Islander game. There were 43 hits in the first period between the Bruins and the Toronto Maple Leafs. It was a different level, a different brand. You're mostly known for basketball. Obviously, you follow everything and been great at everything. And you were the Bruins intermission host and pre and post game host for a while as well back in the day. Just Stanley Cup playoff hockey in general, it is a
great
different animal.
It's phenomenal. It's so different than the regular season. It's like day and night. It's a totally different sport. And, it's amazing because if you look at the NBA, there aren't going to be many upsets. I know Oklahoma City is young and they're number one seed, so some stuff could happen to them. But overall in the NBA, usually if you're a 1 seed, you're going to pretty much dominate a 2 seed, and you're going to be there toward the end. That's not the way in the NHL. 8 seeds knock off 1 seeds in the first round. The President Trophies winners now. Teams with the best record of the regular season, they get knocked off in the first round. We saw that a couple times now in the last 5 years. That's what happens. The NHL is a totally different animal. But let me ask you this. When you saw that the Bruins were going to be facing off with the Toronto Maple Leafs in the first round, what did you say to yourself?
Well, they're one and done. Meaning
easy series.
They're one and done. First of all, they've owned them this year, and they've owned them forever since 1959 is the last time they lost a playoff series.
Unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
Tampa Bay wasn't as banged up, and they played their butts off last year.
Yeah, I would worry about Tampa Bay in the first round.
But they would have beat Toronto last year.
I know they lost the first game, but I would worry about Tampa Bay.
Oh,
but,
yeah, absolutely.
But yes, I laughed when I saw Toronto. I said, it's going to be easy. And I thought the game was easy on Saturday night. That was a pretty easy game. Bruins goaltending is excellent right now. The question is, do they stay with one or do they go back and forth? Teams don't go back and forth, but the Bruins have done that all season long in the regular season. And you know how important goaltending is in the postseason. It is ultra important. It's the difference of you're a really good team, but if your goalie is not standing on his head, as they like to say in the NHL, you're in serious trouble.
But they've also in the past. I mean, Reggie Lemlin was there yesterday Saturday night with helping with the banner and all that stuff. And I do remember when Andy Moog was a starter against Montreal, and finally they broke the curse against the stupid Canadians when Reggie had to come in, took over. They won that game too, and the rest was history. Onto the Stanley Cup Finals. But I don't know how you get away from Swayman with his record against Toronto now at 5-0, and I believe a microscopic like a 1.22 goals against average. I don't know. I don't think you go away from them just yet. And if something happens, if there's a fluky thing where they get 3 or 4 goals in a period and maybe 2 or 3 aren't his fault, maybe you make the switch then. But right now, Swayman, as much as anybody, is in the Maple Leafs' head. And Bissonnette the other night on TNT had a great line. He was like, the only way the Maple Leafs win this game is if they kidnapped Jeremy Swayman, which I thought
he referred to Celtics Pride, the movie, which they actually did that. That was part of the plot of that movie. I did see when Bissonnette said that. I know what you're saying, Pete, and I feel the same way because that's usually how it works in the NHL. You get a hot goalie in the playoffs, and you just stay with them. But the Bruins have operated differently over the last 2 years. Swayman and Ullmark have gone back and forth, and it's been very, very successful in the regular season. So you wonder if you're kind of in a rhythm, your whole team is in a rhythm, they're kind of expecting this other guy, this other goalie, to be between the pipes that night. I'm wondering if you don't stay with the system that you have right now. And yet, I hear what you're saying. Jim Montgomery said it after the game. It's pretty difficult to go away from Swayman. Well, no shit, it is. But on the other hand, your success has been based on a 2-goaltender system, which is very unusual.
But against this particular team, Glenn, I mean, last year against the Panthers, where I think he waited too long to make a goalie change a little bit. But I still can't believe Marchand missed that breakaway. Otherwise, they would have won in 5.
Yeah.
But we digress. But yeah, so I just think against this particular team, Glenn, the Toronto Maple Leafs, I think you stick with Swayman as long as possible. And then when they move on, I think against either Florida or Tampa Bay, then that becomes a different story. Chris Lincoln, by the way, says, awesome, bringing back lots of memories of you two. Thank you, guys. Getting a lot of good tests, talking with Glenn Ordway here.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. So let me embarrass you. An incredible honor. And I can't believe we're all going to be up in mid-June. Quincy, Mass, at the 22-24 inductee, Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame. You have been inducted. Wow. When did the call come in? And, I know you have enough, as it pains me to say this, I know you have enough modesty that you'd be like, oh, but you had to be overwhelmed, right? I mean, you had to be.
I took some lessons out there, Pete, on how to stuff ballots, and I literally just went out there, printed a bunch of those ballots up there with my name on it, and kind of stuffed them in every ballot box I could find, and lo and behold, it worked. So what the hell? But I am touched that you're coming up for this ceremony. It really touches me, and hopefully we'll have some time after the event to be able to spend some time together and catch up.
Yeah.
Even though I enjoy catching up here when I wake up on time in the morning, but I'm touched that you and I've heard from a lot of people who I worked with over the years. Some I haven't talked to in 15 or 20 years. Wow. That are going to be in attendance for that event. So I am touched that my friends, more than anything else, I'm touched that my friends and former colleagues are going to be there. That is pretty cool.
It absolutely is. And I know Jason was on with us Friday, and there's about at least 2 tables of 10. It's going to, I forget the other nominees, and I'm sure they're all well deserved, but they're going to have their hands full without 2 tables. Big O. I mean, it's going to be. If that's
here's the problem. Can I tell you the problem, Pete? I got an email from the committee last week, and I knew it was coming. Okay, and they said we're trying to keep the speeches short. Could you please keep your speech down to 5 minutes? Well, you know me well, okay? I can't put in a takeout order at McDonald's in under 5 minutes. Okay, can't do it. And so I'm trying to figure out, do I condense it? Do I speak quickly? Do I tape it in advance and then fast forward it and do it like a double speed? I'm trying to figure that out.
I wish it was like a roast.
See, me too. Me too. I'm with you there. I wish it were a roast. Maybe that's what I'll do with my 5 minutes. I'll reach out to the crowd, say, Pete Sheppard, what do you got? Give me, what do you got?
I have a lot. It'd be funny. Martinez and Defoe are going to be starting their new show.
Defoe, my old buddy, Defoe.
He's here right now, unscripted. And Defoe, Angel, can we punch him up too? Defoe is there as well.
Hang on. Let me switch the camera here, and then we'll make sure we get Glenn and everybody up here. So give me 1 second. I'll pop Glenn into the room.
Absolutely. A Boston legend and Miami legend going at it. Okay, there you go.
I love Defoe. I've been on the show a couple times.
Well, I mean, one of my favorite moments in radio, my 40-plus years of doing it, was when you and Lou Merlone and Christian Fourier, we ran into them at the Super Bowl Radio Row. And Glenn kind of motions. We knew Christian a little bit. And he says, yeah, you guys, are you those guys from Miami? Come over here. So we come over to their table, and we're thinking, we've been, just facetiously trashing Glenn and Merlone because Fourier put us up to it a couple of times when he was being interviewed on our show. So it turns out they end up doing a dead-on impression, Pete. I mean, our show never sounded so good. as when you three guys were doing the imitation of me and my partner at the time, Mike Luby Lubitz.
Oh my
and I
God,
believe
Luby.
you did the Luby voice, which
Yeah.
you asked me if he came, if I carried him.
Didn't he talk like this? Like Luby was not Luby? Like this. Hey,
That was Luby.
Luby's very upset that the Miami Heat suck, and he's trying to, he had some unflattering things to say about the Celtics this morning, but he's living in delusional land.
Yeah, no, he thinks somehow the Heat are going to. No, he's conceded that they're going to lose the thing. But Glenn, one of the great lines I ever heard was, you asked me after Luby popped open his mouth. He says, "What do you bring him here in a suitcase?"
Well, he's very small. I thought it was I got to tell you, Defoe, when I first heard your show, I thought you were a ventriloquist. I really did, and you had a puppet. And the puppet, had this high piercing voice. That's what I thought. I didn't, I didn't know your show.
I never forgot that. I mean, there were other people that did impressions of our show, including the Dolphins defensive coaching staff, which I got called on the carpet on one day. And I thought, I mean, who wants to sit there and be insulted by a coach? And it turned out they listened to our show every day, which was a surprise because had they listened to it, they would have known that we thought that they sucked. they didn't seem to mind because it was all in good fun. But it was great. I'll never forget that time there. And Merlone did a pretty good Dead on DeForest.
Yeah,
as I recall,
he did, and he used to do it all the time. He'd throw it in there all the time. Anytime something came up about Florida or Miami, he would suddenly go into DeForest.
He'd do it as me.
Well, here's Utility Lou, as we used to object, in a fun way. That was his nickname. We wrote a song about him. I am Utility Lou. Remember, he sang a song about that.
I mean, you can only rip him so many times about the transportation back and forth to Pawtucket. After that, you got no material with Merlone. He was a stand-up guy. Accomplished a lot more in sports than we did.
Yeah. Well, this was awesome, Big O. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Because I want to cut into your show. Your new show is coming up at 10 o'clock. Obviously, we're going to be late. But Glenn,
it's not going to be very good, Pete, so we may as well continue with Glenn. We got a real pro on here.
Our show is supposed to end at 6 o'clock. It usually ended at 6:20.
I told you, I don't do math. I can't figure out those numbers. Big hands, small hands, all confusing.
Clock? What clock?
Yeah. I used to get more trouble with program directors over the years with clock management. And
go ahead.
And then
I always hated when they came down the hall with a sledgehammer and they were ready to break the glass in the studio.
Tim says, and he is affectionately a texter named Dopey. Tim is a great guy. He said, found you. What's up? Any big moves coming in the NFL draft with Jaden not wanting the Commanders to draft him at 2? I mean, we can get into all that. I don't want to get in. Save that for Defoe and Martinez. Martinez and Defoe coming up unscripted. Big O, you the man. Thanks so much for doing this. Hang on the line, Defoe, for a second. Thank God, Glenn.
That was great. Yeah.
Cannot wait to get up there and see you in the middle of June. We're going to have
a thanks for coming up, Pete. I'm really touched by it.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, it's Kirk Minahan. Since we live in a f***ed up, sad, pathetic PC world, we have to read you our little disclaimer. As much as I hope that you're actually offended by the views expressed on the Weiner line, just know they're not necessarily the views of WEEI. So when you call and say Order looks like a lesbian, or he has no neck, or his nipples are ridiculous, or that Order is stupid, or that Lou's a registered sex offender, just know these f***ing losers, they don't speak for us. And now, the Weiner line.
That's good. So you had a good day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a bad. It was a phone call I got today from management here at the radio station.
What happened?
Apparently, you're not happy with me and my performance, and instead of talking to me directly, you went to management?
And now. Actually, no. Well, that's not exactly.
That's the phone call I got.
That's not exactly accurate. I have. What is
You went
this?
to
What are you
management?
trying to do, an ambush here?
The WEEI Weiner line.
I bit my tongue yesterday, but all day today, I've been really upset.
Thanks for bringing it up, by the way. It's really.
Oh, thanks for going above my head instead of telling me like a man. You treat me like a little bitch.
Dial 617-779-3535 or email weinerline@weei.com.
I'm trying to feed my family at home, and to get a call from my boss saying, Well, your coworker doesn't think you're working hard enough. Scares the shit out
That's
of me.
not what I said.
Whiner line.
Because you're springing this thing on the radio program.
You sprung it on me. All you have to do is pull me aside. Just talk to me like a man. I think I deserve that.
With the MFers and the Big O.
Well, if that's what you really want,
I do.
Then guess what?
Absolutely.
That's exactly what you'll get.
Wow. That was outstanding back
Kirk
in the day.
Minahan, Mike Adams, Mike Manansky. Those were the days when EEI was not safe radio.
No.
Not safe radio at all.
It was not.
Which was good. It was entertaining.
All right. This was awesome. Defoe, Angel Martinez, and Jeff DeFore at Defoe, they're coming up with their new show.
Maybe I'll go on their show because their show, my time is a little bit later. And then I have no trouble waking up in the morning and do their show instead of yours, right?
A real window overlooking the greater Phoenix area / Glendale, or is that a fake thing?
Scottsdale. This is Scottsdale, not Phoenix. Scottsdale. Okay. By the way, no NHL team. We're in mourning here. No NHL team.
When Arizona State draws more than the Coyotes, are in trouble. Hey, Big O, awesome stuff. Great.
All right, buddy. I'll see you in a couple of months.
Right.
Anytime you want. Come on.
Right. All right. Thanks so much.
See you.
Here's Big O Glenwood with Around Mountain Sound. Let's give way to Martinez and Defoe, unscripted, their first show coming up. They've already cut into their time by 3 or 4 minutes already, but take it away, you guys. Are this is
From Lipshitz's office, go ahead and feel free to respond. Look at Angel, man. He looks so handsome, this guy. My God. How am I going to be on this show? I'm like the geezers at Caesars here. Young man. This is great.
Crossover host would say, what do you have coming up on your show today?
Wow. I mean, we may have a tale of the tape with Tampa and Miami, right?
Yeah.
Angel, what do you guys have there? You have Mons Venus, one of the famous strip clubs anywhere. I'm not a big strip club guy. I don't know about you, Pete Sheppard. Do all sportscasters have to feign like they love going to strip clubs? I know I've done any number of paid appearances there where I claim that I love them, but it's not really my bag. But you have that, and one of my last shows, live shows outside, was from a place called Porky's in Hialeah, which would pale in comparison. So you guys win the tail of the tape on strip clubs, I think, over Miami. You have that.
So. Well, I'm in Southwest Florida. We don't have many left. They all blew away in the hurricane. But yeah, up in Tampa, capital of the world. The only problem is in these places now you have to bring your own booze for most of them. I haven't been to them, but that's
is that right?
Yeah, a lot of that's the way. Diet Coke will cost you $9, but you can bring your own booze for nothing.
That's a good way to go, I guess the rest of the services, some famous and infamous things have happened there at Mons Venus. No, that's a classic joint. But we did have the Lightning and the Panthers doing battle, and of course the Miami Heat got hit with a haymaker by your Celtics, Pete.
Yeah,
that was some seriously ugly stuff. I was thinking, I know you're a big boxing fan, Pete Sheppard. I don't know, Angel, are you a boxing fan?
I haven't watched in a couple years, but I'm trying to get back into it because it's not like the way it was back in the day.
Well, of course, you'll remember one of the first big sporting events I attended here when I moved to Miami was Arguello and Pryor at the Orange Bowl, and that was November of 1982. I'd been here about a year, I guess, or maybe a little more than that. And I got to know Alexis, and I had spoken with him before the fight. I didn't realize, that Pryor was as good as he was. I hadn't seen him as much. And his thing was to come across the ring and just fire a haymaker. He didn't hold back. He would hit you with a haymaker right away, run across the ring, and he did this with Alexis. I don't know that it had any great impact. And by the way, if you watch tapes of that fight, which was a classic, I'm sure you've seen it, you will see a young DeForest, unrecognizable by my appearance today, sitting right there in front of Dustin Hoffman. I had better seats than Dustin Hoffman. It was like the scene in American Gangster. Where,
yes,
where they're wondering, hey, how the hell, who's that guy that's sitting up there in the front row with the mafia guy? And it was Denzel, of course, as the American Gangster. But and that was a wild fight. I'll never forget it too, because Arguello, who I knew and was friendly with and talked to many times afterwards, he said he knew he was in trouble around the 11th round. He hit the guy with a block of cement. He hits Pryor on the chin, right on the button. And Pryor literally, like some guys feign this, like they're not hurt, so they laugh. He literally was laughing as if he was at like the front row of a Chris Rock concert. And so Alexis knew he was done. But what the fuck was in that bottle? That Panama Lewis mix that would give the guy like an iron chin. It was incredible, and that's how the Heat must have felt yesterday. Though they come out, they get smacked 14-0 right away, and you're holding out little hope for their chances of winning that game and or the series.
They're not gonna win any games in that series.
Zero. You see a sweep.
0. It's going to be a sweep. They're not without Butler being there. They cut the lead down to 5 at one point, but the Celtics took their foot off the gas. They could have won that game by 40. They're up by 32 late in the third. I mean, they just whatever. It's just not going to be. Miami is even with Butler. They would have had a really hard time winning one. I would have given them at least one game in the series. This is not the same Celtics team as last year. The coach is more seasoned. The team is just more depth, and you got Porzingis and Drew Holiday that weren't there last year. Totally whole new ball game. Hey, I'm getting out of here. You guys.
You're leaving? What do you mean? How hard they work today, Pete? Come on. You didn't even break a sweat. You had Ordway on. He carries, a good portion of the program. You're just going to leave Angel and me to our own devices here, huh?
Yes, as you got to do. You have your own identity.
Angel's done some work on that, too. I'm curious to see the branding of the show because this is great. I know nothing about the show. Nothing.
I can tell you will not be disappointed. So, Angel, thanks so much again. Talk tomorrow. You guys have an awesome debut today on the Riptide Media Network. Love you guys and wishing you all the best. Talk to you tomorrow at 7 a.m.
All right. Thank you, Pete. And
one last thing, Angel. I don't do anything on this side, right? You just cut Is anything I have to do on this side at all?
Nope, not at all. By the way, I did forward you a quick text if you want to read it real quick. It's I believe it was Jerry from Rhode Island.
Oh yeah.
You owe money, Pete?
No.
I thought you were hitting all those parlays. What are you talking about?
No,
how could you owe this guy money?
He's a fisherman in Rhode Island, and he and his crew members are always listening. So he just said, I saw you and Glenn Ordway. You look great. That was fucking awesome. That's great. Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. You and your whole crew. I think Jerry's the captain. I'm not sure if Jerry's the captain. I'll call him Captain Jerry.
Is Glenn going to keep doing stuff out in Arizona? It sounded like he was living in Arizona. Scottsdale.
He's been out there he's retired out there for a few years now.
He would revolutionize, I would imagine, that region's sports talk concepts, would he not? I mean, I would imagine it's fairly bland there, no?
Yeah, he doesn't want to do
Boston.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do like full-time again stuff, but who knows? Maybe he ends up on this network somewhere along the way.
Imagine
for a 1 hour, 2 hour show.
Wow.
Could be really interesting. But you guys have an awesome show. Wait till you see the Open. You're going to love it.
All right. One day into the job, and we're having Glenn Ordway's name hung over our head here, Angel. Unbelievable.
It's okay. No pressure. No pressure.
What if we bomb? I mean, it's going to be very suspect.
So I don't do anything, right? I'm good. I can just get out of here.
All right.
You're good. So
I'll pop my mic down in here, and then you guys are good to go.
Yeah. We'll be good. So we're going to take, though, since we kind of went over here at the top of the hour, we're going to take a quick break. If we don't take a break, Niagara Falls will have absolutely nothing on me. So we'll be back. We'll get into the new intro so you guys can see it and Pete can see it. You guys, you'll end up like, it should get you re-energized because you got to come off with a lot of energy and it'll make sense. So we'll be back with Martinez and Nifo Unscripted back here at the Tampa division of the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend.
Jill? Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome.
Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey guys, so about 2 years ago I uploaded a video which asked a very simple question to you, the audience, which was, how was your day?
Ooh, yeah,
Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads, both today and yesterday.
Oh, hi, how was your day? And I think,
I'm tired of being told what to do by people.
Excuse me, I believe you have my stapler.
Stop arguing. Arguing is just not worth it.
ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
I will be dancing until I see everyone go home in a box.
You know what I'm saying, dog? Like cats and dogs, it was raining. It wasn't raining, we were raving. And I don't know whether he was really saying it. And all he kept saying was eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Suddenly I think I'm on the phone. Suddenly I think I'm telling a story. but I'm not. I'm just dancing. I'm just dancing.
And that's the way you start.
Wow.
Because when you come off the energy that Pete does in the morning, eat, sleep, riptide, repeat. Because every single show here on the network is absolutely outstanding. So, yeah, Defo, listen, I'm bringing in a legendary broadcaster in yourself. So you can't do things here just, kind of nilly-willy. You got to bring the energy, and that's one of those that you have to just bring the energy and continue doing so.
I mean, if you were starting to go dead flat on your day because you were immersed in the middle of trying to figure out who is going to be the 25th pick in the 5th round of the upcoming NFL draft, and you were just racking your brain, and it got to the point where you're about to have a nervous breakdown, that would revive you and snap you right back into reality. Angel Martinez, how are you, man? Is that an Angel Martinez production? Because that is an outstanding piece of work.
Yeah, and that was put together because I had to think about, when you talk about things being unscripted, right? You have people that tell you that, I get tired of being told what to do, or I can't say whatever I want to say anymore. So all those little those little pieces that were put together, if everybody kind of read into it, that's what life is, unscripted, because people don't like to be told what to do. So you try to see it in a popular way. But yes, that was put together because, again, you gotta keep that energy going. And for those that are first time here to the Riptide Media Network, it's eat, sleep, riptide, repeat. And you guys will keep getting that over and over again. So, yeah, the day's just starting. Defo, you are looking handsome as ever. And I hope that you had plenty to do over the weekend.
Well, I was gargling with Visine. I mean, it was incredible. We often ask this question. It's a famous classic sports talk debate. Hey, when's the best time of the year to be a sports fan? Is it the fall, or how could it be in springtime? But if you were looking, for action yesterday, and especially with all these degenerate gamblers that are out there betting 20-element and 20-component parlays, which I'm a little afraid for Pete Sheppard, I have to say. I got a little nervous when he sent me that one text. You bowed right out of it and said, look, I suck at picking games, which is good, which is why we should make you the authority for the Riptide Media Network on all games. You should put out a Angel Martinez gold sheet every day with all of your selections, because you have as much chance. It's the old Johnny Mathis thing. Chances are, I don't know, how did he get his lip to quiver like that? Yeah. Chances are that you got a half a chance of being right. And unless, of course, I mean, this would have been a good one, right? Every home team won in, I believe, both the NHL and NBA playoffs. The NBA, I know, was 8-0, and I think the NHL was like 6-0. I did catch, and it was wall-to-wall action. I don't know. Did you take all of this stuff in, Angel? Because we have a couple of local teams. Well, can we really say they're local? You're in Tampa.
Yeah.
And I'm here in what most people around the country would consider to be Miami, but even people in Miami don't consider this Miami anymore. It's like, oh, no, I'm not from Miami. Because it's changed. The demographics have changed, and the whole perception of the thing. In fact, you need. It's crazy. I shouldn't say this, but we are somewhat unlimited in what we can say. But the old joke is you need a passport to go from Broward County, where I am, into Dade County now, and vice versa. Because it's just the whole environment has changed. But would you say that the country probably perceives this South Florida area to be known as Miami? Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, a very fair statement, because I think so. I mean, it's changed. I mean, you figure I used to come down here originally, Defo, and good Lord, going back before, it took me about 20 plus years to actually physically take a vacation. Back in 2000, like between 98 and 2000, I used to go down to loved, and still to this day, I love Fort Myers in the Miami area. But it was a different dynamic then. It wasn't as wide as it is today with the different ethnicities and groups that are out there. But it's changed so much that it isn't really, you're right, because it isn't Miami anymore. It's an eclectic group of different folks from everywhere, from up north, from overseas, and everywhere else. But it makes you wonder if are the Miami Heat then really the Miami Heat, or is it just everyone and the Heat?
The Heat have gone out of their way, I believe, to go ahead and brand themselves as a part of Miami. They've kind of adopted the whole idea that they are the epicenter of Miami. And they got a pretty nice deal there, right? They got the arena built for free right there on the waterfront. They can't go wrong. Although it was a little shocking, Angel. And many years I listened to a buddy of mine who's passed away. It was kind of Ordway-esque as Miami broadcasters go in terms of his stature on the sports radio dial, a guy named Hank Goldberg. And he howled for years about how Miami is a Bush League town. Now, there were people that might say that about Tampa, but I actually enjoy Tampa as a sports city. The Lightning and the Panthers, if you want to start there, which I don't know, did you take this game in, Angel? I know you're a hockey fan, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep,
Okay.
I got my Flyers up here. The Lightning are up top, so those you can't see the top. Matter of fact, maybe if I switch angles here.
I mean, you got a little Bobby Clark look to you. I mean, it's almost like I just saw you score a goal and then smile and you have no teeth on the top.
Man, yeah. But boy, you talk about a throwback as far as Bobby Clark. It's funny because I've used that reference so many times. Oh, look, it's Bobby Clark. And people are like, what? Like, you have to be an old Flyers hockey fan to understand that one. But
Those were the Broad Street Bullies, man. They were great.
Yeah, and they are now just a year elimination away from the NHL Cup, as their name will be rubbed off because the last time since the '60s is when they were on Lord Stanley. So unless they come up and winning one sometime soon, the name will be gone as it goes over 40 plus years where it gets eliminated because all the other Stanley Cup champions. But no, with Tampa, I got to see the game fast scoring by the Panthers, unfortunately. I think Cooper was kind of caught off guard just a bit on how much the speed that the Panthers had originally in the start of the game, and then coming into the third as well. Vasilevsky, I think a lot of folks were surprised. I thought, and this is just me, Defo. To me, if you're going into a back operation of any sort, I'm not coming back that same season. And it's tough. I know, obviously.
But these are hockey players we're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
These are not normal people.
No,
these people are insane. They have an incredible the tolerance for pain. My God, John Rambo didn't have the tolerance for pain that most backup centers have in the National Hockey League. You know what, Cooper? This guy's done a hell of a job there. I mean, for the Tampa Bay Lightning to be as relevant as they have been, it's kind of a mystery to the people of South Florida because we look at these Tampa teams and we're asking ourselves, how the fuck are they so good while we suck? At everything. Exactly. I mean, that's been the case for a long, long time, right? The Rays, a remarkable organization, and yet they're 0.0 Blutarsky numbers in terms of interest there. I remember driving by, what was it, Tropicana Field? Okay, so I'm lost. I was going to meet a girl that I knew in college I hadn't seen in 40 years. And let me tell you, that's a big mistake, my friend. It's a big mistake. You're not the same. And she's not the same. So you look at each other. I mean, I picked this woman up at the airport eventually after I was lost in the neighborhood there. I don't even know if this is close to the airport, probably far away. But the stadium, I roll by the stadium area, and it's about 2:00 in the afternoon, and it's dead. I mean, you can see tumbleweed rolling through the streets right around the stadium.
Yeah.
And then I look and there's a sign, and not only was there a game going on, but it was against the Red Sox, who have a huge following there. And nobody, I mean, they couldn't draw flies for these games. So how they have this organization that continues to win year after year after year after year is a source of, you would think, much envy for people that have been rooting for the Marlins, who have 2 World Championships. And then the other 30 years, they have absolutely spit the bit. Yeah. And been awful, including this year where we have a heavy wager that they will go under the total. That would be under. When can I cash this ticket, Angel, you think? 78 and a hook is the number. 78 and a hook. They have to win 79 games. So far, they've won like 5. But they've been awful. But, for years, people were trying to build up like an in-state rivalry. Is this the only legitimate one? Like the people in Tampa despise the Florida Panthers, who essentially are the Miami Panthers. But is there any kind of acrimony when you bring up the Panthers to your friends there in Tampa? That they immediately go off and say, "Yeah, I hate those guys." Because that's the only in-state rivalry outside of the college ranks.
Yeah.
But among pro teams that anybody really cares about would be Tampa Bay, the Lightning, who've been very good for a long period of time, and the Panthers, who are like knocking on the door, as we saw last year when they went to the Stanley Cup final.
Right, and they're almost there again. I hope not, because I hope the Lightning can at least steal one of 2 in down there in Southeast Florida is what I'm hoping for. But it's funny because if the fans here in Tampa, I think, are very receptive to others, minus maybe I don't know. I want to see the Senators, the Maple Leafs, the Blackhawks, and some others. But the Panthers fans here, when they come here, it's not like, see, I'm used to in Philly. Philly, when if you had a rival team that came into town, I don't care what sport it was. NFL,
Rangers, Bruins, any of the original six.
Yeah. Oh, it was, you'd have a melee before, and I say this facetiously, so I don't want everybody to keep bringing Philly down, but the fan would come and they're like, oh, you guys. And it was just, there was trash talking until the game started, all the way through the end of the game. And then when you left, as long as no one was drunk, they were fine because they would trash talk all the way out. Here with the Amalie Arena, you don't get that as much. You might hear someone say something, but it's like very low, and I don't understand it. Like I know it's a whole different new age and era, all the good fun stuff. But for me, if you're coming into my arena and you are the rival team, especially during the playoffs, I may say a thing or two. Now, I'm not going to curse you out or anything else like that, but I might bring some stats. I might bring something to at least to kind of get under your skin that way. But the fans here, they're not, I will say they've grown a somewhat of a dislike. I wouldn't even get to hatred yet, but somewhat of a dislike to the Panthers because they see what the Panthers are doing. And the Panthers are very, very close to doing what the Lightning have done just a couple seasons ago. But on the same token, everybody here, including myself, even though I love my Philly teams, but when you win back-to-back Stanley Cups and that party that was on the river, everybody wants to see that all over again because there's no place else in the country where you're at 90 plus degrees and you're out there like myself and my fiance were at 5:30 in the morning, waiting for the boats to finally come down the river about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But no,
that's why I don't go to parades, man. I don't care how big of a sports fan I am. The parade usually blows. you would literally rather be bedside with Terry Schiavo, waiting for the family to consent to pull the plug for about 40 years, or as I've referenced, watching the last 45 minutes of $1 Million Baby, some dreadful movie. You can't wait for it to end. Yeah, I mean, look, they've had some intense games also over the years, which has kind of fueled the rivalry. So I think it's a pretty good one. But is this? This is probably not really the right kind of imaging to follow a legendary broadcaster like Glenn Ordway and, of course, Pete Sheppard, the WEEI connection there, one of the grand sports talk stations that ever existed. And still, I would imagine, is it still well respected, or did all of the good guys quit? What's going on there, WEEI? What have you picked up from Pete?
I think from Pete, what I picked up from him was that a lot, and it seems like some of the fans as well that have followed Pete for many years, it seems like a lot of them have gone away. There's not a lot of folks that actually tune into the station because, like most, they're filing for bankruptcy, which is probably going to be Soros buying up.
Filing for bankruptcy, WEEI?
Yeah. He was saying there were like $2 billion.
Can't sell any spots there? I mean, we have advertisers already. We're just coming on the air here.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
Yeah, so I feel bad because it is a legendary station. I mean, I was in Western Mass from 85 to 88, so it was different for me on the Western side.
Were you sparring with Marvin Hagler? What were you doing in Western Mass?
That was my high school years. Senior years. Yeah. Well, because the Philly school system was a joke and I was a nerd, so I kind of cruised through ninth grade, and I was done about 3 months into the school year. And so my grandmother lived up in Massachusetts, and she said, why don't you come up here? You might like it. And actually, I did enjoy it. Hated the winters. Absolutely hated the winters because it was the weirdest thing, Defo. Come Labor Day, I would say you were about 79-ish. You weren't even really at 80. The day after, which then school started, guaranteed snowfall all the way through just about April, May. And so when you went to school, you couldn't see the bus that you needed to take because the mounds of snow were so high that you couldn't see it until you got to the bus stop. So hopefully somebody dug it out. But no, yeah, I spent my time.
From the first snowflake falling when I lived in New York as a kid, where I went to school, or at least high school. And then, of course, I was in the coldest place in the universe, Syracuse, New York, for college, where literally, I mean, you had to find a girl at registration in the fall that you could shack up with and hibernate with for the rest of the year. Because once you got out of like October, it was Arctic tundra time, man. You felt like you were Bart Starr coming off the block of Jerry Kramer and diving in the end zone and going, "Hey, what happened to Jethro Pugh, man? Where's he?" I mean, it was impossible to go outside without freezing your ass off. But it's crazy to think that you would have so much difficulty with the cold up there because the minute that the snow started, I was counting the moments until they announced that there was no school that day. Weren't you? I mean,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
who wanted to go? I'm not going outside. We're going outside play football in the snow. That was what people wanted to do.
But the funny part was, and I don't know how, obviously here in Florida they didn't have snow, but different parts of the U.S. What I always found interesting was so in Philly before I moved to New England was that you had your numbers, and of course they read them off, and for some reason our school where it was located, it was almost like that. No, just bypass that school, bypass Edison, just bypass it. Don't worry about it. So here you hear all the numbers are rolling through on 610 WIP. This is before they went to sports, when they also had the local news radio and 1060. So you had 1060 KYW would go through numbers. And here you're excited. Like, all right, we're going to have a day off and go outside and play with our friends and be just fine. Nope. I think in the time that I went to school, we may have had our number called maybe 6 times out of, I don't know, it feels like 1,000 storms. So it always skipped. And then in New England, they didn't care. To them it was like, listen, they
love it, right?
12 feet of snow in order for not to have school.
They'll chug some chata, and next thing you know, they're outside loving it, hoping that the Patriots, get off to a good start in their game. Of course, the snowplow game, a classic there with the Miami Dolphins. But no, that's unfortunate. I mean, that you experienced such hardship there with with the bad weather. Here, we don't have that problem, and we did have a tale of two teams though yesterday, did we not? With the Heat and the Celtics. I don't know if you caught too much of that. I did not. Actually, I went to the beach while that game was being played, and they were simultaneously playing with the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Panthers. With the Panthers, though, they kind of aroused suspicion that maybe they were tailing off towards the end of the regular season. And they went through a little bit of a spell there after being terrific all year long and maybe contending again for the President's Cup, which was eventually won by the New York Rangers. And is that not the kiss of death? To win a President's Cup, it's like being on the cover of Sports Illustrated after a fine rookie season. Next thing you know, you get the sophomore jinx, and you don't have a chance of cashing a check, anywhere in the country. But it turned out that you had, the Lightning and the Panthers reverted back to the kind of play that they exhibited most of the season. Mm-hmm. So you were wondering, I mean, was that just a period? Did this ever happen to you? It's probably an ugly way to put it. But have you ever, you get in a car and your girl, your date is going to be coming in about a minute or two, but you have the urge to, pull a Donald Trump there and just pass gas right in the middle of the courtroom. But now you're hoping that, the scent clears before she gets in the car and goes, whoa, man, what the fuck did you do? No. So we saw this little blip there where the gas was kind of hanging in the air, and you're hoping the scent dissipates with the Panthers, and then they got it together. Towards the end of the year, they weren't bad at all, but they had that one 2 or 3 week period where they aroused suspicions that maybe they were going to fall apart. So I'm hoping that they kind of cemented their playoff stability here and have a chance maybe to go back and do similar things that they did last year. I don't know. Lightning fans, are they still stunned from that? Remember, what year was that? It was about 4 or 5 years ago where they got swept in the first round as the number one seed after having an amazing season.
Yeah.
And nobody could believe it. Who swept them? I forgot who that was, but I was in Tampa at the time when this was going on. And the people were stunned. Have they never recovered from this? Are they still in a coma, a state of shock when it comes to the Lightning?
Yeah, it's been, I think, more of a state of shock still because it was, they had the best record in the NHL. Obviously, the trophy that was handed to them, which is, like you just said, the kiss of death, unfortunately. And no one expected for them to be eliminated, swept in the first round. And even Cooper, there was a lot of people that thought, is he good enough to be able to win with this team? Because you don't have the best record in the NHL. You were playing lights out, especially come February, March, leading into April. And then things end up falling apart literally at the helm because I think they had about 2 or 3 games prior to the end of the regular season where they just looked like they were slowing down for some reason. And then the first round comes around and they were outed and ousted at the same time. And to this day, there's those who love the game, they're still looking for, hopefully this will not happen once again. You saw what happened with the Maple Leafs last year. This year now with the Panthers, hopefully they can end up bouncing back. But no, it's still talked about. Even with some of the I think some of the local stations here is the same way too. They bring it up every once in a while that they don't want to see that elimination the way they did with Coop. And I mean, he sustained. There's a lot of injuries that happened to the Lightning this year. Their roster has been kind of up and down throughout the entire season. It's a new roster as well. There's a lot of time to put together to get these guys to gel well. And I think Deandra Lou, who came on last week, she said it took them about 60 days or so to finally get used to each other with the line changes and everything else with the team here. But yeah, they're still, you have plenty of folks here to still talk about it. And I just hope they have to win one there in Panthers land. They have to. They have no
of course. You can do the math there. If they don't win one here, then they're finished. But a very competitive series. NHL is amazing. Everybody says this. It's almost become cliche, and you have to figure that most of the sportscasters around the country probably caught like zero hockey during the course of the regular season. Maybe you catch some highlights here and there. You know a few names of the big stars in the NHL, but everybody becomes an expert once the playoffs come around. And what's funny is, abstract and strange as this game may be to try and get a feel for, it's sort of easily understandable at the same time. So when people start speculating about hockey in the postseason, the one conclusion that I believe is always going to be valid is that maybe it's just like you're trying to gain favor with the hockey freaks out there if you go on the air and make this statement. But I believe it to be true that the Stanley Cup is far and away the most difficult team sports trophy to win of all. I mean, maybe you can make a case for the Super Bowl, but when you look at that, it's a lot of one and done. That these 7-game series, 6 and 7-game series, and you have to win 4 of them to win the Stanley Cup. If you looked, at the Florida Panthers last year, by the time they got to the finals against the Las Vegas Golden Knights, literally they were in worse shape, all of them, than the English patient. I mean, they were just like bandaged up, broken backs. Guys in there, he's playing with like a spine that's in 3 pieces. You can't believe what these guys endure to go out there and win that championship. So it's great. We should come back and talk about the basketball a little bit here, because a lot of stuff going on there. And of course, we had a local team. If you want to, what would that be? I mean, Boston. I would imagine the Celtics get more steam on a Pete Sheppard show than the Miami Heat do, since Pete has those Boston ties. But most people saw this as a blatant mismatch, especially without Jimmy Butler. So come back. I mean, a lot of stuff in the NBA. I went wall to wall. I started watching some of it at 12 o'clock. Took a little respite there in the afternoon, and came back. It was still going. Like, games were still on at 12 o'clock at night. It was a pretty incredible day in sports, Angel Martinez.
It is. No, it is. And the NBA gets it. And say what you want as we come into the commercial here, but people can say whatever they want to. I thought the very beginning, that tournament they had in the very beginning, I am not a huge fan. That
might have been the single biggest waste of time in terms of a sports gimmick to get attention that I've ever seen. How much good did it do the Los Angeles? Like, they went on like an horrendous, long negative run after that when they won the thing, and they're hoisting this trophy like they just won the NBA championship. And I'm thinking, where the fuck is Larry O'Brien? He shouldn't be a part of this ceremony. And after that, they were horrendous. Although I think always a dangerous team. The problem they have is that, they're facing the Denver Nuggets, who, would you say it's fair? I mean, you remember the great tennis star Vitas Karolaitis had one of the famous sports quotes of all time, Angel, where he finally beat Jimmy Connors after 17 straight losses. And at the press conference after, he says, nobody beats Vitas Karolaitis 18 times in a row. And that's where the Lakers are at. I mean, they've lost 9 straight to the Denver Nuggets, so they're in trouble. I see you have, look at this, for a healthier life. Are we advocates for a healthier life, Angel? What's the story there?
That we definitely are. We'd like to thank our sponsor, Palm Beach Water Purification, because Palm Beach Water Purification's whole house water filters are ideal if you want filtered water throughout your home, including for showers, bathroom sinks, and running appliances like your washing machine and dishwasher. Even if you only want filtered water from the sinks in your home, a whole house system can be cost effective and time efficient versus purchasing several under sink or countertop filters that need to be installed and maintained. A whole house water filter system from Palm Beach Water Purification will reduce or totally remove contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor and quality of your food and drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and plants, give you brighter, longer lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine, and allow you to breathe easier by removing the chemicals that evaporate in steam. Call South Florida's top-rated water guys today and schedule a free, yes, I said free, water test and consultation at 561-801-7337. That's 561-801-7337, or visit them at pbwaterpure.com. And be sure to tell them that Deep and I sent you for a 10% discount. So listen, I'm all about having the cleaner feeling like clothes where they don't feel like the old way when we used to put them outside. Those of us who live up north, maybe they did it down here as well, put it on the old clothesline, and then by the time you put it back on, it felt like you were putting a piece of cardboard over your chest.
I'm all for this. Give me that number again, Angel, because when I go to the tap here in Lauderdale by the Sea, where I live, where we're coming from, I guess this would be the Riptide Studios southeast. The water that comes out of the tap looks like it came out of the Hudson River, my friend. I feel like Sully Sullinger. I just landed a plane in there, man. Is that a gas leak? What happened? Everybody okay?
Yeah.
So this would be a welcome addition to the DeForest household.
No, for those who want the number again, it is Devo for yourself as well. 561-801-7337. 561-801-7337.
561-831-0667.
Nope. No,
5667.
Yep, 801-7337.
Okay, beautiful. I got it.
Got it?
Thanks. I'm giving them a call right after the show.
All right. It's good stuff. From what I understand, it's really good. So we will be back here. We are live from not only out there in Miami, right here in Tampa, the division of the Riptide Media Network here in Tampa and Miami. And after this, we'll get into some NBA games, as Devo had alluded to. So stay right where you guys are. We'll be right back. Enjoy this little 4-minute break. This is the Riptide Media Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him in the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
I'm wide awake, and all the voices in my head wanna play. They're gonna take me to the place where the bass and all the hidden ways unfold.
Very sexy there, Angel Martinez. I like the intro so far. Did we live up to that spectacular opening? That was always a thing with me, where you'd hear some guy that was doing a sports talk show, traveling around the country. You hear the guy had a spectacular opening. Sounded like the show was going to be right. And then the guy came on, and he sounded like shit. And you thought, it didn't quite measure up. I mean, were we on our game in our opening segment, Angel Martinez? How did you feel about that? Because that'll be very important over the course of time.
I think it was just fine. I think we lived up to it. Hopefully those who are listening in will let us know. But otherwise, I'm pretty sure AJ was listening in as well from BleacherBrothers.com. Speaking of, by the way, if you guys want to make some bets, go over to BleacherBrothers.com, look at the Bleacher Bets, and take a look there.
Real degenerates, these guys. Unbelievable.
Yeah, they are. They're
AJ, he picks, they're in the middle of the night. One of those things where all of a sudden you hear your phone go off at 4 a.m. and you're thinking, oh, geez, something catastrophic had to happen, and it's AJ. I like the Heat -5.5. He's great. All right, so the baskets. I mean, what's your priority, Angel Martinez? Are you more inclined to watch NBA basketball playoff games, many of which were, certifiable brickfests yesterday? And the day before. I mean, we were watching shooting. It looked like they had a gyroscope in the basketball, didn't it? Some horrendous shooting. Yeah. There's some blowouts too. I mean, most of the games were absolute blowouts. You had a couple of exciting finishes, but aside from that, and even one of the more exciting finishes, which was the concluding game last night with the Pelicans battling Oklahoma City, everybody's Cinderella team, and surprisingly the number one seed in the West. And yet, I mean, for most of that game, it was a dreadful display of masonry. I mean, they were just hoisting boulders up there the entire ball game, and then it got exciting at the end, where C.J. McCollum had a chance to tie it up. How many steps does it take to traverse all of Europe? I mean, can you do it in 2 steps? Because it looks like that's what they're doing with that Euro step. I mean, when you see that, is there such a thing as a travel call in the NBA anymore?
See, you brought up a great point, and I'm glad you're talking about that, because it's one of those things that drive me nuts. And
what the hell?
Yeah. Debbie and I, we've been talking about that. It's you. There's one guy who put it out there. I have to find him. Maybe I'll bring it up for tomorrow's show. But there's a guy that's out there. He's a fan as well of basketball, and he talks about he breaks down the film and he says, why are people so irritated with the NBA? Because you have to take literally 9 steps before the ref finally pulls up his whistle and blows it, because we've seen guys go 4, 5, 6, even up to 7 steps, and then they call it all. And I don't understand that. How in the world do you let that fly is beyond me. And you'll see the guys come from the center. That and the other one was that once you had both hands on the ball, number one, you can't double dribble. And the other thing, too, was supposed to use your pivot foot to move around. Yes. These guys, they'll stop dead in their tracks, both hands on the ball, and then they just pick up right again. And the ref's like, do you not see this? Is Angel Hernandez also part of the NBA, or these two are blind as he is?
Yeah, I mean, it does seem weird. I'm glad you brought that one up too, because that's another source of irritation when a guy receives a pass, the ball hits the ground, and then he goes ahead and dribbles.
Right.
And you're like, wait a minute. I mean, he lost his dribble there when he dropped the pass. And how does he get to drive to the basket, then spin 16 times, do 13 head fakes? He's in the paint for an hour and a change. I mean, he could have got a parking ticket in there. Switches pivot feet half a dozen times, and then throws up a shot. And even though it missed the basket and hit the top of the backboard and is somewhere in the rafters, they send him to the line to shoot 2 free throws. And you're thinking that this is like the WWE, crazy. Speaking of fixes, though, before we get into this basketball, I know you're not a big boxing fan, but I think there'll be an investigation, almost Shohei Ohtani-esque, into the various bank accounts, perhaps spread around the world, of this referee, Harvey Dock. That was the referee of the Devin Haney Garcia fight. Because Ryan Garcia, he's a huge social media star. I'm sure you've seen something about this guy, Ryan Garcia. And he was acting like a madman before the fight. He may well indeed have a couple of chromosomes missing, but he nonetheless has a huge following in social media circles, and stimulated a lot of interest in this fight, where everybody was waiting for his career to end at the hands of Devin Haney. But and it seemed like, I mean, there had to be heavy money that went under the table there at the WBC meetings or whatever. I would imagine even Suleiman himself had carried a briefcase full of cash to this referee who was involved in the fight. And it ended up that Garcia scored at 5-1 in spite of the efforts against him. And what appeared to be a blatant conspiracy with the judges equally paid off in this one. But it created a lot of buzz around the country, what was going on with Ryan Garcia. And now people feel like he redeemed himself. The guy scores 3 knockdowns in the fight.
Right.
And there was no time where Haney was actually the dominant force, and it still ended up being not a split decision. One guy had it a draw, but such ugliness. I mean, if ever this thing reeked of a fix, and yet it did go against. I would imagine some dead bodies are going to turn up somewhere as a result of this. You were supposed to give every round to Haney. I don't know what's going to happen with that. You would have thought what? Maybe the fix was in on some of these basketball games. How did it go this way, the games yesterday? The bookmakers, they must have taken a beating on this, no? Milwaukee, without Antetokounmpo, romps over the Indiana Pacers.
Mm-hmm.
In spite of the fact, did you see that at the end of the game when Caitlin Clark got in garbage time?
Yeah.
For the Pacers, yeah, as a preview to her being with the Indiana Fever. That would have been great. That would have made that game far more compelling.
Sure would have.
Did you see Rick Carlisle in a post-game press conference? My God. Oh, my God. I mean, literally, this should never happen. I mean, it's a very unfortunate situation. I've experienced it a couple of times where you go and visit somebody who's in the last days of hospice care, and, they look like kind of a corpse already. That was Carlisle after this game. I mean, what happened to the Indiana Pacers, Angel Martinez? This was a young, hot shooting club. They were averaging like 170 points a game. They get 94 stinking points against a Milwaukee team with no Giannis, who is the word that he's going to be out anywhere from 2 weeks to a month now.
Yeah, so they should have been eliminated. I mean, Doc Holliday looked like a genius yesterday. He couldn't do it with the Sixers as much, but actually looked good yesterday. But Doc Rivers, somehow or another, he made it work without the Greek Freak, and Pete and I talked about it as well on the show this morning. But evenly matched right now, Indiana with the Bucks without the Greek Freak on the floor was evenly matched, and even still, Indiana should have found a way to win, and they didn't. They allowed for the Bucks to hang in there to keep coming around after the half. The Bucks seemed to take somewhat control over Indiana, and then in the fourth, they just took complete control and just cruising in for the win. But I don't understand how Doc has a plan. Don't get me wrong, and I might pick on the guy a little bit just because he drove me nuts. He couldn't get it done here in Philly. But
Philly, I mean, come on, what is Embiid doing in this game? My God, holy Kevin Cash, what are we talking about, my friend? Nobody would have had Joel Embiid in a game. It was Gino Auriemma, plus with this Paige Beckers, who also was in a game where UConn was up by 60 points with 3 minutes to go. And, Gino always liked to pour it on. People overlooked that when they were, really nominating him for sainthood during the course of the Final Four, which the guys, accomplished a lot, but that was disgusting the way that he would just pound people with his starters in the game. What is Doc Rivers doing? He should never be forgiven for having Joel Embiid in that ball game where he got hurt with Philadelphia up like 15.
Yep.
And that was it. I mean, it cost them any chance they had of doing anything in the postseason. I believe, and he seems like a really decent guy, doesn't he? Doc Rivers seem like somebody you would want to hang out at Mons Venus. If you had a couple of singles in your pocket and have a good time with. Seems like a genuinely decent human being, but I mean, is he not somewhat of a kiss of death? And yet, Milwaukee wins without Antetokounmpo and stomps all over Rick Carlisle. Did you comb the obituaries today? Was Carlisle's name mentioned? I mean, we were losing a lot of our big sports stars over the last several days. Ken Holzman checked out. Whitey Herzog, one of the greats, and others. Have you seen Carlisle's name linked to any kind of a passing?
Nothing. And I just did a quick search just to make sure that he wasn't there. But
Rick Carlisle not dead. That would be the headline on the show here.
That's what I was waiting for the computer to speak back out to me just to see here in the Tampa studios. But no, he hasn't done much of anything. I think the last time we have seen anything of him might have been September. Was the last inkling of, matter of fact, it might have been just during the summer league, I think, because I don't think we've seen him at all during the regular season of the NBA. But no, I'm surprised. But Doc,
he really looked like he had just seen his oncologist, and the guy said, "You got 2 days, Rick.
Yeah,
that's it. Make the most of them, man. Go to the beach. Do whatever it is that you always wanted to do. But you're not going to be around for long." And it looks that way with the Indiana Pacers in the series if that was going to happen. But if there's no chance of Antetokounmpo coming back, which wasn't there some speculation out there prior to maybe even yesterday that this might be a 1 or 2 game proposition because supposedly the story was that he might even play in game 1, which. I mean, what kind of injury report was that? Was that being sent out by your man Tim Donaghy? Just a totally bogus injury report on the Milwaukee Bucks? And I would imagine, the Indiana Pacers had to be salivating coming into the arena thinking they're going to play him without Giannis.
You would think. You would definitely think that would be the case, but apparently not. I guess somehow or another, again, Doc, in his ingenious ways, found to put the line. One thing he kind of lacked in Philly at times was being able to get his lines corrected, to make the adjustments on the fly.
Yeah.
So for some reason, he's been able to do it. And who knows? Maybe it's just because of the Bucks organization. I'm not too sure. The bench he has off there, but he's able to do so. And that's the way they've been able to pull off the win, at least one win without the Greek Freak. But yeah, unless these games, and we hear about the NFL constantly, people talking about that it's scripted. They already know who's going to win, all the good fun stuff. But when it comes to the NBA, I mean, Doc, truthfully, they should have lost yesterday. Indiana should have, I'm not going to say boat raced, but they should have won at least by 8 yesterday, not the other way around, the way it happened last night. But Doc has gotten some sort of crazy winning formula against Indiana again for at least one game. But we'll see what happens when they're playing again. Today's Monday, so they should be playing again tomorrow night, I believe.
The Bucks will be in action. Are they playing tonight? No. I'm looking at the NBA. Yeah, you got T-Wolves and Suns on Tuesday. 3 games tonight. Knicks and the 76ers, and the Knicks won that ball. That was a pretty good ball game right down to the end there.
It was.
Knicks 76ers, very entertaining. And then Josh Hart hits a couple of improbable threes, and the next thing you know, the Knicks open up enough points, I think, to cover the point spread in that one. Yeah. And you got the Cavs and Magic going again tonight. Cavaliers would seem to be holding a big edge there. And Nuggets-Lakers, which, the last team on earth you would imagine that the Lakers wanted to see in the first round were the Denver Nuggets. And even though they're a little, slightly competitive, and you would think they'd be okay. We could get into this. I'm not sure. Do we have a format where we have to break at the top of the hour? How does this work, Angel Martinez? It's our first day on the job here, and we don't know what we're doing.
No, we can keep. If it's
you have the goods. You're the executive producer of this whole Meshuggah thing. It's great.
We'll just keep rolling. We'll keep rolling through. As I said to Pete, if it's a good segment and we keep things rolling, we'll keep it rolling, and then we'll slide right on into that break.
Oh, okay. All right. You make the call on that because you're in control of the controls. which is, I'm out here just like on a paddleboard saying, where's the horizon? I can't find it. I don't see the sun. All right. So that game was, I don't know that was any big surprise, but it had to surprise some people, I would think. I think Indiana, were they favored in that game by like a point and a half, going to Milwaukee without Giannis in the lineup? So that was a real dud for the Indiana Pacers. New Orleans, you would figure no chance, right, to be competitive without Zion Williamson in the lineup.
Yeah.
That was a big surprise. They beat the Sacramento Kings. It was a surprise to our buddy AJ, who was all over the Sacramento Kings in that game. Holy Chris Webber, what the hell happened there? That was a surprise that they were knocked out.
Apparently
went on the road.
Too.
Yeah, I was a robust 0 for 2 on that day, as I whiffed completely on both games. Thought the road teams would have a big chance, and I was dead wrong. But that OKC game, are you buying that OKC as the number 1 seed is actually the best team in the West?
No, they could make a surprise run, as we've seen. I don't think they're as good as even having the number 1 seed. I think Denver obviously wants to go back there and repeat if at all possible. Denver had a little bit of struggle too, coming towards the latter part of the season in February, March. But I don't know. OKC, do I see them beat New Orleans? Yeah. Any further than that, depending on how the matchup ends up going there on the West Coast. But I don't. You would have to really, really kind of bring the heat, and I'm not talking about from Miami either, in order to
I don't think we'll be bringing the heat very far.
No. But
the question would be, do they win one game against the Boston Celtics? That would be the over-under would be a half a game.
I think so. I think they pull away with a win. They would have to.
South Beach will suck the legs. It's the old thing from Rocky 1 there, where the mix says, women weaken legs.
Yeah.
That second day after being in Miami for a couple of days, that one, especially for NBA players, are hanging out with Fat Joe, and they're down there on South Beach, and clubs stay open till 6 a.m. Just because it's NBA players that are in there. They're throwing all kinds of capital around. Wouldn't you think if they were up 3-0 at that time, they just go ahead and mail one in?
I think so. I would think so.
So we take the over on a half a game in that series. Is that what you're saying, Pete? Pete will, he's already all in on the shutout, the 4-0 blitzing. But OKC, they weren't overwhelmingly impressive in this game. They did manage to make a couple of plays in the end. How skinny is Chet Holmgren, by the way?
Yeah.
My God, somebody get that man a sandwich. I know he's like 7'5". But a very versatile player. I think surprising, right? There was the big debate there. That was a 1 versus 2 thing, speaking of the draft upcoming, where you had to decide between Banchero and Chet Holmgren. Most people thought, wasn't Holmgren ready to get up as the number 1 pick was being announced, thinking, it's got to be me. And the next thing you know, they're waltzing Banchero up to the stage there for the Orlando Magic. A good pick. A guy's distinguished himself very well. I don't know. I don't think either team got ripped in that one. This wasn't one of those deals where you take Greg Oden with the number 1 pick, and oddly Holmgren had the same type of surgery, didn't he? This microfracture thing.
He did.
As Greg Oden and Blake Griffin. Holmgren has come back, bounced back, had a nice rookie season. Of course, Blake Griffin had a pretty good career. He just decided to hang it up, but. Was able to bounce back from that. And yet Greg Oden never was a decent player. And the second pick that year was Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
So that was a case where the 1 versus 2 wasn't very good. But Holmgren, I think, has held up very well. And Gilgeous Alexander is he the most underrated player in the NBA, even though he's getting some recognition?
Possibly. Speaking about Kevin Durant, when it's all said and done, and I don't know if he's going to stay put where he is right now. Does he? I know the broadcast booth he will be called for. I mean that's almost like an automatic if he wants to do so. And there's a debate whether between LeBron claims that he doesn't want to become a coach after it's done. I think he's more focused upon bringing a basketball team out to Vegas. So I think ownership is more in his cards. But that man, and there's times where I ride, LeBron James, but that memory of his, how he can go back and just pick out certain times what he did in the game, how it was, all the good, everything LeBron-esque is absolutely ridiculous. But who would make a better coach? Would it be KD just because he's always got that fire inside of him where he just wants to be perfect all the time? Or will LeBron James make the better two of a head coach if they were offered a position today?
I think on the communication level, LeBron James would be vastly superior to Kevin Durant, who doesn't really, I mean, he seems a little reluctant to say things, doesn't he? I know he's on social media, and that was a big knock of Kevin Durant, that he was hypersensitive, and he would start firing back at some fan that said, hey, you're a tall, toothless geek, and you should go back to wherever. And he'll take issue with it and start firing back on Twitter, which I'm our X now. But I don't get involved in all of that because it tends to evolve into silliness. But in terms of being able to communicate, I would think LeBron James, he's been explaining the game over and over. And when you listen to him, you're thinking, just like you said, and this is true of, I think, all basketball coaches, both college and pro, where it never ceases to amaze me that they can cite you chapter and verse, much like Sean McVay. Can recall every play that he called in a game, and it's remarkable. You're thinking, who is this guy? The fucking amazing Kreskin? How does he remember all of this shit? And sure enough, if you talk to almost any basketball coach, and I'm sure you've interviewed many as I have, they can tell you, okay, yeah, you say something about a game in 1978, and they say, oh no, you're wrong about that. It was so and so. He was in the corner and he caught a pass and the ball bounced twice, and they remember every detail. And I imagine, you think about it, maybe that's part of what it takes to really excel and be great at coaching. And the total recall that these guys have for everything that happened in their career is absolutely remarkable. And LeBron has that. So. On that note, on that basis, Angel Martinez, I'm going to say LeBron James would be a far better coach than Kevin Durant.
I think so. I would, as much as KD has a lot of fire and passion and everything else, I think in the booth and even as owner, I think KD would be great as an owner. And who knows if those two don't team up to bring basketball out there to Vegas. But I think he would do well. I think he would take that year off just to kind of say, you know what, I've done my time. I've tried to get that ring. Again, just trying to do the best I possibly can. But I think when it's all said and done, I think KD would take the time off. But I would love to see him in a broadcast because you can't get enough now of Charles Barkley for TNT doing such a fantastic job, and probably the better ratings they've had in many years with the lineup they have right now. Joey B says, Tifo and Angel, yes, good morning from Fort Collins, Colorado.
All right.
Yeah, Joey B, by the way, I saw, so my future... Holy moly. Let me think about this now. It would be Debbie's.
Are you debating getting married? I thought you were married, Angel.
No, I'm getting married. Where?
You haven't gotten married yet?
No, June 15th. Big day.
How many years have you been with this woman?
We're coming up on 5 years.
You sure that's enough time to understand where she's coming from?
And I think so. If it wasn't,
after 7 years in my history and relationships, that's when the indifference was full blown. It was 100% on. Where nobody cared. It was kind of like the fans here in South Florida caring about their teams, which aren't doing well. I mean, just total indifference, my friend. They're completely detached. Well, I wish you all the luck in the world, man. I'm close to being 0 for 3 with a walk in that category. So, horses and divorces. Those are the two things. I'm going to name my boat that: horses and divorces, because without those two things, I'd have a bigger yacht. That's for sure.
That's a good name for a boat.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Who is the one? There's a local commercial, and I'll get to the comments here in a second. But there's a commercial where the guy says, he's whatever, and I'm on number 2 or something like that. I got to remember. If I remember it, I'll find it and pick it up. But he's the same way too. I think he's gotten divorced twice, or he's on number 3, something like that. But it's a gimmick of a commercial doing pretty good here on these parts. Joey B says, Defoe is the real American badass, signed Kid Rock. Followed by the Penguin AZ says, good morning, Angel and Defoe. Unscripted, good morning, Penguin AZ, as they both exchange pleasantries. They're Penguin AZ out there in Arizona, by the way. Listening while
all over the country this thing is going, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So,
already? Riptide Media has been in existence for what, like 24 hours? And next thing, no, you guys have been rocking for a while here, putting this stuff together. So it's good. I can't help. I'm thinking about this. I know we'll get back into the basketball and everything, but Glenn Ordway, that was great.
Oh, yeah.
And it's true. It was one of those deals where I'm talking about Kevin Durant being hypersensitive. Anybody that's in the media is truly hypersensitive. Very few people actually don't care what people think about them or write about them or say about them. I don't know, Angel. I mean, you're able to shrug it off after a while, but you still don't like seeing somebody say, hey, you know what? Who's that schmuck on the Angel Martinez and Defoe Unscripted show? Right? And you're thinking, well, it can't be me. It's got to be Angel they're talking about. But we don't we don't want to hear that kind of criticism. And I'm not one. You'll find this. I'm not big into conflict and confrontation. You want to say something that I find completely outrageous, I'm more likely to just pass on it and make no comment than I would be to engage in some verbal warfare or some kind of bloodbath here, because it's just an opinion. It's all just talk. It's all just words. But in that note, when we ran across Ordway, Christian Fournier, to give you the background on it, used to be a frequent guest on our show preceding the time where he was part of a threesome, if you will, on a morning show on WEEI. And he was paired with Lou Merloni and Glenn Ordway.
Right.
So I'm thinking Ordway's like a legend. I knew of Lou Merloni because he played for the Red Sox, and there was the big joke that he had frequent flyer miles or something back and forth to Pawtucket, because it seemed like he was always going down to AAA, back up to the big club there. But actually, had a reasonably decent career overall. Anybody who makes it to the major leagues has to have good talent. So Fourier used to call into our show as a guest, and then at the end he would ask us to facetiously, just trash Glenn Ordway and Lou Merloni. And I didn't know Merloni at the time, and I had only known about Ordway because of his legendary status. I mean, he was there with Johnny Most, for God's sake, right? There's a steal my bird. He didn't have to say much on those broadcasts, did he, Ordway? I mean, Most, no. What are you going to do? Cut off Johnny Most in the middle of one of his calls? No way, right? Havlicek steals the ball. Did you hear Ordway in the background there? No, he was smart. He just kind of laid out for a while. But so we had sent these very inflammatory statements and comments that we had made, because Fourier put us up to it, not knowing that he was then going to subsequently play them for Ordway and Merloni on WEEI. And that's how our relationship started. So sure enough, when he called us over that time at the Super Bowl on Radio Row, I thought, fuck. This guy's just going to say what kind of cretins are we, and what kind of miserable stooges are we to be making fun of two guys that have accomplished far more in their respective careers and in broadcasting than Luby and I had any chance of doing. And then they did this dead-on impression of the show, and it was great. And it happened to me another time. I mentioned this. I get the Dolphins PR guy comes over to me. We were doing some shows out there. Dolphins opening day of training camp. We were on the flagship station. And so the obligatory show from training camp, which was always, just a disgusting enterprise. You talk about schwitzing and being hot outside at that Tampa Bay Lightning parade.
Mm-hmm.
Sweat's pouring off you from the minute you step out of your car. You look like Moses Malone stepping onto whatever the platform is to do your show. And they got these big giant fans in the background to try and compensate for the overwhelming heat and humidity. 6 a.m. here in Miami, but it's summertime. Right. And, when do they start training camp? Like end of July?
Yeah.
Horrible time. So there was a guy, Jason, who was the PR guy, and I had great respect for him. And he calls me over and he goes, Defoe, our defensive coordinator, wants to meet you. I'm like, fuck. What did I say about this guy on the air that he would possibly want to have words with me? But, you figure, okay, whatever I said, I didn't mean it, and I'll just listen to the guy. I'll let him chew me out and tell me what an asshole I am, and then I'll just kind of walk away and hope that the team doesn't protest my presence on the grounds or whatever. So it turns out that Coyle was like a guy from Brooklyn who was familiar with a lot of my references to my childhood there when, we were gambling from the time we were 6 years old and playing stickball and punchball in the streets. And he comes out and he says, your show is the greatest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. And in fact, the whole defensive staff also, just like Ordway and Merloni and Fourier, they did a dead-on impression of our show. And it was hysterical to hear it, because maybe you found this. I don't know if anybody's done, a lot of Angel Martinez impressions over the years. I would imagine somebody's, mimicked you or whatever. And you don't sound to yourself like you do to other people. Have you found that to be true? So, when I hear these impressions of me, I'm thinking, where's that coming from? I don't sound like that, do I? And sure enough, just spot on. But It was interesting because Ordway always reminds me that just when you think you're about to have somebody like sock you in the face, it's usually when you get your warmest embrace. And, that was one of the interesting things about the industry. But, yeah, 2 occasions where I thought I was being called on the carpet, where all it was that the people wanted to do an impression of the show. So, which is supposedly the highest form of flattery, is it not?
Right. It is.
Yeah. So that's a good thing. Let's hope people pick up on this, like that. So where does that leave us with these NBA games? You had all 8 home teams win.
Yeah.
Not all 8 covered, because I know Oklahoma City didn't cover. They were giving some generous amount of points to a Williamson less New Orleans Pelicans team. Now, a good friend of mine from the boxing game, the late great Bert Sugar, used to speculate whenever there was a rematch in boxing between 2 guys, he'd say the guy that won the first match usually does even better the second time. He wins by a wider margin in the rematch. You do see these trilogies, but they're rare, and that's why they're so sensational. Where one guy's they split the first 2 bouts, and now they have the rubber match to decide who's the better boxer. But in the NBA, we know dramatic turnarounds happen. So of the teams that lost, Angel, maybe this is something to contemplate here. Who is more likely to execute and orchestrate a completely dramatic turnaround in the second game and shock the world by bouncing off the canvas and coming back and actually winning the second game? This would be all 8 road teams as they come to game 2. Well, what do you see there?
Phew, let's see. So you got figure what Orlando's on the road.
You got 3 coming up tonight, right? Knicks and 76ers. Could the 76ers bounce back in this game? Or did you see enough evidence in that Knicks game, the first game of the series, to make you think Sixers just don't have it, and Embiid's not 100% or doesn't appear to be, and they're not going to be able to overcome this in the postseason once again? That Nick Nurse is going to be looking for a dilaudid drip by game 3 of this series. What do you think?
No, I don't think so. I think the Sixers should be able to bounce back here. And I'll get to the comments here in a second by Joey B, who, by the way, was from your neck of the woods until he moved until he moved to Colorado. But no, I could see Nick Nurse. I think he started making the adjustments that he needed. I think it was just a little bit too late in the first game against the Knicks. Even if Joel Embiid, and who knows how much of an availability is going to be with him tonight. Does he come in, in the first half, sit out in the second? Then you're talking about Batum and Maxey, who will pretty much
Batum reverted back to being Batum, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he had that one game where all of a sudden he was Cinderella against the Miami Heat and knocked them into the second play-in game. But, I mean, he reverted right back to being the 5-point, irrelevant 4-rebound scrub that he had been most of the season.
Yeah, that was the line on social media. I think after about 5 minutes into the game, someone had made a comment about that as well, that he kind of reverted back to being his old self. But I think, to me, I'm not giving up hope. I think the Sixers could surprise everyone and actually bounce back in this game here. I'm hoping that Joel Embiid is healthy enough to play. If not, then Nick Nurse has had to do a lot of homework between game 1 and tonight to figure out how he's going to adjust his lineup to make sure they're able to at least stay even with the Knicks. You have to steal one in New York. We talked about with the Lightning and the Panthers, but you have to steal one in New York. You can't go down 2-0 and then expect to win it in Philly. I mean, it's not going to happen. I don't want to get to that point, but I think it could be a bounce back game. Also, too, for the Orlando Magic, that team kind of imploded at the end of the season last year, and a lot of guys left because they're like, I don't want to hang around. I'm not dealing with this nonsense that's going on here in Orlando, but here they are. I mean, and I know the old saying is people say, well, we were expected to be there. Magic weren't. They had 6 key players that had left. And it's surprising enough that they're there against Cleveland. Even Cleveland, who's trying to resurrect their career, post LeBron James. But could they be the surprise team as well? I just hope that the Sixers look healthy enough and that Nick Nurse knows exactly what he needs to do with his bench players to come off. And you can't wait until going into the second. You have to do in the first. Put your starting 5 out there, figure out exactly who you want, and then start figuring out, okay, here's who I need to draw off the bench. But it's going to take a lot for this team to be able to pull off the win against New York in New York, because it's going to be a tough crowd. On top of, I did see an article earlier today. They talked about how the folks that are out there sleeping on the sidewalks and stuff, I don't know the word. I think it starts with an I, other than, some sort of infection. but that the rats apparently urinating on the sidewalks is causing some crazy epidemic outbreak out there in New York.
Why is that not a surprise?
Yeah. When the rats
You ever
are
buy
like,
roasted chestnuts from one of these guys that looks like he just changed the oil in 6 cars and he's on a street corner somewhere on a cold day after you've done some Christmas shopping and you're thinking, I'm eating this shit? You got to be kidding me, man. Who gave this guy a license to sell food? But is the Orlando Arena still called the Amway Center? Wasn't that some kind of Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme type of marketing thing where, you had to have like 12 guys on your left side before you got paid, even though you were killing it on the right side?
Yep.
And that alone, if I was a player, I'd be leery of the idea that this was a Fugazi organization. Just because of the fact that, that their main sponsor and impetus behind them is something that seems like an absolute rip-off marketing scam. Does that prohibit us from getting Amway sponsorship here? I would apologize to the top level brass there if AJ Johnson happens to unload a giant Amway package on the show.
Yeah, that would be surprising. But
you can delete this statement right from.
Yeah, boy, just go back and just rewrite over it where everybody can hear.
Carefully edited. Yeah. That would be the way to go on that one. That game was very competitive. Philadelphia looked like they were going to run out of steam in that one, but those 2 dagger 3-pointers by Josh Hart was a big difference. So a definite chance there. 76ers, would they be the most likely? The Magic have to come back against the Cavaliers. It looks like Donovan Mitchell is back at full strength. So it definitely bodes well for the Cavaliers in their game against the Magic. They're laying 5 and a hook. And, you talk about having somebody's number. You absolutely own the LA Lakers if you're the Denver Nuggets at this point. Should they be feared at all? Are they likely to bounce back, and make it a closer game this time around? You're thinking Denver was kind of sleepwalking through the first half of that game. But tough to think, and maybe we'll get into this. I don't know if we are we in a position where we better run a couple of spots, or we're going to get run out of the studio here.
No, we'll take a break now. Because it'll be the final break as the show has quickly flown right on by. And by the way, Joey B had a couple comments before we go into.
Good. Yeah, let's hear from Joey B.
He said, Devo's favorite country song, "All My Exes Live in Texas" by Joey. And he follows up with,
they can own Texas. What are you talking about? No, there was one chapter in my book that I thought was appropriate, and that was "Thank God I Was Broke at the Time" was the name of the book. And if you're going to get divorced, you want to make sure that you're flat dead broke, that you've just lost your last dime in some low-life casino outside of Reno, and not meaning to rhyme that at all, and make sure that you have nothing. Otherwise, it becomes a problem. It definitely does.
That does. He says, the second one, he says, Devo, are you a Martha's Vineyard or Nantucket kind of guy?
Wow. I would have to say no real bias either way. Martha's Vineyard is a place I visited very briefly once. And Nantucket, I'm sure you know what they say goes on in Nantucket. There once was a girl from Nantucket who said, I don't even want to get into that. It's so cheap, so cheesy, so beneath the dignity level of this program. But I don't know that I can answer that question, to be honest, Angel. How do you feel about it? Is it a disgrace to be like a Martha's Vineyard guy, or what's the story?
I don't think so.
Very nice place, right? They get the rocks everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great place to visit, isn't it?
I went up there so Katie and Victor, friends.
Water's too fucking cold there. I would have to say that.
Yeah.
Did you ever go in the ocean when you lived in Massachusetts? Never. You walk in, you get a headache. It was like you just swallowed half a Slurpee at a 7-Eleven or something.
It's so true. But the bad part is, like, you live in Western Mass, you had to go into Connecticut and or Martha's Vineyard, one of the two, in order to get into the Atlantic Ocean. Then once you got there was no way in the world you wouldn't get in because it was so cold.
No way. If you're in the Polar Bear Club or one of those maniacs goes running into the ocean there at Coney Island on January 1st, yeah, great. Other than that, forget about it. I'd rather fall off the Titanic than take a swim in Massachusetts in the summertime.
I don't think, honestly, it doesn't feel like it gets anything above 55 degrees. And for them, it feels almost like 90 here on the Gulf Coast, but there's no way. It was, you talk about some, being pruned up and shrivel and shrinkage and all that fun stuff. Yeah, get in that Atlantic Ocean up there up north. See how it works out for you. That is some cold stuff. But no, I went to Martha's Vineyard a couple years ago. Well, more than a couple years ago now at this point. So I had friends of mine, Katie and Victor, got married up there. And we had a good time. I think it's the first time that Martha's Vineyard ever had more than 3 Hispanic people on the island at one time, which was it was great for us. But we had
unless they were sent there by this Governor Abbott from Texas.
This is true.
Oh well, we had our own guy. DeSantis was the guy that shipped everybody to Cape Cod.
Sure did.
They thought they were going to have positions in the Cape Cod Baseball League. All of these people from the Dominican Republic were ready to play in the summertime for Chatham.
They could have. They'd have played the cards right. It could have, but no, I didn't mind it. It's, because what is it? Black Dog is the kind of like the official logo there of Martha's Vineyard. You have to go to the store and buy the shirt. So people say, oh, you have an original shirt from there. Yeah. I bought it. Back in the day, I think it was, I don't know, I think $12. Now it's probably like $142 because of inflation. But yeah, I didn't mind it.
Cape Cod's great. I mean, there's nothing wrong with going up there. It's fantastic. My experience with Boston, I went to the wedding of a friend of mine, a very spectacular wedding, the lovely and talented Leslie Visser. And she was being married to a guy who was a Harvard graduate that we knew very fondly as the Duke. And this guy had accumulated a small fortune, had all of the things that would go along with being a relatively wealthy guy. In fact, he flew us up there on his own private jet. And so Leslie was afraid that I was going to embarrass her. A couple of things were bothering her, and she warned me about it. Nancy Kerrigan was going to be one of the people at the wedding, along with many, many dignitaries. I mean, imagine this was a woman who was a pioneer in virtually every aspect of women getting into sportscasting and sports broadcasting, covered virtually everything. So she had warned me about a couple of things, one of which was that if I was introduced to Nancy Kerrigan, do not, Angel Martinez, do not immediately say, why me? and embarrass her like that. And then the other thing, she was hoping I wouldn't be late for my job at the wedding, which I think I was supposed to, hold on to something. I don't know what it was, a flag or something. And went outside, and she was worried that I was going to be spending my time at Suffolk Downs, which I did. I happened to take a cab out to Suffolk Downs. And what I love about the city of Boston, the cabbies there were great, much better than in New York. Because the guy drives me to Suffolk Downs, and he says, you mind if I come in with you for a while? I want to bet a couple of races. I thought, great, yeah, because this way I'll have a cab when I come out of there.
Right.
And sure enough, we come out, and the guy's cab had been repossessed while he was in there. And this was where all of the repo people knew that the cabbies who hadn't paid their tab, for the right to drive the cab, they all went to Suffolk Downs during their off hours there. So that's where they picked up all of the cars. So we came out there, and we ended up having to take the train back together to go to Leslie Visser's wedding. So I came in with the cabbie. And, naturally, he wasn't quite dressed for the occasion. But, that's my recollection of Boston. A lot of good, low-level, scumbag degenerates like me that enjoyed doing things that were out of the ordinary and didn't care. I mean, they were willing to risk whatever it was that they had to go and have a good time.
By the way, did you ever go into, before I get into the last two comments here with Joey B, did you ever go to the original Cheers?
No, never been there.
So the original one.
Was Ted Danson actually in there when you went?
No, I don't think he'd actually fit there with his height, but it was.
Was he wearing a hairpiece all those years? That's always been a question. My father, may he rest in peace, implied that was a hairpiece on Ted Danson. Is that possible? Because that was a pretty good hairpiece.
I think so, because it wouldn't move. That's for sure. No matter what ended up happening on the show, it would never end up moving. I mean, it's just like Jimmy Johnson, but Jimmy Johnson, we know that was his real hair.
Jimmy Johnson, that's his real hair. I can attest to that. Yeah, I've seen Jimmy many times close up. Bill Self, I don't know. I still don't know. Bill Self, is that a hairpiece or not?
Could be,
because it's kind of sticking out in the back there, Angel. That's always a dead giveaway.
It sure is.
Yeah.
The original Cheers, it's really small. Obviously, they made it bigger for TV. But if you had never gone there, and when you were in Boston, I believe it's still around. I could be wrong. If our Bostonian friends here are listening in, let us know. But another place it was really small. It was neat though, because it's not what you expected to. And when I went there, I think
it would be fun to see for sure.
I think it was just before, I want to say, the series was launched. And the only reason why I ended up running into it, when I was thinking about going to college, I went up to Boston because I wanted to see the eastern side of New England just to see how it was. And we happened to run by there. Granted, of course, we weren't supposed to be in there because we weren't old enough, but we stopped in. They never gave us a hard time. We ended up eating there. But it's a real small place. If it's still around, and again, if our friends here are listening in and let us know from Boston if it's still available, because it was a really neat place. But Joey B also says Devo was the biggest bookie in the NYC public school sector by the age of 10.
That is true to an extent, because my first real gambling experience that I remember. Now, I don't know if you consider this gambling, Angel, where you're shooting marbles. And the winner takes the other guy's marbles. I mean, we did a lot of that in New York City. You would pitch quarters, of course. Baseball cards, is that a form of gambling? If you were flipping baseball cards, I don't know if that was popular when you were a kid, but I can't tell you how many Carl Yastrzemski rookie cards that I literally gave away because we thought, well, how worthless are these? And it turns out that if you had a couple, even in lousy condition, they're still worth several $100s, the Carl Yastrzemski rookie cards. And it wouldn't be uncommon to have like 40 of those in a pile that somebody was sweeping away in a pot. So if you consider that the early forms of gambling, then that was a prelude to what I consider my start in the whole thing. And this happened while I was at PS20, where a friend of mine, he was kind of like the Fonz of the neighborhood,
right?
A guy named D'Angelo. I'll never forget this guy. And he said, listen, all of these guys, I mean, he had a different name for them. I think he referred to them as assholes, are Yankee fans. So we have to take a bold stand here, and it may cause us to have, this could be loser leaves town type of circumstances, but let's book all the bets, all of the action against the Yankees in the 1960 World Series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. So I was 9 years old at the time. And I realized how perilous and how tenuous this whole thing, this degenerate lifestyle would be when the Yankees had, I mean, in that series, if you go back and look at its history, when the Yankees won, it was 3-3, naturally, going to Game 7, with the Yankees winning by like 13-2, 15-1. Their three games were by tremendously wide margins. And the Pirates had eked out like a couple of one-run games in the series and appeared to be vastly inferior overall, even though this game was at Forbes Field in Pittsburgh, Game 7, a decisive game. So Pittsburgh is out of it, right? The Yankees are about to win it. I think they're up something like, 9-5, something along those lines. And sure enough, my friend says to me, hey, listen, we're not going to be able to pay off all of these guys. We don't have the money to pay them off. We took in, I don't know, maybe 20 bets. At the time, $20 was like the equivalent of 2,000. And we were, I was 9, he was like 12. So we boarded the Myrtle Avenue elevator train in Brooklyn, and our intent was to go as far as we could with what money we had, never to return to New York City because we weren't going to be able to pay these guys off. And sure enough, I guess it was a guy, a guy named Landis hit a 3-run home run in the 8th inning. And we're still thinking that we're behind the 8 ball here. And sure enough, when Mazeroski's home run went over the fence and the Pirates won, we literally stopped at the next train stop and then went across, caught the train back, and collected all of the money off of these guys. So that was my sordid beginning into it as a 9-year-old, thinking that I didn't have the money to pay off the bets.
Right.
And yet, I mean, a miracle. That's why, if you ask me, greatest home run in baseball history, there would be no question. Never mind Bobby Thompson, man, that was nothing. Or, any of the dramatic, Kirk Gibson. I mean, that was a joke. That was Game 1. It had to be Mazeroski hitting this home run in the 1960 World Series. Why, Angel? Because it saved my life at the time. I don't know that a 9-year-old DeForest traversing the country with no money in his pocket and no chance to go back home would have been very successful or lasted this long. But yeah, I mean, that was it. So he's right. PS20, well, we took all the action in our, I guess, 9, you'd be in maybe the 3rd grade.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my start. That was the very beginning of what became a very unfortunate penchant for getting involved in odds and all kinds of wagering.
That's one thing I never got into it because I don't know. I never thought about it that way. Plus, I think my mom had just constantly pounding in my head, don't do this, don't do that. You know, it's against everything that we've ever learned about. Although there were certain things that I've been a Catholic all my life, and Mom went on the Pentecostal side, and I know we're running over, but that's fine. It's day one. We're gonna keep having fun with this here. But she went she went the Pentecostal route, and it was funny because the guy who was running the church, he said, you can't listen to the radio, you can't watch TV, you can't buy this type of clothes, all this stuff you couldn't do. Mind you, a couple years later, and people would come in, they would donate and bring food and all this heavy horse stuff, and he would come in apparently in an older model car. Well, someone finally decided, wait a minute, this guy keeps talking about it. We can't do this, we can't do that, but we know what kind of lifestyle is he living. So they followed him back. Mind you, he had a house up on the hill, gated fence, so that you couldn't come in. And then they watched him to pretty much go into his house, which, of course, today it'd be a whole different story. But then he comes back down the hill with a brand new car, and the family's in there. Apparently, they were dressed to the nines to go to this local restaurant. And all the things he kept saying you can't do, well, they went out dancing, they went out drinking, everything else. And all these people are putting in their hard-earned money. Not only that, but spending 4 hours inside the church, which used to drive me absolutely crazy. I only, thank God, had to do it 2 or 3 times in my life. But then there was also the Bible study. So there was Bible study class.
Wow, you had an entirely, 180-degree different childhood.
Yeah.
Than I did, Angel. Maybe that's why we'll make a good pair here on the air. Because we're coming from 2 different places. I had a Meshuggah, a Jewish mother, who, to her grave, her last words to me were, I hope you're not gambling. And I didn't want to break her heart on her deathbed there, but my grandmother was just the opposite. Her dying words to me were, "Always take the points." But you are, coming from a background of banishment, which I don't know. That's a much more difficult thing to overcome than just the assertion that all of your problems stem from the fact that you've been gambling incessantly, which wasn't the case necessarily, but that's what my mom believed.
It was, listen, even when we were in Vegas for the summer there, and even from last summer, when I went to the summer league, the summer before last, or was it the same year? Yeah, last summer. And then we were up there in February for Radio Row, but it was the same way. And what other places there to gamble, obviously, and probably have the better odds to win other than Atlantic City. And even when I lived in Philly, we would go to Atlantic City during the summer. As an adult, I would go a lot of times by myself and pass through casinos because I would go to the shows on Caesars and other places. But it never dawned upon me. And back then it was a quarter. You put in a quarter, you pull it and see how it goes. Now it's a whole different story. But I think
the slot machines today are insane. Literally kaleidoscopic. I have no idea. You don't even know when you've hit the massive jackpot. You hear bells going up. You're thinking, what the fuck did I win? I got no idea what this is.
You feel like Papa Giorgio back in National Lampoon's Vegas Vacation.
It used to be 3 plums, okay? You knew what you had. You were going to get back 5 nickels or whatever. Now it's like the penny machines are $8.80 a spin.
Yeah,
think about that. My wife is a slot player. She's had her share of success doing it, but and we're treated royally by the people in the Caesars Rewards system as a result of her slot play. And why not? Because what kind of gambler would you want there? You would want somebody if you're throwing. Let's make it easy for the math. Let's say you're throwing $10 onto every spin on a slot machine,
right?
And you're on a penny slot machine, for God's sake. But how many spins are there that take place in a minute's time? You can hit a spin every 2 seconds. So you're talking about somebody's gambling $300 an hour. A minute on these slot machines. Of course you want those people there. That's literally how they keep the lights on in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
But you weren't even inclined to throw like a 20 in there. That's good. That's good discipline. I don't know that your whole temperament and outlook on this is going to change over time, Angel. I think you're treading on some very dangerous turf by being part of this Riptide Media Network, from what I could gather from the other guys who, my mother used to leave me a message when she would call and I didn't answer, and she would say, kind of like in that sort of Jewish, oh, please, everything that could possibly go wrong is going wrong, and like a Murphy's Law approach. Jeff, could you please return my call? And then she would give the number, 888, admit it. Just anything to try and get me out of this whole, motif of wanting to wager on virtually everything. But I'm not as bad as the modern day guys. I don't get what these kids are doing today. I think eventually America will be bankrupt and we'll find out that China was behind FanDuel and DraftKings.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly, the way it's
Or maybe
going
Putin
now.
himself is booking this action. I don't know, but
It could be.
it seems like a diabolical plot to separate America from its one-time rather substantial wealth.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
One never knows. I wouldn't be surprised with a lot of stuff that goes on anymore, but no, it could be. By the way, we do have. I might have to rethink about the Sixers after the break. We'll get into it because there is some semi-breaking news coming out from NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So yeah, it may not look too good for the Sixers tonight. May not look too good. So,
all right, sell me something here, Angel. Sell me something on the show.
Sure. I will tell you.
There it is.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Palm Beach Waterification Purification System. It is Palm Beach Water Purification's whole house water filters are ideal if you want water filtered throughout your home, including for showers, bathroom, sinks, and running appliances like your washing machine and dishwasher, which, by the way, here in Florida, you want that more than any other place. You definitely want something to run through to keep your appliances fresh because there's a lot of hard water, a lot of reclaimed water down here in Florida. But even if you only want filtered water from the sinks in your home, a whole house system can be cost effective and time efficient versus purchasing several under sink or countertop filters that need to be installed and maintained, which is absolutely true. A whole house water filtration system from Palm Beach Water Purification will reduce or totally remove contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor and quality of food and drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and plants, give you brighter, longer lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine, and allow you to breathe easier by removing chemicals that evaporate in steam. So call South Florida's top rated water guys today and schedule a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337. That is 561-801-7337, or visit them at pbwaterpure.com. That's pbwaterpure.com. And make sure you tell them that Deep and I sent you, therefore you can get 10% off on your, on the visit, on the installation. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to call them myself to see if they can come here and make the travel trip here to put it in there. Cause we have a system here in place, but it's, we get the salt kind of running through to make the water taste better and stuff like that. But this stuff here, from what I understand, I hear, especially from AJ, it actually, you've seen it before on some infomercials where they take the glass and they put it up there and say, this is what it looks like before it. And I think you could see through all the way, I think, to Jamaica when he put the glass.
Oh, yeah. It's crystal clear, man. It's it's unbelievable. Don't let the sediment be an impediment. What was the motto of most cities when it comes to tap water and things like that? You definitely want to purify that stuff because there's a lot of bad stuff in there, right? I mean, you don't want to get the big C or something because you were drinking water. You would think you were at Camp Lejeune, for God's sake. Which,
that's so true.
I'm almost convinced after seeing a commercial 1,000 times that I was there, even though I was never in the military. But this thing is right up there. I mean, you have many great inventions. You'd have to say the cotton gin, I guess, is something that is often referenced as one of the great inventions that created some advancement in industry. And you got the light bulb, but certainly a necessity. The Ron Popeil rotisserie oven, right up there.
Yeah.
When that little Korean lady gets up in the audience and gives it a standing ovation after he stuffs like a live boar in there, it's fantastic. And this is right there with it because you want to drink clean water. You want to make sure, like you said, it makes a difference in washing your clothes.
It does.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to, go out in public and you look like you just slept in your car. Make sure you get this stuff and it'll make everything a lot easier.
Yep. pbwater.com. So you guys take a look, visit them, and book your appointment today. Again, mention us, Defo and Angel, or Defo Martinez here, and you guys can get 10% off. So when we come back, we'll talk about the semi-breaking news in the NBA. Unfortunately,
this is not good for you with your Philly ties. Wow.
Yeah, not at all. So we'll see. I hope we'll see how this plays out, but I don't think it's going to play out too well if we're trying to even up the series in New York. But we are live from the Tampa and Miami studios, the Naples Wealth Planning Division out here at the Riptide Media Network. Martinez and Defo Unscripted. We'll be back in 4 minutes. You are listening to the Riptide Media Network on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I felt like an old Jew chair dancing to entertain people on a Monday. You can't help it, though. You can't help but get in the rhythm of the show, Angie Martinez.
Yeah, let's add a little Spanish flavor and we'll be just fine. Again, we are in heaven of palm trees, beaches, beautiful women, beautiful people all together. I mean, how can you not? Anywhere you are, you got to bust out some sort of coconut or something else and enjoy life as much as you can.
Yeah, it's a short trip, as we know.
Sure
like I
is.
said, man, many greats checking out this past week. Unbelievable. And it continues. But, I mean, what? Are Philadelphia 76er fans about to pass out? What's this big news here? I'm assuming we saw Embiid kind of gimping around a little bit the last couple of games. I'm assuming it has something to do with Joel Embiid and his availability for tonight's game. Should I call Lipschitz, my bookmaker, right now and send it in on the New York Knicks before this line increases any further than it is right now at 5.5.
Well, you might have to call him because now apparently Tyrese Maxey did not show up.
Maxey.
Yeah, on the shoot around because he's ill. So yeah,
that's death.
Yeah. You have Maxey go down and you have Embiid go down. The Sixers go down, and then you got to wait until what? Today? So today's Monday. You would have to wait until about Thursday because they have that goofy 2-day travel thing, whatever it is, hiatus.
What are they going to call Hal Greer to fill in? I mean, what do they do?
You got to do
at
something.
That point?
You have to do something. It doesn't look good for the Sixers if that's the case. And that was the latest from NBC Sports Philly. I mean, we're still hours away with the game times at 7:30. So hopefully, unless a miracle happens, or they can give them, I don't know what's out there. Anything.
Call Dr. Galea. Tigers
go.
guy, right? I mean, the guy who came with the juice, or Brian McNamee, the guy that was treating Clemens' wife. He didn't have a medical license, but nonetheless, I mean, it was somewhat of a surprise, I guess, to find him in the bedroom there, jacking up and juicing up both Roger and the wife. That's too bad, right? I mean, you would like to see that be a competitive series, especially you with your Philadelphia ties there, Angel Martinez. That's unfortunate. Because the Knicks fans are naturally thinking that they're going all the way this year. They really believe that they have the goods. I get the New York Post delivered to my house every day because it still has a great in-depth sports section. And they're a little obsessive here and there. And the rest of the paper you can have. But nonetheless, except for a couple of celebrity pictures that they throw in there. But they really believe. I mean, they're at the absolute height of euphoria with both the Knicks and the Rangers. And there is that belief that the Knicks can accomplish something in the postseason this year. But I thought Philadelphia was a real threat to them if Embiid had kind of rounded into shape. But if they're going to be missing Maxey tonight, I think I'm going to go ahead and send it in on the Knicks and not care about the points.
Yeah. No, it's going to be that's going to be a tough way to be able to pull it because without Tyrese Maxey, and he's been the heart of this organization the entire season, started from last season and just continue on. So without him, it's going to be extremely, extremely hard in order to see the Sixers be able to pull this off. So I don't know. I hope so. But you talking about some crazy adjustments that Nick Nurse would have to make. I mean, he would have to call someone from somewhere or get someone from the Delaware Bluecoats to come up real quick to New York and be able to fill in. But I don't know. It's going to be tough. But coming up after us, it is the Back to the Dugout MLB Roundup right here on the Riptide Media Network, also on Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game. Then at 4 p.m., it is Talk Spicy with Coach Gene. He has a tremendous show. He does it all by himself for 2 hours, 4 to 6 p.m. If you guys have not heard his material, you need to listen. He also writes for The Athletic. Had a great lineup of shows last week. I expect no less coming up today. So Coach Sheen coming up at 4 o'clock. And, of course, the Bleacher Brothers show at 6 p.m. from 6 to 9 p.m. And those guys do a fantastic job.
Stone Degenerates, both of the guys on the show, plus their guests. All talking gambling. Hey, a couple of other things of interest. I don't know. Are you a big golf fan? Scotty Scheffler on fire. He wins another tournament. I guess that was concluded today, the Heritage Classic. He was leading by several strokes. I think they had a handful of holes to make up because they had a rain delay yesterday. So he ends up the winner. What is that, like 4 out of 5 with this guy? That's pretty incredible.
So. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I feel bad because it's another weather-related event after they had to deal with Augusta National, all the winds and the rain that happened last weekend. But, hey, listen, for those who had the patience and played well, he did well. So 4 out of 5 is not bad.
Incredible, yeah. The guy's on top of the game. And what happened to all of those Live Tour guys at the Masters? My God. You would have thought that they had a Saudi embassy just to the side of Butler Cabin there. They all disappeared with Greg Norman, never to be seen again. So highly non-competitive in that one. And then on the women's side, which I rarely follow because for years it was kind of dominated by, I don't want to say nondescript, but it was kind of like betting any marathon where you have to box the Kenyans and exactas because they're going to win. Maybe now you got to throw in the occasional Ethiopian runner. But the Koreans were dominating women's golf to the point where I think American viewers were losing interest. And yet this young lady, Nelly Korda, has now won 5 in a row. She wins the Chevron, which is one of the majors for the ladies. And she's now won 5 straight starts, puts her in some Pretty illustrious company when you're talking about people who have accomplished that. She's tied with Annika Sorenstam and Nancy Lopez, the great Nancy Lopez. Remember, married Ray Knight and was kind of the female version of Lee Trevino. Everybody loved her on the tour of Mexican descent. And is she Mexican? Yeah, I want to say that. Yeah, you can get in trouble for that. But anyway, it's pretty illustrious female company. Holy Dottie Pepper, what are we talking about here? 5 straight starts. She has one, and she's the daughter of Peter Korda, the former tennis star, who was a very prominent tennis player, has a son that plays tennis, and 2 daughters. One is off the tour. Jess, I think, had a baby, and Nelly Korda, though, on fire, Angel, with 5 consecutive victories. So those are 2 accomplishments that definitely should be noted.
Yep, it should be. So, listen, thanks to everyone who hung in there.
Show's over? Don't you want to do another hour or 2? Come on.
Yeah, that's quick. Well, if we hang around, then of course the MLB dugout, they won't be able to jump on and have fun as well. But those guys are coming up next here at 12 o'clock. Don't forget at 4 to 6, Coach Gene, Bleacher Brothers, the Bleacher Brothers show coming up between 6 and 9 p.m. And then Robbie LaStella and the LaStella Report tonight at 9 p.m. all here on the Riptide Media Network. You guys can watch all the shows on Bleacher Brothers and bleacherbrothers.com, all their social medias. This was same thing at broadstsouth.com. You can watch all the live shows there. And don't forget, if you are on the road or you're listening in, you have the Alexa Skill app. So we are available on Alexa. Just tell Alexa, enable Skills Sports Radio 102.9, and she'll make that live and well for you, although she's probably listening to me right now in the other room. And then you guys can also download the app so you can listen on the road. So I like to thank Devo for his time today, for coming on.
Hey, that was great, man. We're going to do this every day, Angel Martinez.
Well, I appreciate it because we're
fantastic.
Plan to have fun, and hopefully everybody enjoyed the opening today. And if you missed it, you'll see it tomorrow. If not, I'm pretty sure you guys end up watching.
I think it was the best part of the show, in all honesty. The opening, it was killer. I don't know that we ever measured up to the opening, but we'll get there. We'll get there, kid. It's going to be great.
Will.
Yeah, a lot of fun, my friend. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, everyone else, we hope that you guys enjoy your day for sure. We hope that you always take care of one another. And don't forget, the Riptide Media Network continues after this. We have been live here from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio in Tampa in Miami. And don't forget, we'll be back here starting with Pete Sheppard in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m. And then myself and Defo, unscripted, back for you at 10 to 12 tomorrow morning. So enjoy the rest of your day. We will see you tomorrow. And just God bless everyone.
I like how it feels. 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 So just turn it up, let me go. I'm alive, yes or no, never stop. Give me more, 'cause I like how it feels. Oh yeah, I like how it feels. You know I like how it feels. Oh yeah, I like how it feels. Show me love, make us one. Let's make a beautiful world. Take my hand, it's alright. 'Cause tonight we can fly. So we keep living, 'cause it feels right.